be that she was talking about me? Was I adopted? I had to find out the truth. After the old woman left, I confronted Mom. Mom, who was that woman? And why did you take money from her? And what child was she talking about? Ugh, nothing. She's just an old woman who helps me feed you brats. Do you think it's easy for a hot, single woman like me to survive on my own, huh? Go back and clean some dishes, now. Ugh, she was clearly hiding something, and I had to find out what. I kept an eye on Mom after that, and the next month, I saw her taking money from the same old woman again. If Mom wasn't gonna tell me, I was gonna find out the truth from the old woman, myself. After Mom went back inside the house, I secretly got into the trunk of the old woman's car and followed her all the way to her place. And God, this place was huge! As soon as I got out, some guards held me for trespassing, and the old woman looked at me like she'd seen some ghost. You, what are you doing here? How did you even? Suddenly, she pulled me to the side and went all bonkers on me. I know why you're here, but I won't let you destroy my family. If you go anywhere near my daughter and reveal the fact that you're her daughter, you're done for. OMG, what? I was her daughter's daughter? She was my grandmother? This was insane. I have a different mom other than my crazy mom? No wonder my fake mom treated me like garbage. I was in complete shock, but just then, she started pushing me out the gate. Go away. Go back to where you came from, or I'm going to lock you up in the dark. What were these kiddish threats? I lived with a psycho woman all my life. I wasn't afraid of anyone. I pushed her away and ran inside the house in search of my real mom and screamed loudly, Mom! Suddenly, a gorgeous-looking lady sitting on the sofa looked at me in complete shock, and surprisingly, I looked just like her. She was definitely my mom. Who are you, kid? I'm the daughter you gave away 14 years back. Gave away? What are you saying? I have no idea. So you didn't give birth to me 14 years back? Oh my God. But how? How is this possible? She looked just as shocked as I was, but then suddenly she came and hugged me. I can't believe this. You look just like me. But the doctors told me you were a stillborn child. Where were you all this time, and how did you find me? But before I could say anything, Granny pulled me away. Oh, you're scaring the poor child with so many questions. She looks so tired. Come, love, I'll show you to your room. She quickly took me into a giant room and pushed me onto the bed. So it was you. You told Mom I was a stillborn child and kept me away from her all these years? Why did you do that? It's good enough that I'm allowing a rat like you to stay in this palace. And now what? You need answers too? Listen to me, kid. Keep your mouth shut and do as I say, or I'll stop sending money to your family and all your little siblings will starve. What an evil witch! I decided to keep quiet for the time being and find out what was really going on. Later that evening, when I went down for dinner, I learned I had a sister, Maria, who was a year younger than me. Mom invited me to sit down next to her and started asking me again how I'd found her. With Granny glaring at me, I made up a story about how I'd traced my family history on a website. That sounds like complete rubbish. What website? Get a DNA test and prove it. No, that's not needed. I know she's my daughter. Look at her. She's every bit like me. We don't need any proof. Suddenly, Maria dropped a bowl of soup all over me. Oh, I'm so sorry. It just slipped. Let me take you to the washroom. She took my hand and walked towards the washroom, but the minute we entered it, she turned into Satan. This time, it was just a bowl of soup. Next time, it'll be you, in a pot of hot boiling soup, if you don't leave this place right now. Oh my God, this house was full of psychos. But what Maria said was right. I had to get the DNA test done just to verify things. And indeed, I was her daughter. But I still didn't know if she was a good one. Then one night, as I was lying in my bed, Mom came into my room and started talking to me about her life. At first, I was hesitant, but she was just so sweet. Don't mind Maria if she's cold to you. She's just really attached to me. She'll be fine. And honey, I'm so glad to have you back in my life. Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. For the first time ever, I knew what it felt like to have a loving mother, and She was just awesome. But my happiness was short-lived because Mom was going out on a business trip for some time, and that meant I was stuck with Granny and my evil sister now. At school, she was like the boss of the bullies. Once, she saw a girl wearing the same dress as her, and she said, "How dare you try to wear the same dress as me?" Saying that, she grabbed the girl's dress and tore it to pieces in the corridor full of students. What a witch! Later, after school, she and her minions surrounded me on the playground and started throwing balls at me. "Dodge this, moron! You think you can come into my life and take away everything from me? Including my mom? In your dreams, jerk!" That was it. I grabbed a ball and threw it right in her face. She fell to the ground on her butt. "I have no interest in what's yours, Maria, but I'll rightfully take what belongs to me. And don't you dare think for a second that I'm weak." I picked up my things and went back home, but I knew trouble was coming. A few days later, I was called to the principal's office, and she said I was being suspended for bullying. What? I didn't do anything. I don't even know anyone here yet. Why would I bully anyone? And that's when Maria came into her office looking like a mummy. "I'm the one that you bullied and then hit brutally." What the heck? She was such a drama queen. I tried to explain the situation to the principal, but she didn't listen to what I said. I stormed out of there in anger and went back home. But then suddenly a maid came running to me, saying Mom was back and she wanted to see me in her room. I went upstairs, but there was no one. And then I saw her cupboard open and jewels scattered on the floor. I quickly went ahead to pick them up when suddenly Maria and Granny barged into the room along with Mom. "I knew it. You're no more than a low-life thief who wants to steal all our riches. Now you're gonna serve in jail, Anna." "What? Are you crazy? I was just picking them up." "To steal them and then sell them. We know who you are, and we also know that you're not my granddaughter." With that, Granny took out some piece of paper and shoved it in my face. "It's a DNA test that proves you're not my granddaughter. So none of your lies are going to work now, liar." What? That had to be fake. But then I looked at Mom, and that look on her face, she was falling for Grandma's lie. And just then, Granny called my fake psycho mom into the room to testify against me too. Yes, she's my daughter. She has a habit of stealing and running away from home, and she keeps having these hallucinations. OMG, how can you even say that? And for what? Money? You're disgusting. Yeah, that's how she acts up all the time. But I have the nurses with me, and we're gonna take her away, don't you worry. What? No! Mom, please, don't listen to any of them. They are all lying. I wasn't stealing, and I am your daughter. I even have the proof. I ran to my room to get the actual DNA tests and showed them to Mom. She looked super confused, but just as those nurses were about to take me, she stepped forward. "No, that's enough. Don't touch my daughter. Get your filthy hands off her." "But Mom, she hit me and broke my hand." "Yeah, liar. The same hand with which I saw you eating like a pig in the kitchen." Mom looked raging mad. She asked everyone to leave and took me back to my room. "Mom, I swear." "It's okay. You don't need to tell me anything. Just sleep for now." She put me to sleep and went away. But soon after, Granny came into my room with my fake mother. "You're so evil. Why did you lie to her?" "Because I want to get rid of you like I did 14 years ago." "But why?" "Because you were her love child. If word had gotten out, it would have ruined her reputation. I had to protect her." "So you gave me away? Your own grandchild?" "Grandchild? You're just a filthy rat." "Enough. I can't believe you do that, Mom. How could you?" But I did it for..." "No, stop lying. Stop saying that you do things for me. You kept my own child away from me for all these years and let me think that she was dead? You're mean and evil, and you do everything for your own sake, Mom. Just get out. Get out of my house right now." Mom threw Grandma out of the house and gave my fake mom away to the police for lying and keeping me away from my mother all those years. "Oh, honey, are you okay?" I'm fine, Mom, and I'm so glad you believe me." "Of course, honey. I lost you once, and I can't let that happen again. And I'm sorry you had to go through all that, but I promise I'll make it up to you. And I will always love you." "I love you too, Mom." Hi, I'm Celine from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. My parents had me right after high school, by accident. But my dad told my mom that he loved her more than anything and was excited to start a family with her. I was born with mom's lovely red hair and green eyes.
Aw, honey, she's beautiful. Just like you. My perfect little family.
But things started going downhill really soon. Mom stayed with me at home, and Dad just wasn't earning enough to afford everything we needed. And that made them fight a lot. Once when I was 5, Dad and I went to go buy some burger buns from the supermarket, and he started ripping open each package, taking one out, and tossing it aside.
Sir? What are you doing? All these packets have 4 buns, and I'm a family of 3. What about people like me, huh? Why should we pay for the extra bun? So I'm taking one out, 'cause I only want 3 buns. I'm sorry, but you can't do that, sir. Oh, yes, I can. You can't make me pay for something I don't want.
Dad flung it at the storekeeper's face and started running away. He was caught by security guards, and he punched one of them and spent the night in jail. And when he got back home, he packed up his bags to leave.
I love you, Celine, but this is just too much responsibility for me. I can't handle it. Goodbye, darling.
And just like that, he was gone. We had to leave our house and move into a trailer. Mom had to work for the first time ever, and she wasn't very good at it. She did odd jobs like cleaning and waitressing and got fired often, and she'd spend the next few days crying on the couch. It's okay, Mommy. Not everyone can be a good waitress. Pouring coffee is hard. I know, right? I really tried, but my manager said he wanted to give me an award for the worst waitress ever. This is your dad's fault. Growing up, I realized Mom was never gonna be a responsible adult. The only thing she took good care of was her skin. She'd mix some ingredients in her lotion and put it over herself daily. And on me too. She said looks were the most important thing for a girl. But I really wanted to excel at school and have a better life than Mom. In 10th grade, I also got a job as a dog walker for some rich people. But I told Mom only half of my salary so I could save the rest. One day while I was going to work, I saw a dog barking loudly as a man was forcing it to go with him. Wait, I knew that dog. Hey, you thief! Let him go right now!
Buzz off. It's my dog.
No, it's not. Timmy, come here, boy. The dog tried running towards me, but the man wouldn't let go. I grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it at him, and he yelled as he ran away. I immediately took the dog to its owner, a rich old lady named Mrs. Grant, who was already looking for him frantically, and I told her everything. Oh, how can I thank you? Come in, child. I'd like to get to know you. After asking me many questions, she said something really surprising. She wanted to send me to a great private school, all expenses covered. What? This was an offer I just couldn't refuse. But Mom didn't seem very excited. She should have just given you the cash for finding her dumb dog. You already go to school. I was too happy to argue with her. Going to a good school meant great opportunities for college. Mrs. Grant had me enrolled a week later, and I was so nervous as I walked into the building. Luckily, the school had a uniform, so no one would see my own worn-out clothes. But I noticed several people looking at me, and I had no idea why. Later that day in the cafeteria, a girl from my class waved at me. Celine, right? Come and join us. And I gotta say, girl, you are gorgeous. Yeah, your skin's flawless. I wasn't expecting such a nice welcome. The girl who'd waved me over was Jasmine, and she seemed really interested in me. So, tell me, Celine, where do you live? I was about to say in a trailer, but something made me stop. I just knew these girls wouldn't see me the same if I had said that. Oh, Cherry Tree Hill? OMG, that's such a posh neighborhood. What's your address? 251, Street 20. That street has the biggest mansions. That was Mrs. Grant's address, and I'd said it before I could stop myself. Now, I'd have to live with this stupid lie, but at least the girls looked impressed. A week later, we were in the library when Jasmine suddenly elbowed me. What do you think about Aiden, the football captain? I don't even know who that is. It's that guy in front of you, dummy, who can't take his eyes off of you. I looked up to see a really cute boy, and he did seem to be looking my way. I ignored Jasmine, but some moments later, a paper plane landed on my desk. I can read your mind, and yes, I'll go out with you. I burst out laughing at the cheesy line. Aiden took that as a sign to come over, and he seemed to be really nice. We started hanging out often, and soon enough, he asked me out. Life at school was going great. I was doing well in classes, I had friends, and a hot boyfriend. But one day, Jasmine and her friends were making plans for the mall when suddenly someone behind us spoke. "Hey, can I come too?" I turned around to see a girl with stained clothes and knotted hair. Ugh, go away, Miranda. Celine, this is the school loser who can't afford clean clothes. She can come with us if she wants to. Really? Excuse me? No, you can't. You're not sitting in my car. Just leave, Miranda. Her face turned red, and I felt really bad as she walked away. But later that day, I was just coming out of the bathroom when I bumped straight into someone. Miranda! Hey, sorry about that. You seemed nice earlier, and I wanted to be your friend. Most people aren't nice to me because of the way that I am. It's okay, Miranda. You don't have to be embarrassed around me. Can you keep a secret? Of course, anything. I'm poor just like you, so I know what you're going through. You're poor? Shh, yes. And yeah, we can be friends. Meet me outside school later. I ditched Jasmine and her gang and took Miranda home. On the way, we walked past Mrs. Grant's house, and I explained that she was paying for my school. When we got to the trailer, I gave her some clean clothes to change into, and then we had lunch together. I would have never guessed you lived here, Celine. Yeah, we don't have much, but I try to take care of myself. No reason your life has to suck just because you're poor. Soon after, Miranda thanked me for everything and left. But half an hour later, I got a call from Mrs. Grant, and she asked me to come over immediately. And when I got there, I was shocked to find a furious Mrs. Grant next to Miranda? What are you doing here?
Is this homeless person a friend of yours, Celine? I found her in our backyard with Timmy. If I hadn't caught her, she probably would have stolen him.
You told me about Timmy, and I just...
Told her what? Why are you showing strangers the way to my house, Celine? Did I make a mistake in trusting you?
No, of course not, Mrs. Grant. Believe me, Miranda is completely harmless. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. I took Miranda outside and then turned to her angrily. Are you insane? Why were you here? I just wanted to see Timmy because I like dogs. That's all. But you can't just walk into someone's house. I work for that lady, and she's the reason I go to a good school. She could easily take it all away from me, thanks to you. Miranda looked upset and ran off, and I didn't stop her. Gosh, she was crazy. Maybe I'd made a mistake letting her into my life. The next day at school, I just wanted to avoid her. But later, as I was sitting with my friends on the bleachers, Miranda suddenly appeared and sat next to me. Listen, Celine, I'm really sorry about yesterday.
What happened yesterday, garbage girl? Celine, what's she talking about?
Oh my God, was Miranda about to give away all my secrets?
How would I know? She's a total nutcase.
No, wait, I know you're mad at me, but aren't we friends? You said,
in your dreams, weirdo.
I got up to leave, but suddenly Miranda took my arm. And without really thinking, I threw my glass of juice at her face. She stood there stunned. But just then, Jasmine and the rest stared at her. Your clothes looked cleaner today. Now you look like your usual self again. Miranda burst into tears and ran off. And I felt horrible. What had I just done? I looked for Miranda everywhere the next day, but I couldn't find her. As I was walking down the hallway, I suddenly spotted Aiden clearing out his locker. Hey, Aiden, is everything okay?
No, nothing is okay. You bullied my sister.
Wait, who? Miranda? She's your sister?
Yeah, and I know she's a mess, but I'm supposed to take care of her. I just didn't know I had to protect her from you.
Aiden, please tell me where she is so I can apologize.
She's refused to ever come back to the school because of jerks like you, and I'll be transferring wherever she goes. And I can't even look at you, Celine.
As I watched him leave, I'd never felt worse in my life. Miranda had just wanted to be my friend, and I'd become a bully because I was afraid people would find out I was poor. The next day at school, Jasmine caught up with me in the corridor. Celine, did you know Aiden and Miranda were siblings? I just found out, and they both left. What happened? What happened is that we bullied that poor girl, and she doesn't want to be here anymore, and neither does Aiden. Oh, come on, we were just having fun. And who would have thought Aiden is poor too?
He sure did a good job of hiding it. Well, I'm glad those broke losers are gone.
And suddenly, I just lost it. You want to know something, Jasmine? I'm poor too. Yeah, there's no fancy mansion. I live in a small trailer.
Ew!
A trailer? Yeah, and I don't know why I let anyone make me feel ashamed of it. If you only treat people with respect based on how rich they are, I don't want anything to do with you. As if I want anything to do with you now, trailer girl. I just pushed her aside and walked off. Telling the truth was actually a relief. I lost my friends in a day, but I didn't care. I begged the principal to give me Miranda's address so I could go see her. But when I got there, I was shocked. This wasn't some poor person's house. I rang the bell, and the person who answered the door said that the previous family had put the house on sale and moved to another city. I walked away feeling low and confused. Why was Miranda like that if she wasn't poor? For the next few months, I just kept my head down and focused on studying. But one day, I was sitting in the classroom when I heard Jasmine making fun of another girl. What's wrong with your skin, girl? It's peeling off like snakes. I've tried everything. I don't know why it's happening. Hey, try this. It's awesome. I use it all the time. And with that, I took out a bottle of Mom's lotion mixture I always had with me. Ew, don't. Who knows what kind of products poor people use? Shut up, Jasmine. I'll try it. Celine's skin is amazing. And just a week later, the girl reported that her skin had never been better. After that, everyone wanted to try the lotion, and they were willing to pay for it. I told Mom, and it got her excited too. With the savings I had, I bought all the stuff we needed, and soon, we were making good money just by selling the lotion to girls in my school. Eventually, I set up a website and started selling it online, and it was such a hit. By the time I graduated high school, we were making enough to move out of the trailer and into an apartment. I got into university in another city, but I kept my business running with Mom and a few employees. But sometime later, I started getting complaints from customers that their orders weren't getting delivered. I went back home that weekend to see what was going on, and I found the apartment in a huge mess, and Mom was snoring on the couch. Mom, how can you live like this? This place looks like a garbage dump, and I'm getting so many complaints about orders. Can you please relax? So what if some orders are delayed? I was tired this week, and I'll clean the mess. No, you won't. When have you ever done that before? All our lives, I've been cleaning up your mess, and I'm done. You're on your own, and I'll handle the business too. You're cutting me out of it? It's my product. But it's my money and hard work. Don't worry, I'll keep sending you your share. I just won't be coming back to live with you. And I left. I graduated university with honors, and my company kept growing. I was living the life I'd always wanted, but something kept bothering me all this time. I really wanted to meet Miranda. I hired a private investigator to track her down, and finally I found out where she lived. When I arrived at her doorstep, Miranda opened the door, but I barely recognized her. She looked so much better now. Celine, is that really you? Yeah, it's me. Can I please come in? We started talking, and I told her how I'd been wanting to apologize for years. I'm so sorry about what I did, Miranda. The day after you left, I told everyone the truth about me. I didn't want to be some fake person anymore. I get why you were mad at me. You were trying to make a better life, and I was just good at messing everything up. I wasn't poor like everyone thought, Celine. My mom had passed away, and I was just having a really hard time dealing with it. But you helped me realize too that I had to get my act together, and I got help. We hugged it out, and I felt a weight lifted off me. I knew Miranda would be okay. As I was leaving, suddenly someone called out, "Celine, wait." I turned around to see Aiden. I heard everything you said to Miranda. Thank you. I could tell you meant it. Every word. So, how long are you in town for? I'm leaving tomorrow. Maybe we could catch up over dinner? I think I'd really like that.
What's up? I'm Wyatt, and my parents adopted me from a poor farm in Sri Lanka. And now, living a millionaire life because of my politician parents. Well, I'm not a fan of rich life, but shh, don't tell my parents I said that. I mean, I'm grateful for what they've given me, but rich people always boss people around for the craziest things.
I asked for a gold-plated toilet seat, not this regular one. What? Are you stupid?
Mom, who cares? It's just a toilet seat. No one's going to rate our bathroom on the luxury loo leaderboard. So I spent all my free time jamming on a guitar with my best buddy in the whole world, Kevin. Time for the next gig, you in? I met Kevin at a local band tryout, and we've been close ever since. We got in the band and started playing local charities. It felt so awesome to bring so many people joy. One day we were playing at the local soup kitchen, and I heard a commotion. A bully was cornering one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever seen.
I found twigs in the soup you made. I want my money back.
It's free, and I saw you put those in there.
I was about to step in when the girl poured soup all over the bully's head. Security came and threw her out. I ran outside to tell her how cool she was, but it was too late. She was gone. But when I got back to Kevin's, he had the biggest smirk on his face.
Do you remember that cute girl who souped that bully?
Duh. Well, her name's Gabby, and I asked her out. So she's kind of my girlfriend now. I felt like a giant rock had been stuck in my throat. But you guys, what was I supposed to do? There's a bro code. That's awesome, Kev. But as they started dating, I started to see less and less of Kevin. And whenever we did hang out, all he would ever talk about was Gabby.
You know Gabby supports her entire family. She has like 17 jobs.
Wow. And the next day, my parents had a huge surprise waiting for me. There was a pretty girl twirling in my kitchen. She batted her eyelashes in slow motion. Honestly, it was a little ridiculous.
Hello, I'm Olivia.
I'm Wyatt, and why are you here?
Well, son, it's your 18th birthday, and your present is Olivia. She's gonna be your wife.
My what?
Did you really think we'd leave your matchmaking up to fate?
But
Your mother and I were in an arranged marriage. Look how happy we are.
I was definitely not convinced.
Olivia's living with us until the wedding. You'll have plenty of time to get to know her.
I tried it first for my parents' sake, but everything about Olivia rubbed me the wrong way. Every time she opened her mouth, I felt like some brain cells had died. One time, we went on her family's yacht for a week and sailed past the farm where I was born.
Ew, I could never be that poor. How sad and pathetic.
That really made me want to throw her overboard. Wyatt, remember, you're a gentleman. I needed out of this. A life with Olivia would be a life tied to the very type of person I hated most. So, I decided to run away. As I was climbing out of my window, Kevin pulled up to my house.
How could I forget? We were supposed to practice together. Bro, what are you doing?
My parents want me to marry this total snozberry. I'm running away.
What? Wyatt, you can't give your life up.
I don't have any other choice. I couldn't bring myself to say no to my parents or break their hearts. So, it's either run away or marry her. Besides, it's not like I have any other romantic leads. But then Kevin looked at me with this sparkle in his eye.
What if you hired a fake fiancé and told your parents you're already getting married?
I burst out laughing. Yeah, right. Would anyone actually be interested? I mean, it's a little pathetic.
Gabby could do it.
You mean your girlfriend?
Yeah, she's desperate for money. Let me ask.
And then he started texting her. Wait, Kevin, isn't that weird? She's your girlfriend.
She said she's in. And who cares, dude? It's just pretending. Besides, I trust you more than anyone.
I mean, it's not like I really had any other options. Luckily, my parents went on a business trip, so at least that bought me some time. The next day, I met up with Gabby and got up to pull her chair out, but she kicked it back in.
One thing straight. This is just a job.
Jeez, I was just trying to be polite.
I love Kevin.
So do I. But don't you feel weird that he's passing you off to me like you're some loaner car?
I would advise you to shut your face hole before I shut it for you.
Well, you better get an attitude transplant if you're gonna be a convincing fiancé. Otherwise, this won't work. She looked at me with this mischievous smirk.
You don't have to question my believability. Trust me.
The next day, I invited Gabby to my school's potluck. I went to the bathroom for 2 seconds, and when I came back, I saw Gabby had entered the green chili eating contest. As Gabby shoveled chilies down her throat, she glared at me with cold hatred. And then, to my shock, she told everyone,
My fiancé holds the green chili eating world record.
Before I knew it, tears were streaming from our eyes as we ate chili after chili. Remind me to bathe in milk later. After Gabby won, I dragged her away from everyone.
What are you doing?
Just having some fun with my fiancé.
I'm gonna be in the bathroom for a week straight now because of you. But if that's what you want, I'll give it to you and eat until you're happy.
No, stop!
Suddenly, Olivia appeared out of nowhere.
Wow, Wyatt, that is pretty impressive. My parents love spicy food. They're going to be so happy when they find out you can handle it.
And then she kissed me on the cheek and ran off. I wanted to flip a table.
What was that about?
Ugh, you need to start playing by my rules, Gabby, or you can kiss your money goodbye.
I do one thing you don't like and this is how you act? You're exactly who I thought you were. You're a rich, arrogant jerk.
I walked outside to blow off steam, literally. But I realized I got why she thought I was that way. I mean, rich people, they're the worst. I had to show her that I wasn't like that. I went back inside, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. I started to get worried, so I called Kevin.
Did you seriously lose my girlfriend, dude? I'm on my way.
Then I heard someone crying in the girls' bathroom. I took a chance. Gabby? It's Wyatt. I wanted to apologize. She unlocked the door, but when she opened it, I was shocked to see Gabby was covered in Jell-O. What happened?
That girl who kissed you on the cheek threw a whole Jell-O cake in my face.
Olivia. So maybe she was starting to get the message. I was almost a little excited when...
I look like a sea monster.
Here, let me help. I washed Gabby's hair in the sink and gave her my sweatshirt so she'd have clean clothes.
Why are you being so nice to me?
Because this is all my fault. Olivia attacked you because of me. And then I told her everything about the arranged marriage and Olivia. I'm sorry, Gabby, for all of this. This was stupid.
No, it's not. I was wrong about you. Just give me one more chance. I'll be the perfect fake fiancé.
And then she hugged me so tight that my heart started beating fast. But just then, the door swung open and...
What do you think you're doing?
Kevin, it's not what it looks like.
Wait in the car, Gabby.
Kevin!
Now!
I didn't like the way he was talking to her. He was acting so... controlling. Kevin came for me, his nostrils literally flaring.
What gives, man? She's still my girlfriend.
Whoa, dude, relax. This was your idea. Gabby and I are just...
Stop, man. I see the way you look at her.
What? No! The bro code! I would never...
Whatever. Just finish this up ASAP.
I can't believe he was really gonna let a girl get between us after all we'd been through. The next day, I woke up and was surprised to see Gabby sitting at the edge of my bed.
I have a surprise for you.
Then she put a blindfold around me and put me in the driver's seat. I had no idea what was going on, but I've always been a sucker for surprises. And the next thing I knew, we were in the mountains. We climbed the whole thing, but what shocked me is that the longer we hiked, the more I actually started to love it. For the first time, I could drop everything, and I could just be me. We took a picture together at the top, and Gabby put her arms around me. I blushed so hard. Uh-oh. Maybe Kevin was right. Maybe I was starting to catch feelings for Gabby. And it was magical.
Doesn't this feel like a scene from a movie, Wyatt?
Yeah, these paths are just like finding a YouTube channel unexpectedly.
And you're just pulled to hit subscribe and like. You never know what stories you'll get next, but it's sure to make your day.
So, you're saying that our lives are a YouTube channel now?
Maybe. Because if it were, then people would subscribe to see if we soar or crash.
You heard it. Want to know what's next? So hit like and subscribe. And when I got home that night, Olivia was waiting for me.
You better be free tomorrow night.
Hello to you too.
My parents are coming for dinner to meet you. Our wedding's happening, Wyatt. Can you believe it?
I called Gabby immediately.
Why don't I just come to the dinner and they can see for themselves that you're taken?
Gosh, women are smart. If anything had a shot, it was that. The next day, Gabby arrived at my house. She looked incredible. You look beautiful.
Thanks. Too bad tonight's our last night doing this. It's actually been fun.
But before I could confess my true feelings, Kevin stepped out from behind her.
I thought you may need a little chaperoning to make sure you don't fail miserably, Wyatt.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. When we got inside, Olivia and her parents were already there. It was now or never.
I said for you to come.
Olivia, this is my best man, Kevin. This is Gabby, my fiancé. I wished I could bottle the look of disgust on Olivia's face for the rest of eternity. I was waiting for her to explode, but she simply said,
Okay then, prove it. Kiss her.
"What?"
If she's really your fiancé, it shouldn't be hard.
I looked at Kevin, who was fuming, but I had no other choice. Gabby gave me a nod of approval. I leaned in and kissed her, and the world seemed to stop. Crash! We broke the kiss and swirled around to see that Kevin had just smashed a vase and stormed off. Kevin, wait! What happened to the bro code? What was I supposed to do? You're the one who told me to do this. I never said to kiss her. Gabby is my girlfriend. You crossed a line.
Uh-huh. I knew you were lying.
Kevin and I both turned to see that Olivia, her parents, and Gabby had followed us and overheard everything.
Nice try, Wyatt. But I knew you'd never date low-life trash like Gabby. You're marrying me whether you like it or not.
Can you really blame him for wanting to leave? You've got the ugliest personality ever.
This was getting out of hand. They were literally pulling each other's hair. So I stepped in the middle of them. Girls! Gabby, stop! And she felt bad the way I screamed, so she dashed away. Things couldn't end like this between us, though. Her family was struggling, and I had to do what was right. So I followed her. Gabby, wait! Take this. I wrote her a check for $3 million.
Wyatt, you shouldn't have to do this. Any of this. Just be honest with your parents about Olivia. Maybe they'll understand.
She was right, but I was still afraid of disappointing my folks. Just take the money. Now you can take care of your family.
What?
But she just stared at me blankly. That's why you took the job.
No, I took the job for Kevin. I agreed to do it and give the money to his sick mom.
What? But Kevin's mom isn't sick. Last week she ran the marathon. Just then, we saw Kevin with Olivia, of all people, showing her my cars like they were his own. He even had his arm around her. Kevin, you lied to us? All this time, you wanted my money for yourself. Kevin turned around with an evil look in his eyes. You don't even do anything with it. I deserve to have a little. Come on, Gabby, let's go.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You lied to me too. We're over.
Are you happy now, Wyatt? You've ruined my life! Don't be so dramatic, Kevin. Consider our friendship over! And then he got in his car, actually my car, and rode off. I didn't even care. He was never a true friend to begin with if he was only after my money. Gabby called a cab, but there was really nothing to say except, I'm sorry for how this all turned out.
Me too.
I wanted to kiss her so badly, but before I even got the chance, Olivia had a tentacle around me. I guess that was that. My parents came back and I went along with wedding planning, but I felt like a total ghost. I droned out Olivia's nonstop talking with thoughts of Gabby. I should have told her how I felt. I even texted her on the day of the wedding, telling her that it was happening. Maybe in hopes she'd want to pull a big romantic gesture. But when the time came and Olivia was walking down the aisle, Gabby was nowhere to be found. The priest started officiating when I heard a familiar voice call out, "Stop the wedding!" Everyone turned and gasped. To my shock, it was Kevin. Kevin, what are you doing here? Olivia, I love you. Let's run away from here. You want me to confess it in front of the whole world? So here I am. What? But then Olivia ran over to Kevin and started kissing him. I guess there was a lot more to that casual arm around her that night at dinner.
The wedding's off!
As they ran away together, I couldn't help but laugh. And then I was in for the shock of the century when my parents came up to me.
Son, I'm sorry we forced this upon you.
We never should have. We were wrong. Olivia is clearly not good enough for you.
We made a mistake with her and just want you to be happy. From now on, we've agreed. You choose who you love.
And they hugged me tightly and went to the guests. What just happened?
It looks like someone just got their happily ever after.
I turned around, shocked, to see the priest removed his beard and hat. It was Gabby!
You seriously thought I'd miss watching this train wreck?
Gabby! I'm so sorry. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but although we were just pretending, I actually fell in love with you.
I know, silly. Why else do you think I'm here? I feel the same way.
How did I have no idea that was you?
I told you not to doubt my believability.
I laughed and grabbed her in my arms. What do you say? Should we make this a happy ending?
I thought you'd never ask.
Hi, I'm Marin from Vermont, and my parents are a couple of lunatics who hid a secret from me that rocked my world. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I guess you can say I'm the grumpy oddball of the family. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom's a life coach, and they have permanent smiles plastered on their faces. Before I was born, they made millions and became famous selling books that taught people how to be happy. When I was a kid, they insisted on driving me to school, where they'd always make a big scene.
Give Daddy a hug, sweetie.
Give Mommy a kiss.
And don't forget Mr. Stuffy and your magic hat.
It was nice when I was 5, but now I'm 16 and they're still doing it. Every day they'd find new ways to embarrass me. They'd burst into song in the middle of the grocery store. They'd insist we dress like triplets every time we went out. And they'd show up at school in cheerleading outfits before every big test. You can do it, honey. Yes, you can.
Go, Marin!
My parents and I couldn't be more opposite. I failed to inherit their cheery disposition or their good looks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that my parents are gorgeous. People are always staring at them and stopping them in the street to pay them compliments. But no one ever noticed me. My parents tried to share their spotlight with me by dragging me to their photo shoots and TV interviews, but it always ended up a disaster. I was not photogenic. Then one time, they decided to do a photo shoot in Disneyland, and the place was just getting on my nerves. All the workers there and the Disney characters kept waving and smiling like they were infected with happiness, just like my parents. And then a woman dressed as Cinderella's fairy godmother came to me with a big smile.
So, sweetie, how do you like being at the happiest place on earth? Bippity-boppity-boo!
And something inside me just snapped. What is wrong with you? You're a middle-aged woman whose job it is to dress up as a fictional character in a dumb costume, and you're smiling like a psycho. What are you so happy about? Then I grabbed her wand, snapped it in half, and threw it in her face. Okay, I know that wasn't my best moment. I apologized to her a lot and gave her a really big tip, but someone had made a video of me, and it was making the social media rounds. For the first time, my parents didn't look too happy with me. I thought they'd ground me, which was totally understandable, but after a day of silent treatment, they burst into my room, hugged me, and took me out for ice cream. I learned to accept that my parents were just not normal, and we were poles apart. But then one day, I came home from school, and they told me something that changed my life. Honey, we think it's time you knew the truth.
You're adopted.
Dad's words echoed in my ears. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced, and so did my emotions. First, I was in denial. No way. I got so mad I threw a chair. Then, I tried to convince my parents to come to their senses. Haha, funny joke. Now take it back. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Suddenly, I started crying like a baby. It took a while for my parents to calm me down, but I was finally able to hear them out. They told me they'd adopted me when I was 2 years old, and the craziest thing was that I had a sister. Why tell me now? We received a letter from your sister. She saw us on TV.
Up until now, we didn't know she existed. She's been in foster care her whole life, but she showed her records and she's been adopted from the same orphanage we got you from.
The more I thought about being adopted, the more it made sense. This is why I didn't have my parents' genes. They weren't my parents. Your sister wants to meet you.
She'd like to visit, but the choice is yours if you want to see her.
My parents gave me my sister's contact information, and I looked her up online. Her name was Francesca, and she was 2 years older than me, and she looked a lot like me, but somehow 10 times better. She was of her cheerleading team, voted most likely to succeed, and wore the most stylish clothes. I sent her a DM on Insta, and she responded a half a second later. Surprisingly, we had a lot in common. We both loved rom-coms and mint chocolate chip ice cream, and we both hated zombies. Maybe having a sister wouldn't be so bad. Francesca and I made plans to see each other the next weekend. The next morning at school, I told my BFF Ray the news. I showed Ray a picture of Francesca, and he couldn't stop staring. So I slapped his forehead.
Ow!
Earth to Ray.
Sorry, it's just I can't believe you have a sister.
You mean a pretty sister, right? I guess she got the pretty gene from our birth parents.
You're just as pretty as she is. In fact, you look 10 times better.
Yeah, right.
No, it's true. You're a goddess and I love you.
What?
I said I love plastic spoons. Hey, look, that lunch lady has a bunch. I should go talk to her. Bye.
Ray was a little strange, but that's what I liked about him. We met in 5th grade. Ray brought a snake into the classroom for show and tell. It got loose, and everyone freaked out. But I grabbed the snake by its tail and tossed it into its cage.
Wow, you're incredible.
We've been besties ever since. My parents were excited about Francesca's visit, but they were busy the day she was arriving, so Ray and I volunteered to pick her up from the airport. The moment Francesca stepped off the plane, I had a feeling I was in for trouble. She was beautiful in her pictures, but in person, she looked like a movie star. A bunch of boys jumped over themselves to carry her bags. It's so nice to meet you, Marin. I can't believe how friendly everyone is. Then this old lady bumped into me and started yelling, "Move, girl!" Sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to stand in your way. The mean lady looked at Francesca and instantly smiled. Aren't you a sweetheart? You, on the other hand, could learn some manners and comb your hair. You look like a peacock. What the heck? And to make matters worse, Francesca kept fawning all over Ray on the way back home. OMG, Ray, your muscles are huge. Do you work out?
A little.
Ray was practically a toothpick. What was she talking about? I don't know why, but when Ray smiled at Francesca, it made my blood boil. When we got back to my house, I barely had a chance to introduce Francesca to my parents before she ran up and hugged them. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is it okay if I call you that? How about no? Don't be rude, Marin. She's our guest. That whole night, my parents and Ray couldn't get enough of Francesca. Francesca had apparently read all my parents' books and could even quote them by heart. She laughed at Dad's stupid jokes, sang show tunes with Mom, and geeked out when Ray showed her his comic book collection. She even volunteered to cook and made the most amazing 5-course meal. You are just wonderful.
Extraordinary. Unbelievable.
I'm not saying I was jealous, but come on! Francesca made herself right at home. My parents gave her a room down the hall from me, and that night, I felt so relieved that the day was over. But just as I turned out the lights to sleep, I saw Francesca in my doorway staring at me with a creepy smile. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to say goodnight. Okay, thanks. Well, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite. It can get pretty bad if they do. You could get an infection or have an allergic reaction. I've even heard that a bug bite can drive you insane. Oh my god, is that a bug on your pillow? Huh? I was so scared I hopped out of bed. Francesca turned on the light and glided over like she was Wonder Woman. Oh, my bad. False alarm. It's just a piece of lint. Sweet dreams. Francesca skipped out of my room with that stupid smile on her face. Thanks to her, I didn't sleep at all that night because I kept dreaming of creepy bed bugs. 48 hours later, I was so relieved because Francesca's visit was almost over. But when I came downstairs for breakfast, I found my parents and Francesca giggling with excitement.
Guess what, sweetie? Francesca's decided to stay for another week.
Oh god, I couldn't take much more of Francesca. She was ruining my life. I swear my parents liked her more than me, and so did Ray. That's not a good idea. Don't you need to go back home? You have school tomorrow. You'll miss all your classes. You could fail a test. You could flunk school. The decision could destroy your life. Don't worry, Marin. I'm actually going to stay so I can check out your high school tomorrow. Francesca and my parents were so excited about the possibility of us going to the same school. I tried to keep my frustration to myself, so I avoided them the best I could. I made up some excuse that I wasn't feeling well. I locked myself in my room and watched MSA videos to cheer myself up. The next day at school was as bad as I'd imagined. The moment everyone saw Francesca, they fell head over heels in love. Even the popular kids ran up to me asking me about her.
Hey, Mavis, does your sister have a boyfriend?
My name is Marin, and I don't know. Can you give Francesca this invitation to my party? What about me? Sorry, cool kids only. Francesca may have been perfect, but there was one thing about her that was a little weird. Every time anyone asked her about her foster parents, parents, she'd tell a different story. Once, my parents asked to speak with them. Oh, they can't be reached. They're marine biologists and they're in the middle of the ocean studying whales. A few hours later, I overheard her talking to the principal. My foster parents can't answer any calls. They work for the government and they're on an undercover mission. It's a matter of national security. She even told the popular kids that her foster parents were in a heavy metal band on tour in Thailand. I don't trust Francesca. She's a liar and I think she's up to something.
Not Francesca. She's the nicest, sweetest, and kindest person I've ever met.
That's what she wants you to believe. She's got everyone under her spell. You have to help me expose her.
Well, of course I'll help you. I adore you and I would do anything for you.
What?
I said I love helping my friends. We should spy on her like in those spy movies.
She's smart. What if she catches us?
Believe me, she won't.
Ray and I bought a bunch of spy equipment online, like binoculars, hidden cameras, listening devices, and these cool camouflage outfits so we could sneak around without being noticed. We spied on Francesca at school, when she went out for a run, and when she got groceries, but she didn't do anything weird. Till one day, we were spying on her while she was cooking, and we heard her on the phone speaking in a strange coded language. What?
Oh, I know. That's Pig Latin. You keep adding A to the end of each word or something like that. My parents have been talking like that since I was a kid.
Okay, so what is she saying?
I don't know. I've never been able to crack the code and figure out their secrets. Oh my god, do you think they're hiding something really big from me and—
Focus on my problems, Ray. Yours can wait. Then one day, I caught Francesca sneaking out of school. I followed her to the park across town, where she met this shady couple. I hid in the bushes and used my spy equipment to listen to their conversation. What's the holdup, Francesca? I've changed my mind.
You can't back out now, we had a deal. You break into their safe, steal their money, and then you're free. You'll get your share, then you can go to that fancy college you're always yapping about.
I said no, I won't do it. The mean woman grabbed Francesca's arm. You don't have a choice. We could always tell them about your past. You think those rich people will love you after they find out you're a thief? Suddenly, my allergies started to kick in, and I sneezed really loud. Francesca and the shady couple looked in my direction. I panicked. Then I saw a bird on a tree, which gave me an idea. Okay, my bird impression was a little lame, but I had to do something. What the heck was that?
Sounded like a bird dying, but forget about that. You're out of time, Francine. We'll make our move tonight.
The shady couple got into the car and drove away. Once they were out of sight, I jumped out of the bushes and confronted Francesca. No, Francine. Geez, this is getting confusing. I'm just gonna call her Francesca, okay? Like I said, I jumped out of the bushes. I knew you were up to no good, you thief. I heard everything. You're going down. Suddenly, Francesca burst into tears, and man, did she look ugly. Her eyes got puffy, snot ran down her nose, and her face looked like a newborn's wrinkly butt. I'd never seen anyone look like a hideous troll when they cried. Can you please give me one chance to explain? Yes, anything that stops you from crying. Francesca told me all about her awful childhood with her cunning foster parents, who always made her part of their schemes. I've been waiting to turn 18 to get away from them. Then one day, they showed me you and your parents on TV and told me you were my biological sister. They said if I stole money from you, they'd give me my share and I could go to my dream college. I just wanted out really badly, so I agreed. But soon after I met you and your family, I knew that I couldn't go through with the plan. You're my sister, my only friend in the world, and I love you. Francesca hugged me tight and cried some more. I hadn't thought of her as a friend before, and she was getting snot all over my shirt, but it was okay. I started to realize how silly I was for being jealous of her. I was the lucky one. Even though my parents were annoying, there was no doubt that they loved me. That night, Francesca and I told my parents everything. They told the police, and Francesca's foster parents were arrested the next day. I asked my parents if Francesca could live with us, and they said yes. After that, Francesca moved in for good, and we became a happy family. One day, I was hanging out at the pool with Francesca and Ray. Hey sis, I've got one question. Why did you say your name was Francesca? I wanted something fancy. Francine was too plain. Now it's my turn to ask one. When are you gonna admit that you're in love with Ray? I spat out my juice. I'm what now? You heard me. And he's always looking at you like an infatuated cow.
I am not, and that doesn't even make any sense. I'm as thin as a toothpick.
Jeez. Just shut up, admit it already, and work it out, losers. And with that, she pushed us into the pool and ran off cackling. Maybe it wasn't gonna be so fun to have a sister after all. Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic.
Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die?
I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault. No, honey, we were having problems for a while. Don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seems like nothing was working. Until one day, she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream, I will do anything in my power to help you.
You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud.
At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie.
This is so stupid.
Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too.
Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies?
Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic. Or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream, while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different, and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult, less than 20 women landed it in competition ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover. I won't be able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore. I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away. But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse. I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Louis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes. And for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Louis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Louis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face, but when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Louis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Louis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I could pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Louis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Louis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries, but just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So, he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Louis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude, you got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that, or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up, but I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Louis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow. Crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Louis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Louis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late.
What? Oh my god, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone's broken.
We don't have time for that. Hurry up or you'll miss the competition.
I quickly got dressed and left with Louis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Louis got out of the car and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who?
What?
That. I looked where Louis was pointing, and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off, and others were waiting for customers on the ground.
Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Louis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Louis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully, and the crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Louis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Louis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend. Actually, Dad...
Louis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you. You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Louis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life.
My 7th birthday is one I'll never forget. My parents threw me a huge party, and everyone from school and the neighborhood was invited. I was about to become really popular. Turns out, I did become popular, but not in a good way. Just as I was about to blow out the candles on my cake, Mom suddenly turned to Dad and started screaming at him. Mom yelled, "I saw where you were looking! You better keep your eyes to yourself!" My dad started screaming back that she was a psycho. But before he could say anything else, Mom had dug her hand into my cake, grabbed a fistful, and shoved it in his face. Everyone stood looking at the two of them in stunned silence, while I started sobbing. The worst was yet to come. One day, when I was in 6th grade, my best friend Melissa and I were watching a movie in my room when I heard something break, followed by shouting. We both ran down and saw a broken jug on the floor, and Mom and Dad were yelling at each other while Melissa's mom stood in a corner, looking absolutely horrified. Mom was screaming at Dad that he was flirting with Melissa's mom while Dad was, as usual, denying it. Her mom pulled Melissa by the arm and said angrily, "Your friend's parents are lunatics! You're never coming here again!" Melissa turned away from me in disgust.
Yeah, I don't think we're friends anymore.
I ran after them, crying and saying sorry, but they got in their car and drove off. That was my life growing up. One evening, when I was in the 7th grade, I could hear Dad and Mom shouting again. I just had enough. I was going to tell them that I was moving to my aunt's place. When I got closer to their room, I saw that Dad was throwing his clothes and stuff into a suitcase, while Mom was crying and begging him to stay. "What's going on?" I asked in a shaky voice. "This was the last straw," Dad shouted. "This mad woman made me lose my job today." As Mom sobbed loudly in a corner, Dad furiously explained that Mom had turned up at his office and accused him of having an affair with the new intern. During a meeting in front of the entire board of directors, the intern was the CEO's daughter. She has ruined my life. I'm sorry, but I can't stay here anymore. Not even for you. Dad gave me a quick hug, and with that, he was out the door. He would occasionally call me to check up on me and would send us money, but he refused to come anywhere near my mom. I was so angry that I was left to deal with her craziness all by myself. 6 months later, he sent her divorce papers, and she completely lost it. Mom shouted, "I knew he was cheating on me and didn't love me or even you. Your dad is abandoning you for another woman. What a horrible father." Some days, I just hated her. Suddenly, she became obsessed with my grades and kept telling me that I had to focus on my education because I couldn't rely on a man for anything. Funny, because she wouldn't even get a job and just lived off of the alimony she was getting from the divorce. She would spend most of the money on silly dresses and shoes, trying to look 10 years younger, and went out to clubs with her friends every other night. She started dating this guy, Ron, who I didn't like instantly. He was fat and had yellow teeth and chewed his food so loudly it gave me a headache. I didn't know what Mom saw in him, but she seemed happier at least. One night, the doorbell rang. I went to check and was horrified to see Ron with 8 children trailing behind him. He looked at me with a weird expression and said, "Are you Edna's daughter?" I called Mom to the door. As soon as Ron saw her, he got onto one knee and said, "My dear darling Edna, marry me. I've given up everyone and everything for you. Now I and my 8 children are all yours. In fact, we can make more beautiful babies together, unlike this one here." Mom lost her mind. "Get off my property!" she yelled. Ron tried to convince her to let him stay. Apparently, his wife had kicked him out. After 5 hours, she finally managed to make him leave after threatening to call the cops on him. After that, she just stopped going out and ended up a depressed couch potato. She would sit in front of the TV all day eating junk and watching stupid soap operas. I would come home from school to find her sleeping on the sofa with food all over her sweatshirt and the whole house in a mess. She'd gained a lot of weight and always looked like she hadn't showered for days. I was so tired of being the adult in the house and cleaning up the mess. On top of that, she threw tantrums anytime I tried to go out and do something fun. One night, as I was getting ready to go out and admiring myself in the mirror, I suddenly felt something hit me in the back of the head. "You're not going out half naked, Missy. Put this on." I picked it up to see that it was an ugly, oversized turtleneck sweater. I wouldn't be caught dead in that. I just tried to walk past her and get out of there as fast as I could. But she was in one of her crazy moods. She followed me all the way down the stairs, yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs. "You're such an attention seeker, Sarah. You think you'll find a nice boy dressed up like that? All boys are scumbags," Mom said. "Oh my God, Edna, you're just as crazy as ever. Leave her alone." Mom and I both turned around in shock to see who was standing in the open doorway. Dad! We hadn't seen him in 2 years. "Hey, Sarah, meet your new stepmom," Dad said, and he stepped aside to make way for the most gorgeous woman I'd ever seen. Right behind her was a girl, who I guessed was about 5 years younger than me. "This is my wife, Anna, and her daughter, Mallory," Dad said. "I got married 3 months after the divorce." Anna stepped forward and took my hands. "Hey, Sarah, aren't you so sweet? Just like your daddy. And what pretty hair you have. I guess your housekeeper took really good care of you." Anna turned to Mom and calmly said, "Now, can you show me to my room, please? And be a dear and bring in some of those bags." Mom threw a fit when she saw all the suitcases they'd brought. Dad told her that she could make arrangements for herself, or she was welcome to stay as long as she behaved herself. It was his house, and he was moving back in with his family. As they all walked in, Mallory dragged her bag right over my toe. "Ouch!" I cried out in pain. She looked back at me with an evil grin and walked off. Mallory wasn't at all as sweet as she looked, but mostly, I was actually quite happy to have someone other than my crazy mom in the house. Anna was a retired supermodel and had the best taste in clothes, and she let me borrow whatever I wanted. She was also an amazing chef and was always cooking up a storm in the kitchen. It was nice to eat something other than instant noodles for a change. Mallory was obviously pissed at me because she was always trying to mess things up. The day after they'd arrived, she snuck into my room and trashed all the gifts Anna had brought me. I was devastated. When I confronted her, she said, "Get lost. Get your own loser mom to buy you gifts." One evening, I heard Dad yelling my name, so I rushed downstairs. When I walked into his study, He turned to me furiously, asking me why I was stupid enough to have a chocolate milkshake at his desk, and then spilling it all over his papers. I could see Mallory grinning in a corner. I tried protesting and telling Dad it wasn't me, but he wouldn't hear a word against Mallory. Of course, the one person who was truly unhappy with the situation was Mom. She would never eat with us at the dinner table, but a few times I caught her sneaking into the kitchen late at night and shoving Anna's food in her face. She started working out and losing weight because she clearly couldn't stand how good Anna looked. And every other day, just as we were sitting down for dinner, she would come down all dressed up and say she was going out on a date. One day, she said Brad freaking Pitt had met her at a bar and asked her out. Mallory snickered. Brad Pitt? As if! Are you sure it wasn't Danny DeVito? Dad roared with laughter and called Mallory his funny little girl, while Mom stormed off in a huff. One night, Dad announced that we were all going out for dinner. Mom made a face and was about to walk out of the room, but Dad turned to her and said, "If you want to live here, you better start acting like you're part of this family. Go get dressed and come down in 20 minutes. Mom looked furious, but she had no choice. She was turning her nose up at everything and not talking to anyone. But as soon as her beef burger arrived, I could see her eyes going wide and her stomach growling. Without even waiting for anyone else's food to arrive, she started chomping down on her burger. Anna looked at her in disgust. "You eat like a cow!" She laughed. Dad and Mallory joined her. Anna's laughter died as a flying burger struck her in the middle of her chest, and she looked down at the ketchup and mustard stains on her white Gucci dress. She walked over to Mom and poured a large glass of soda over her head. Before anyone could stop them, the two were in a catfight. Mom was yelling crazy things like, "You stole him from me! I met him after the divorce, you psycho!" Anna yelled back. Someone had called the police, and they tried to pull them away from each other. Dad came down to the police station and bailed Anna out. We all decided that leaving Mom in there to cool off for a couple of days would be the best idea. We had a great family movie night in peace. I'd been wanting to ask my boyfriend Jake over to my place for ages, but of course, I never would with Mom around. When I told Anna about him, she was really excited to meet him and told me to invite him that night. Luckily, Mom was still behind bars, so it all worked out pretty well. Jake was an instant hit with everyone. Anna nudged me with her elbow and said, "I didn't think Sarah would be able to get someone as hot as you." And she winked at him. He turned completely red. Wait, was she flirting with him? And what the hell was Mallory doing putting food on his plate and looking at him with puppy dog eyes? I thought, feeling annoyed. Later in the evening, while we were watching a movie in my room, Mom suddenly barged in, grabbed the remote, and switched it off. I jumped up angrily. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Mom?" "Oh, you just wait and see. That boyfriend of yours is as good for nothing as the rest of them," she said excitedly as she shoved some photographs into my hand. I gasped in horror as I saw pictures of Jake with a gorgeous brunette in a cafe. There were more of them on his college campus, and then one of them going into his apartment with their arms linked. I stared at Jake in shock. "I keep telling you that you can't trust any boy. Here's the proof," Mom said, looking really pleased with herself. I was so angry I threw the pictures in Jake's face. "This is what you do behind my back? You two-timing piece of trash!" I yelled at him. He jumped up from the couch looking furious. "That is my sister. She goes to another college and was staying with me over the weekend. I am out of this madhouse." And with that, he stormed off. I'd had enough of this. "Mom, you're crazy and you're making everyone around you miserable. Dad never cheated on you and Jake would never cheat on me. Stop ruining our lives!" I screamed. I went over to Jake's apartment and cried and apologized for everything. He was super sweet and understanding and asked me to move in with him. I moved out as soon as I could, and life started looking up. Dad and Anna kept in touch occasionally, but I didn't hear a word from Mom. Later, I heard she'd gotten a job and had finally moved out of Dad's house. Well, good for her. I still wanted her to stay miles away from me. One evening, as Jake and I were planning to go on a dinner date, he handed me a bag with a lovely yellow dress in it. I tried it on and kissed Jake because it was just perfect. He laughed and said, "Well, actually, Anna helped me pick out the dress." I called her the next day to thank her. "I knew you love it," she said happily. "I remember you'd pick sunflowers at the park when you were a kid because you loved yellow so much." I froze. "Wait, what?" I mean your dad told me," Anna said, sounding a bit flustered now. "Anyway, gotta go." My mind was spinning when I hung up the phone. I headed to Dad's house. I went straight to Anna's room and started going through her closets and drawers. I came across an old photo album, and with my heart pounding, I opened it. I sat down on the bed in shock. The woman from the park was Anna! It all came rushing back to me now. I hadn't recognized her because it was such a long time ago, and she'd changed her hair color too. I was left with no doubts as I went through more pictures. The three of them together. Not only had my dad been cheating on Mom all these years, but Mallory was his daughter. She was my half-sister. I rushed to Mom's new address, and as soon as she opened the door, I gave her the biggest hug. I cried and told her that she had been right all along. She started crying too and said she just knew it, and she wasn't crazy like Dad had been saying all these years. I convinced Mom that we had to confront Dad and Anna about this, and we headed over to his place later that evening. As I stormed in, ready to scream at Dad, I saw him and Mallory sitting in the lounge looking really worried. Dad said Anna had dropped Mallory at his office in the afternoon, saying she had errands to run. But since then, she hadn't been answering her phone, and he had received a notification from the bank that a large withdrawal of money had been made today. Stunned, I called Jake. I knew he and Anna were on good terms, so maybe he knew something about her whereabouts. His phone was turned off. Oh, I didn't have a good feeling about this. I drove like a maniac to Jake's place and called out his name as soon as I entered. There was no one home. I walked into the bedroom to see that all his closets were empty and all his stuff was gone. Had Jake run away with Anna?
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
I stared down at my beautiful white gown and the giant rock on my finger. I couldn't believe I was marrying the most handsome man in the world. Then suddenly, the door burst open. I turned around to see my worst nightmare. Wait. Before we get into all this, let's circle back around to the beginning. I'm Jordan from California. Please like and subscribe to hear my story. I grew up with a single mom who was a high school teacher. We didn't have a lot of money, and my older sister Cass was always a huge brat about it.
My friend Becky got the newest iPhone at school, and I need it.
I'm sorry, sweetie, I can't afford it. And you just got a new phone 2 years ago.
2 years? Mom, do you know anything about phones? Jeez, your phone works fine, and no new camera is gonna fix that ugly personality. Ugh, this family sucks!
Mom always felt guilty that she couldn't provide us with the best things, so I never asked for anything expensive. But when I started 7th grade, I went through a crazy growth spurt. Mom took me shopping, but she kept looking worriedly at the price tags. Mom, I don't mind getting secondhand clothes. Oh, sweetie, no. We can make it work. Really, it's fine. I like thrifting anyway. Jordan, you're an angel. One day the universe will give you everything you ever wanted. Later that night, when Cass saw my clothes, her eyes popped out of her head. Wow, how could Mom afford all these nice brands for you? These are secondhand, genius. Ew, gross. You better not tell anyone at school. It'll completely ruin my reputation. You're committing social suicide, girl. Is something seriously screwed up in your brain? I'm not letting Mom go broke so you can impress people who don't even like you. One day in 9th grade, I was walking back home when I saw a girl going bonkers on a guy, hitting him with her purse and screaming while he tried resisting her blows. Can you please stop? Hey, ow! Listen to me, miss. I'm not a thief or a pervert. Ow! She smacked his head one last time and walked away, and the boy brushed himself off. Then suddenly, he caught me looking at him. I swear, I didn't do anything wrong. What happened? I'm an idiot. A pen fell out of her bag and I just wanted to return it. I kept calling her, but she didn't hear me because of her stupid headphones. Then I thought I'd just slip it into her bag, but that's when she noticed me and lost her mind. Anyway, you want it? We started talking, and it turned out his name was Zach, and he'd just moved into my neighborhood. And soon, we were hanging out almost every day. We had a ton in common, like our love for hiking and video games. Even Cass got along with him and sometimes joined in for movie nights. Once in 11th grade, the three of us were going to a party, and Cass came down in a cheerleader's outfit, and she wasn't even a cheerleader. Why are you wearing that? There's a new guy in my class who'll be at the party, and he's the most genuine person I've ever laid eyes on. It's time to introduce myself. So, you haven't even spoken to him yet? How do you know he's genuine? I wasn't talking about his personality, idiot. I was talking about the brands he wears. was not a single knockoff. And you know your girl can tell from a mile away. He's the real deal. Cass wasn't kidding about getting that guy's attention. He was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and somehow she thought it would be a good idea to enter the room doing a cartwheel. Except she didn't know how to do one and smacked straight into the glass door. Everyone gave her the weirdest looks, and Zach and I nearly died trying not to laugh as we carried her out of there. She fractured her arm and had to wear a cast for 2 months. A few weeks later, the town's power went out on a really hot day. Zach just got his driver's license and asked if I wanted to drive a few hours away to a beach for a swim. Of course, but I can't really ask my mom for money.
She works all the time, huh?
Yeah, she knows I want to go to med school, and I swear, my first paycheck is going to her.
You're so amazing and selfless, Jordan. That's why I love you.
Love me?
I mean, as a friend, obviously.
Right, of course.
Come on, let's go. I'll pay for gas and food. It'll be fun.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just like your company.
And that's kind of how it went from there. Zach's parents gave him a hefty allowance every week, and we started going out often, to the movies, theme parks, and even concerts. I wanted to get a job to pay for things too, but he insisted it was fine, and it was kind of nice having someone take care of me. I knew you were just like me, sis. You pretend to be better, but your little boyfriend spoils you rotten, and you love it. OMG, Zach is not my boyfriend. He just pays for my things sometimes. Oh, so you're a gold digger. I'm so proud of you. I'm not a gold digger. We're just friends. Oh, really? Is that why you talked him out of dating my friend Ashley? What? You know about that? Ashley heard you tell Zach that she was dumb and high maintenance, and he deserved better. Look, if you want him all to yourself, fine. But if you don't like him that way, then let him date someone else. It's not nice to lead people on. Oh, did the Tin Man suddenly grow a heart? Mind your own business. Ashley was dumb, and I had to protect Zach. He was too naive, and girls like her would totally take advantage of him. But I was only looking out for him as a friend. He wasn't exactly my type. I wanted to be a surgeon, and Zach wanted to teach high school social studies. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I'd seen my mom struggle a lot as a teacher. I didn't want that for my future. Besides, Zach and I were both fine with our relationship. We went to prom together as friends and had the best time ever. Soon college started, and Zach and I lived across campus from each other and met often. One day, I was studying in the library, and I needed a book from the top shelf, but the little step stool under me wobbled and brought down a pile of books with me. Just then, someone came to my side. It was Sean, the mysterious and most handsome guy in my class. He always sat in the back, but blew everyone out of the water on tests.
I think you may have dropped this, mon chéri.
Oh, thanks.
Come now, you're in my class, yes? Maybe we could be study partners?
Yeah. Sounds great. When I say Sean was amazing, this guy was amazing. He was brilliant and explained things to me in ways my professors never could. He brought me delicious French pastries and laughed at all my jokes, and let's be honest, I'm not that funny. His parents owned an airline company, and he was going to medical school only because he got bored one day and decided to apply. Everyone wanted to be around Sean, and for the first time in ever, I was popular by association. Only one person didn't like him.
He's a total jerk. You're blinded by his swoopy hair and fake accent. I saw him yelling at the teacher the other day for giving him an A instead of an A+.
Come on, don't be like that. He's sweet.
You can't be serious, Jordan.
Zach made it so obvious he couldn't stand Sean. Whenever we hung out together, he sat in a corner and sulked.
What is wrong with the little boy, eh?
Nothing. He's totally fine.
Then why is he crying in the corner like an injured duck? Walk, walk. Now waddle away and let me enjoy my beautiful view. Excuse me? Jordan, aren't you gonna say something?
Sean, come on, don't tease him. But Zach, maybe we'll just catch up later? Zach stormed off, and I felt kinda bad. But Sean started feeding me chocolate strawberries, and everything else left my mind. I hoped Zach would warm up to Sean soon, but he started acting crazy. On one of my dates, I spotted him wearing a stupid disguise and glaring at us from across the restaurant. Another time, he just happened to be at the movies where Sean and I were, and he took the seat between us. Zach fed me popcorn and wiped my face every time I drank soda, and I wanted to punch him. Then one day, Sean arranged a rugby match, and Zach said he wanted to join too. Are you crazy? Do you know how intense it gets?
You think I'm not strong enough or man enough, huh?
Yeah. They're gonna mash you like a boiled potato.
I can play it rough, Jordan. You don't need to worry about me.
And then he let out a weird war cry and jumped into the field. Oh man, this was gonna be painful to watch. And of course, he got injured within minutes, and I had to take him to the ER for stitches. We started drifting apart, and I missed him, but I was really busy with studies and Sean. After graduation, Sean asked me to marry him, and of course, I said yes. I couldn't believe how amazing my life was turning out. Mom threw a little engagement party for us, and Sean's parents even flew in from France. But when I went to introduce myself, I overheard them talking.
This place smells like poor people. I thought Sean said she was becoming a doctor. Don't eat anything here. They don't even have chefs. The girl's mom made everything herself.
I turned to leave, and of course, Zach was right behind me, and he'd heard everything.
Is this really the type of family you want to marry into?
I can't do this right now, Zach. I pushed past him and left. I was planning on confronting Sean about his parents' comments, but wedding planning took over. Cass was my wedding planner, and she was a nightmare to work with. But she did take care of all the arrangements just in time. On my wedding day, I felt anxious. I hadn't really forgotten what Sean's parents had said, or Zach's disappointed face. He'd stopped answering my calls soon after the engagement. Hey sis, what's wrong? You're marrying a freaking prince. Look a little happier. It's just that I am doing the right thing, right? Is this about Zach? I just thought he'd show up, is all. I bit back my nerves as the music started playing. Mom and Cass walked me down the aisle together, and I followed. Sean looked gorgeous standing up at the altar. He smiled at me, and I forced one back. But just as I started walking, the doors burst open. Zach was standing in the doorway with a freaking child who was crying at the top of his lungs and then came running to me with open arms.
Mommy, please! You said you were gonna get milk for pancakes. You said you'd make pancakes if I stopped pooping in the closet. And I did, Mommy, I did. Please come back. Don't leave me.
What the fudge? Everyone was staring at me, and Sean looked furious. I dragged Zach out the door. What do you think you're doing? What is this?
You have a child? With him? How could you keep this from me?
No. What? No, I don't. That's not my kid.
How can you say that? How could you just deny your own child and what we mean to each other?
Things turned chaotic after that.
I knew this girl was trash from the start. Humiliating us like this. How dare you? But I'm just glad we found out now and not years down the road.
Who are you calling trash, moron? No one speaks about my family like that. Sean, don't you believe me? And do you really have nothing to say to your parents?
I knew I was marrying below my station, but you were smart and pretty, and I thought you would learn our sophisticated ways. But this, I won't tolerate. I was clearly wrong about you.
I almost punched him, but he left with his parents on his tail. Mom and Cass were handling the guests, and I turned to Zach furiously. How could you do this to me? You just ruined my life. And who the heck is that child?
My nephew. And I just saved your life, Jordan. Those people are not you. You care about others. That's what I always loved about you. But you changed when you met that rich jerk.
It's none of your business. As my friend, you should be happy that I'm happy.
Like you were happy for me and Ashley, or me and Taylor, or me and any of my other girlfriends you convinced me weren't worth dating?
Look, that's different.
You just wanted me to take care of you while you kept your options open for someone better. Admit it.
You can't start blaming me right now, Zach. You've gone too far. I don't want to see you again, ever. Later that week, I found out Sean had flown back to France and was getting married to this girl his parents had wanted to set him up with. I couldn't believe he moved on so quickly. Cass tried to cheer me up with a junk food movie night, but it wasn't working. I just don't understand how Zach could sabotage me like that. He's supposed to be my best friend. Well, it pains me to break it to you, sis, but you haven't been a very good friend to Zach. What? He's the one who ruined my wedding. Remember? The guy has loved you for years, and you knew he did. But you led him on all throughout school. He had plenty of girls swooning over him, including me. Wait. You like Zach? Not anymore, but I had a crush on him at one point. Lots of girls did, but he only had eyes for you, and you threw him to the side as soon as someone better came along. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to lose him. Well, now you've lost him anyway. I knew Cass was right, and I felt so horrible for treating Zach the way I had, but I was still so angry at him. I just wanted to graduate and start fresh, away from all this drama. I finished my residency and became a neurosurgeon at a big hospital. I paid off my student loans and soon gave Mom a down payment to buy a cute flat. Cass got married to a rich guy who adored her and moved into a house close to mine. We saw each other every week, and life was good. Then one day, I was invited to give a lecture at a local university. I was so nervous and stopped by the coffee shop on campus. I had my face in my speech as I walked away with my drink and ran straight into someone spilling their smoothie all over them. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Wait, Zach?
Jordan, what are you doing here?
I'm a guest speaker at the medical school today. What are you doing here?
I'm a history professor here.
Wow, that's amazing. We sat down to catch up, and it was so good to see him again.
Hey, listen, I never apologized for bursting into your wedding like that. That really wasn't cool of me, especially using my nephew.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. For all the years I took advantage of you, and I did keep you away from other girls. I was afraid you'd easily fall for someone and she'd take you away.
You didn't take advantage of me, Jordan, and I wouldn't have treated someone else the same way. Me taking care of you was my love language, and not just being nice to a friend.
You were so good to me, and can I tell you a secret? I think even if you hadn't burst in, I wouldn't have gone through with the wedding.
Really? Why not?
Because you were right, and Sean and his family are jerks.
I'm glad you finally saw it, but I'm sorry I wasn't more supportive. I guess I always liked you, and when you started dating Sean, I knew I could never compete with a guy like that.
You shouldn't have had to. You were always the better guy.
You think we could pick up where we left off? We could go hiking. I'll pack a picnic, just like old times.
I'd love that. It was all dark and sweaty. My head had been trapped in a black, ew-smelling bag for hours. Finally, they ripped it off.
Do you even realize what you've done? Do you know who I am? How dare you kidnap me? I'm Meredith, the heiress to a billion-dollar business that could ruin you and your great-great-grandfathers in their graves? I'm his only precious daughter. And for what? If it's money you want, I'll just call Daddy and have him write you a check that will change your entire lives. Even your great-great-grandfather's lives in their graves. Actually, forget that. I happen to have a blank check in my Gucci bag. I keep one in every purse, for emergencies. You know what? Take the whole bag. It's limited edition. You're welcome.
What happened to your face? Did you dye your hair?
Excuse me? Are you implying I don't look good in every color? But since you asked, no, I'm naturally a redhead. FYI, the rarest hair color on Earth. I actually have 7 hairdressers, one for each day of the week, because I feel different every day. Today was my happy hairdresser. Should have gone with stress.
Boys, I think we got the wrong hostage.
You sure did, and let me tell you.
Shut it! Didn't you have a bodyguard named Carson?
Oh, dear God, don't remind me. He was too serious and way too attractive. Do you know how humiliating it is when your own bodyguard steals the spotlight? People couldn't focus on me with him around. And worst of all, I used to ask him to match his tie to my dress, and he'd just nod, then show up in a completely different color. I've never experienced such betrayal. So, yep, I fired him 1 week ago. Good riddance.
You stupid fools! You should have taken his current client, not her! Sir, what do we do with her now? Keep her. She seems interesting.
Wow. Since when do people get kidnapped for being interesting? Don't get me wrong, I love compliments, but I'm also rich, special, and absolutely kidnapping worthy. I mean, I'm basically a princess. No, I am a princess.
What about the ex-bodyguard?
Wait, he's here too? Oh, my bags! How—
Keep him with her. He deserves some torture.
Excuse me? FYI, being with me is a privilege. Just then, one of the kidnappers ripped the bag off Carson's head. He looked straight at me, those cold, piercing eyes locking onto mine. And oh my God, he looked fine. How does someone get even hotter in just 1 week?
Hello, milady.
Who even talks like that? We're not in some cheap old romance novel. Carson, my lord. When the kidnappers left, I pulled out my handkerchief and handed it to him.
Ma'am, what am I supposed to do with this?
Wipe the shame off your face? This is all because of you. They knew you were the bodyguard of their target, so they assumed I was the target. Thank God my charm worked on them and they decided to keep me alive. Hopefully they'll realize their mistake and let me go soon.
Straight to the afterlife for sure. Ma'am, these people don't joke. They're an organized, dangerous mafia. They kill their hostages.
Organized my butt? Yeah, real professionals. Kidnapping the wrong person? Honestly, I feel insulted. I expected better kidnappers. When I get out of here, I'll just tell the media they're terrifying and highly skilled to make my story sound more dramatic and unhinged.
We need to escape. I have a plan.
Carson spent days silently watching the guards, memorizing their movements, counting how often they checked on us, finding the blind spots of the camera. Me? I was suffocating, worried, and most importantly, bored. Ugh, when is this going to end? My poor boyfriend must be suffering. Oh, babe. David, my Day-Day, my sugar pumpkin, my Shayla, my dumpling deluxe. I know you're absolutely inconsolable without me. But this is life, my peekaboo. We must endure. Through pain, through hardship, through one whole week of separation. Stay strong, my love. Cry into my sweater if you must.
You're still dating that idiot?
Excuse me? Can't you see I'm communicating telepathically with him? And I do not allow you to speak ill of the love of my life, my precious...
Ma'am, be quiet. Someone is coming.
One of the guards, face covered, came in and tossed a tray of food at us.
If I were you, I wouldn't give this Meredith woman any food. It'll give her energy, and she'll keep talking. Ah, women. What can they do besides talking and wasting money?
How dare he? I sprang up to attack, but Carson grabbed my wrist and pulled me back. The guard left laughing like a hyena, and I fumed.
You should have let him keep talking, ma'am. I needed to memorize his voice. He's the weaker one. Our best chance to escape is during his shift.
Well, no need for his voice. His shoe print is unique in this dusty, stupid room. I know these shoes. It's called the B for Boring brand. Ugh, what ugly taste. I wouldn't even let my enemy wear them in their coffin.
That's a very smart observation, ma'am.
Of course it is.
Then we're ready.
That night, I unleashed my Oscar-winning performance. I started wailing in pain, groaning, kicking the floor, and clutching my stomach. At first, the guard ignored me, but I kept going for hours, moaning like a dying goat until he finally snapped and stormed inside. I dragged myself to the corner. Carson had told me it was a blind spot.
What do you want now?
You were right. We women are useless, just for talking and wasting money. You know what else? Having periods. You know what a period is? Not the lengthy one, the bloody one. Oh, my tummy. It's like I'm pregnant with a baby elephant. He made a face and took a cautious step forward, and I bit his arm. Just transferring the pain of my tummy to your hand. Oh, Mommy, wish you could see your little baby in pain. Give your other arm to bite, sir. It did make me feel better the first time. The guard was now panicking. He was about to push me away when, bam, Carson came out of nowhere, knocking him out cold. I gasped, then clapped my hands. Woohoo! Okay, let's go. But Carson turned to me.
Stay inside.
Excuse me? Yeah, right. Let him go alone while I wait here like a sitting duck? Absolutely not. But just as I tried to follow him, he grabbed my shoulders and said firm and low,
Ma'am, you need to wait here for me.
Oh, why did that sound so attractive? No, bad heart. Wrong man. Carson changed into the guard's clothes and typed the code in without hesitation. He'd memorized it just by watching the guard's fingers move over the keypad. The lock beeped and the door clicked open. From the next room, I heard punches, cursing, furniture breaking, and then silence. Carson reappeared, slightly out of breath, grabbing my wrist.
Let's go.
Wait! I need to get my bag and my heels first. How can I walk in public like this? Carson stared at me like I just asked to adopt a shark.
Ma'am, I have no time for this.
And he threw me over his shoulder and ran. Put me down, you muscular ogre!
No.
And just like that, we were out. We had been walking for hours, and I was exhausted. Hey, Mr. Fighter, why can't I just go home to my mansion?
How sure are you that it's safe there? Maybe they're waiting for you. Maybe showing up will put your entire family in danger. Ma'am, I know these people. We beat them up, we humiliated them. If they don't want ransom anymore, they just want to get their pride back.
Pride, prejudice, pickles. I don't care. At least let me make one phone call. I bet my dad has shut down every company under his name, going on strike to grieve me. I need to tell him I'm alive, and that I allow him to keep our businesses running.
There's a public phone at a gas station 5 minutes from here.
When we got to the public phone, I reached into my pockets. Empty. No coins. Ugh. So obviously, I did what any smart, resourceful person would do. I started crying loudly while staring directly at some random guy standing nearby. Maybe he'd take the hint and hand over some change. Carson, clearly confused, just watched, waiting for me to shut up. Oh, I never forget those who helped me. I remember a man once who lent me money when I was in need. And what did I do in return, you ask? I became his girlfriend for 3 hours. He died a few weeks later, and on his grave, he wrote, "I spent 30 years on this earth, but I only truly lived for 3 hours." Obviously, he meant the hours he spent with me. Just then, the guy I'd been staring at actually approached us, smirking. Before I could reply, Carson punched him straight in the face.
One punch and some kicking.
The guy stumbled back, wheezing. I quickly stepped between them before Carson actually killed him, and, more importantly, before the guy changed his mind about giving me money. I bent down, snatched the coins from his hand, and he ran off. I turned back to the phone, inserted the coins, and just stood there.
So?
Trying to remember my dad's number.
You don't know your own dad's phone number?
Well, the kidnappers took my phone, and someone didn't let me grab my bag, where, being the responsible person I am, I keep a notebook with all my important contacts. But no, thanks to your, "Oh, I'm a hero and we should get away fast from the danger," but here we are.
Ma'am.
Wait, I memorized it through a song I made. Hold on, I think it goes like this. ZZ Sack, my first grade crush. Ate glue for a snack, way too much. Z40, left him for N. Oh, what a fate. Stuck with Nate, whose stinky breath I hate. N49. Dumped him for a J. Jonathan. So sweet, so fine, with hair that shined. He stood for 5. 'Cause no number starts with J, obviously, but I liked him enough to have him in the song.
Ma'am, it's fine. I remember your father's number.
He dialed. The moment my dad picked up, I immediately started explaining everything, my voice shaking through my sobs. But then, his voice came through the line, and it sent a chill down my spine.
You need to disappear. Now.
And then, he hung up. We sat in the park, and I just stared off into space, completely lost in thought. Carson must have noticed, because he spoke up.
Ma'am, how about we...
Who does he think he is, being all secretive and mysterious? Oh, you need to disappear, now! What is this, Breaking Bad? Should I start cooking in an RV and going bald for dramatic effect? Does he think I have a plan for this? What am I supposed to do now? Is he ever gonna look for me? Should I try calling him again? How am I even stuck in all this?
Ma'am, we don't know anything for sure, but what I do know is that we need to lay low. We can't use any of our real documents. We need new IDs, passports, everything. I know a guy who can help.
Why are you doing all this for me? You could just leave me to figure it out on my own.
Ma'am, I used to be your bodyguard, and honestly, it wouldn't sit right with me to just leave you to an unknown fate.
He hesitated before continuing.
I have a suggestion. You might not like it, but it's the best option until we figure things out.
I narrowed my eyes. Oh no. What is it?
We need to get married.
Excuse me?
A married couple attracts no suspicion. It gives us a reason to live together, travel together, and stay under the radar. It's the safest cover.
Oh, I'm not confused anymore. Of course, you want to marry me. And how exactly are you going to introduce me? Meet my wife, Ma'am Meredith?
First, you won't be Meredith. You'll need a new name. Something cute. Maybe Sally or Emily.
FYI, my name means great ruler. It suits me perfectly, thank you very much. And if we're picking new names, I've already decided on yours. Apollos.
I think I'll stick with something normal.
Then, in a more serious tone, he explained why this was the best move.
If we're married, I'll be legally tied to you. That means if anything happens, I can step in without raising suspicions. You'll be safer that way.
After some debating, we finally settled on Sally for me and Adam for Carson. Carson reached out to his contact, who arranged everything for us, including fake IDs and papers. He even lent Carson some money to help us get on our feet. And just like that, I went from kidnapped heiress to Miss Sally Nobody in a single day. Sadly, I had to dye my natural red hair and wear lenses. I went with blonde and blue. Classic disguise chic. On our first day in this painfully boring neighborhood, a girl with wild hair came running straight toward us. She looked about my age, maybe younger, but definitely chaotically adorable.
OMG, you're so pretty. And your man, God, like straight out of a romantic movie. Girl. I'm Abby, by the way. And I'm about to be the best friend you ever had.
Oh, I don't like friends.
Me neither.
Then we should be friends.
Yeah, we already have something in common in the first 3 seconds of meeting. Imagine in 3 minutes.
Totally. I'm Sally. Want to come in for a cup of matcha?
Did you say matcha? 2 things in common? God, I love you.
I love you too. By the way, this is my husband Adam, but it's just a lavender marriage. We don't love each other. He's gay. He's like a sister to me.
Oh my God. So sweet of you to protect him like that. So sweet. Just like me. I'm sweet too. 3 things in common.
Just then, Carson grabbed my wrist and yanked me aside, his jaw tight.
Ma'am, what are you doing?
Well, she's going to notice we don't kiss or hug, and she'll get suspicious. That was me thinking ahead. Thank me later. Life was hard. I missed my family and my boyfriend. Carson wasn't bad, but things were always formal with him. He, of course, slept on the couch. He had loosened up a little, but he was still serious and boring. At least I had this girl Abby, wild enough to make up for it. Until one day, someone knocked on the door. Carson opened it, and there stood David. Without hesitation, Carson lunged forward, yanked him inside, and shut the door behind him, quickly scanning the area before locking it. Then, like a World War general interrogating a captured spy, he fired off questions.
How did you get in here? Did anyone see you? Did you tell anyone where you were going?
Hey, let the man breathe. I called him. I missed him.
Ma'am, what? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? It's not just reckless, it's stupid.
Hey, don't talk to her like that. Show respect, bro.
Carson's entire face twitched. Then, without another word, he grabbed David by the collar and lifted him like he was a grocery bag.
How about you shut up and speak only when spoken to?
Hey! Carson! Put him down! That's my boyfriend! He's fragile. He has feelings. Carson sighed, rubbing his face like he was trying to physically push the frustration away. He was equal parts furious and disappointed, and he took a moment to gather himself before speaking.
You bringing him here? Your boyfriend? To our house? We're married.
On freaking paper? Look, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. I really do. But I missed him. I've always had a boyfriend. I don't know how to function without one. And I trust David. So please, relax.
Yeah, man. Chill.
Carson shot David a glare so sharp, it could cut steel. Then, with a sudden jerk, he lunged forward, startling David so badly that he let out a pathetic yelp and sprinted behind me, grabbing my arm like I was a human shield. Carson allowed David to visit twice a week. Days passed, life grew more boring, and Carson grew more cautious. Ugh, Carson, I'm dying of boredom. I've counted all the ceiling cracks. Twice.
Ma'am, I told you to find a hobby.
Oh, I did. And lucky you, it involves us. We've been invited to a neighborhood dinner, a little welcome to the neighborhood thing. It's this Saturday. It'll be so cute.
We'll blend in, meet people, and act like a normal couple.
We are not a normal couple.
Details. Just wear something nice, Apollos.
It's Adam, ma'am, and we're not going.
How dare you? Are you trying to make us look suspicious? If we don't go, people will think we're murderers. Or worse, antisocial. Carson sighed and muttered something under his breath. The backyard was decorated with fairy lights, the smell of barbecue filling the air. Families laughed, kids ran around, and we were stuck at the picnic table of doom. Across from us sat two suburban couple extraordinaires, the Sharps.
So, Adam and Sally, how'd you two meet?
I opened my mouth. Carson opened his mouth. And we said completely different things. Oh, it was fate. Love at first sight. He saw me in a coffee shop and boom, instant obsession. Silence. The Sharps exchanged a look.
Oh.
Ah, and how long have you been together?
4 years. Another silence.
Well, that's sweet. And how did he propose?
Oh, it was so romantic. A candlelit dinner, a rooftop view. He cried a little.
I did what?
Yes, you cried. You were overwhelmed by my beauty. You're just too emotionally stunted to remember, Mr. Cold Heart.
She's right. I was emotional. I mean, who wouldn't be? After all, she had spent years searching for me.
What?
You see, she once visited a psychic who told her she'd meet the love of her life, a man whose name starts with C. And from that moment on, she searched for me. Every cafe, every street, every parking lot. The moment she laid eyes on me, she said, "What was it again, darling?"
Nope. Not happening.
Yes, I knew it was you. I've seen you in my dreams. And then she begged, pleaded for me to give her a chance. She even showed me her phone background, a photo of me, which she had taken secretly. I know it sounds intense, but I felt sorry for her. So I thought, why not? I'll give this woman who has clearly devoted her life to me a chance. And here we are.
Wait, but you said the psychic told her true love's name would start with C, and yours begins with A.
I crossed my arms, turning to Carson with a slow, satisfied smirk.
Yeah, well, my middle name is Adam. My first name starts with C.
It's Caesar. Like Caesar salad. By the end of the night, I was sure they thought we were complete weirdos. But secretly, seeing this side of him was weirdly entertaining. Who knew Mr. Coldheart had a sense of humor? One day, Abby showed up for her usual visit. Lately, she had developed this charming habit of bringing all the ingredients and cooking at our house, which meant we got to enjoy food that was half burnt, half stiff, and entirely inedible. That day, David was with us. He took one bite, gagged, and immediately spit it out.
Oh man, this is so bad. Even a stray rat would refuse it. And if you made him eat it, he'd take you to court.
And just like that, all hell broke loose.
Look who's talking. Aren't you just a stray rat in designer shoes?
She launched at him like a wild animal. I tried to pull them apart, while Carson, of all things, just sat there looking amused. Would you, I don't know, help? Carson finally stood up, but instead of breaking up the fight immediately, he calmly reached for Abby and gently pulled her away. Dramatically, she clutched his chest.
Let a girl have her revenge.
David stormed out in anger. Later, Carson went to take a shower, and Abby plopped down next to me, still fuming. Then, out of nowhere...
Are you sure your husband's the gay one and not your boyfriend? 'Cause, God, your husband's so manly. Oh, and the way he looks at you, and don't even try to deny that he has feelings for you.
He does?
You're either stupid or blind. Oh my God, am I just the supportive best friend in a K-drama? The one that spends the entire series cheering for the main character to follow her heart? I love that for me! I was born for this role.
Well, I am following my heart. I kind of love David.
We both know you're lying, and there's something you're hiding. But whatever for now. By the way, I like the color of your shirt. This shade of brown, so earthy.
Thanks. I fertilize it every day. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Abby had said. Why is Carson doing all this for me? Could it be love? Am I too stupid to see what's right in front of me? A few days later,
Abby and I decided to clean the house, even though it was freezing and windy.
Girl, where did you even live before this? Your room stinks. Get yourself a mop and start cleaning.
I had no idea how to use a mop, so I just held it and started scrubbing the walls.
Are you painting the walls with a mop? What's wrong with you?
It's just a cleaning technique I invented.
Oh? And when exactly did you invent it?
Just now.
Oh, totally. In fact, mop therapy is a thing. Just strap it to your head and let it sponge up all your poor life choices.
And so I did. It's too cold and wet. Who even told you about this therapy?
Oh, I just invented it. Just now. Oh my god, what is wrong with you? Who are you?
Excuse me? FYI, I lived like a princess before this.
And Adam is actually your prince, right? Not some gay bestie in a lavender marriage?
I paused for a half a second too long.
Wait, oh my god, you hesitated. You totally hesitated.
I did not.
You so did. Oh wow. Are you like in denial? Because the tension, palpable? Like, I don't even need to ship you guys. You've already set sail.
I ignored her and continued cleaning. That night, I got sick. I caught a cold. All thanks to that girl, Abby. Ugh, I'm gonna choke her. I was too weak to even make it to my bed, so I just crashed on the couch. Then suddenly, Carson got home. He saw my pale face and red, runny nose and hurried over to me.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Yeah, perfect. Just thought I'd try a different look today. You know, really up my game for my husband.
He frowned, clearly concerned, then hurried off to make me some soup. When he returned, he gently tried to sit me up. I grabbed onto his shirt for support, only to realize, a second too late, that our faces were suddenly way too close. He looked into my eyes and brushed my hair behind my ear. For a second, my heart fluttered. Then, as if realizing the moment, he straightened and spoke in his usual serious, boring tone.
Ma'am, you need to eat your soup.
I miss my old life, but will everything go back to normal?
I might have some leads. The person who tipped off the mafia gang about you wasn't mistaken. He meant to get them to you. He chose you on purpose.
Who even does that? I'm nice to everyone. I'm practically a walking angel. Aren't I, Carson?
You're okay, ma'am.
And then it happened. A tiny smirk. A small side smile that faded as quickly as it appeared. Is that a smile? You smiled! Lord Cold Carson actually smiled.
I have no idea what you're talking about, ma'am. You're hallucinating from your fever.
Oh no, you smiled. Carson, the smiley, grinning so widely.
I started coughing hard from the singing. Carson immediately leaned in and pressed a hand to my forehead.
You're burning up.
Duh. Glad you finally see it.
I'll stay with you all night until your temperature goes down.
I was already drifting in and out of sleep. It's okay. I called David.
Sure you did.
A few days later, I was feeling better, but still bored out of my mind. Ugh. I've been a fugitive for, 3 weeks? They've already lost my glow. Look at my skin. This is what stress and middle-class living do to a person.
Ma'am, you're wearing a silk robe, and you spent an hour doing skincare.
And yet, my suffering continues. I miss him.
Who?
David. My love, my joy, my walking designer handbag.
So an accessory.
How dare you? He's not just an accessory. He's the whole outfit. That day, I called David and suggested we go out for a walk. A few hours later, he pulled up to our house in his brand new Lamborghini, music blasting, honking like a madman. I was about to walk over when Carson materialized out of nowhere, striding straight past me to David's car. He knocked on the window, gesturing for David to get out. David, pretending he didn't hear him, acted very busy checking himself in the rearview mirror and started brushing his eyebrows. When I tried to enter the car, Carson blocked me.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Let's see. Walking to the car, getting in, driving away for some fresh air before our couch absorbs me into its fabric from sitting on it all day.
No, ma'am, you can't do that. I'm stopping you.
Well, watch me. Carson, I just need some relaxing time. Don't worry, I won't attract any attention, I promise. Please, Carson, pretty please. Just then, David rolled down his window and yelled, because of course he did.
Yo, Meredith! You coming or what?
Shh! Say my name louder, why don't ya? Maybe alert the whole city.
That's it, I'm ripping his eyes out.
Whoa, that's a bit intense. Right then, Abby appeared out of nowhere, arms crossed.
Wait, hold on. Why did he just call you Meredith?
Carson whipped around, clearly at the end of his patience.
Were you spying on us? Have you done that before? How many times?
Carson, chill. It's fine. I'll just go for an hour, I promise. Hey, I'll even bring Abby if it makes you feel less jealous.
Meredith, it's not about jealousy. It's about the fact that people literally want to kill you.
But I'd had enough of this suffocating life. So before Carson could keep arguing, I grabbed Abby's hand and dragged her into the car with me. Wandered off to buy snacks from a food cart.
So, Meredith, crazy how life works, huh?
I turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Weird opener, but okay. Yeah, totally. Super deep. Love this chat. Then he grabbed my wrist. Not playfully, not casually, hard. My stomach dropped. David? His fingers tightened around my wrist, his jaw clenched.
You really have no idea, do you?
Something about his voice made the hairs on my arms stand up.
Your father destroyed my family, and now his clueless little heir gets to take everything while we lost it all?
David, let go. His grip tightened more. My pulse spiked.
No more heirs. No more Meredith. I tried to get rid of you before, with that gang, but your stupid Carson ruined everything. So now, I'm doing it myself.
His free hand slipped into his jacket. I tried to yank back, but he was too strong. Panic started clawing at my chest. Then, a blur. Before I could even process it, David was ripped away from me. A loud thud. Carson slammed him to the ground, hard. David gasped, stunned, struggling against Carson's grip.
I had my suspicions about you, and so did her father. We've been in contact this whole time, waiting to catch you red-handed and take you down for good. But we couldn't act without proof. You were too careful, too clean. Until now.
David's face fell. Before he could react, officers emerged from their hidden spots, closing in fast. Then, he was gone. The second the police took him, I let out a shaky breath. Carson's gaze was still locked on me. And then, he took a step closer, and another. Before I could react, his hand cupped my face gently, and his thumb brushed against my cheek. His gaze dropped to my lips, and then he kissed me. The world tilted. Silence. Then,
Ha! I knew it.
My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want.
Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it.
Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school. Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from? Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am.
It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's.
As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other four were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me, but it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was gonna wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down. Yes, Dad. You'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, But everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. Especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Margot and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put every— Hi, my name is Meryl, and I'm from Germany. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to parents who were rich. So rich that we had several maids, chefs, butlers, and drivers who worked around the clock for me and my crazy family. Dad was a genius on the stock trading platform, and Mom was Miss World in 1998. I loved my family, but they were so used to being spoiled that our entire lives revolved around money. Once when I was 7, I wanted to go camping. So Dad hired a set designer to create a camp set in our massive backyard. He also hired a weird mountain man to entertain us with stories and how to make a campfire.
Who wants to hear a bear story?
I do.
But my sister Cassidy, who was 2 years older than me, had her head stuck in her phone, so our camping experience eventually got boring. And soon after, as I grew up, our family hardly spoke to each other. When I was at school, I was crowned the computer genius. Cassidy was popular on social media, and we were both the hottest girls in school. Once when I was in 8th grade, 10 boys asked me and my sister out all at once. These boys were so lame and too desperate for our liking. Cassidy and I had a checklist. The guys that we dated needed to be smart, rich, and hot. I wasn't worried so much about the rich part. I preferred intelligent guys, and in my school, all of them were rich, but also total Smurf brains. And then one day when I was in the 11th grade, a new boy joined our school and took my title of computer genius. I was kinda jealous at first, but when he smiled at me, I melted, having a huge crush on him. Would you like to go out for ice cream sometime?
Will we be celebrating my new title in the school?
Don't rub it in. After that, Gregory and I became an item. He drove a Ferrari and seemed much richer than my family because he lived in a mansion much bigger than mine. Once when I was in the 12th grade, I decided to visit him at his house unannounced, and when I got to his house, his parents acted very weirdly. I'm here for Greg. Oh, he's upstairs. Okay, can I see him? When they finally let me in, I went to Gregory's room and found him busy with something on his computer. Greg?
What? Who let you in?
I'm sorry, I thought I would surprise you. He looked really angry.
I hate surprises. Don't ever come here without calling first.
I was so mad at him when I left, I felt like just breaking up with him. But then he came over to my house with flowers.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Please forgive me.
I don't know. You acted so strange. What was more important than me?
I was actually planning a surprise trip for the both of us to Thailand.
I immediately forgave him. He was so romantic, and he obviously loved me since he was spending so much on me. We went to Thailand just for the weekend, and my parents liked Gregory, so they also trusted him. While we were there, Gregory was all romantic at first, but then he changed when I wanted to go shopping for clothes.
Did you bring your credit card to pay for all those clothes?
What? But you said to take whatever you want and you'll pay.
Yeah, but I didn't expect you to buy the entire store.
Lucky for me, I did have my dad's credit card and managed to pay for my stuff. But the next day, I woke up to a shock. Gregory was gone. He left a note along with my plane ticket back home. He broke up with me on a note, saying, "Nice knowing you, goodbye." What a jerk! I felt like my world was falling apart. Why would he break up with me this way? When I tried to call his number, it went to voicemail. I had to gather my strength and head back home, and maybe then find out why he suddenly just left. Could it be because of all the clothes I bought? But when I got back home, my family was on edge. Everyone was pacing up and down, and as soon as I entered, Dad rushed up to me.
Meryl, where's my credit card? Someone hacked all my trading accounts using my credit card, which is linked to every other account. So Meryl, you have to tell me where that credit card is.
I was totally freaking out and tore my whole back apart looking for that card. And then I asked Dad to take me to Gregory's house. And when we got there, his mansion was empty. Oh my God, Dad, I think Gregory took all our money. Dad looked at me silently. At first, I thought he was gonna blame me since Gregory was my boyfriend, but all he did was remain quiet. But Mom and Cassidy went berserk.
We are broke because of your scheming, scamming boyfriend?
How was I supposed to know he was a fraudster? He drove a Ferrari and you liked him, Mom.
Yeah, I did, but he was still your boyfriend. You should have analyzed his intentions.
And then Cassidy looked at her phone and screamed like someone died.
Ah!
What happened? The Wi-Fi isn't working. How am I supposed to post my selfies from this morning?
Oh, I was supposed to pay for that today, but not anymore. Girls, I'll be in my office. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix this.
I felt like everyone blamed me for this, and after 2 weeks, all our maids, chefs, butlers, drivers, gardeners, and pool cleaners quit because we couldn't pay them. Dad soon started investigating the matter, which was going to take some time. So we all had to adapt to some changes in our overly expensive lifestyle. We managed to keep the house, and since Dad paid our school fees for the entire year, Cassidy and I didn't have to change schools, which was a relief. Okay, so at school, nobody knows we're poor, so let's just try and keep it that way. Of course, why would I want anyone to know that we're poor? Maybe because it's all your fault? I am sick and tired of everyone in this family blaming me for everything. That's just so much pressure. I started crying and Cassidy felt bad and apologized. Okay, I'm sorry, but our life just sucks so much right now. While we sat sulking about our poverty-stricken life, we heard Mom scream from the kitchen.
Somebody help!
Cassidy and I ran down to the kitchen and found the stove on fire and Mom trying to put it out with a tablecloth, and it was reaching for the ceiling.
Ah! It won't stop! Quickly, get some water!
While Cassidy thought a glass of water would help, I brought the fire extinguisher and thank God was able to put out the fire. But now our entire kitchen was ruined and there was smoke all over the place. We gotta sit outside until the smoke is gone. Come on. We all sat outside on the stairs and Mom was in tears, telling me how she was trying to cook but ended up ruining the kitchen. I guess we'll have to order food. I hope they give us some discount. Right then, Dad came in, all smiles.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, did you get our money back? Mom ran to Dad, smiling like a clown.
Nope, I found a job. I'm going back to selling insurance, and once I make some good commission, I'll start trading again and get all the money that we lost.
Well, Dad's plan didn't follow through the way he saw it. 3 months went by and we were still struggling, and the only thing Dad could afford was food, so I decided it was time to get a part-time job as a waitress. But Meryl, if you work as a waitress, everyone in school will know. Yes, I know. But maybe if I work, I can help Dad pay for the Wi-Fi. Cassidy immediately smiled, but she wouldn't dare try to get a job since she cared so much about what people would think. The restaurant I worked at was a classy place where all the rich and mighty dine. And one day, while I served a bunch of top-class businessmen, I overheard their discussion about new digital devices. I got excited and couldn't contain myself. I have plenty of ideas for new devices. Imagine having a portable hard drive, something almost like an iPod but with more space. That way, users will be able to carry all of their important information on one small iPod. We could even make it have a video presentation for business meetings. After I was done babbling, they looked at me stunned. Then the tall man with the big forehead was so rude.
You can just get our order, please.
I walked away feeling embarrassed. And then the next worst thing happened. When I waited at my next table, they were girls from my school who envied my sister and me all the time. And the worst of them all was Charlotte. Wow, you work as a waiter? This must be my lucky day. Wait, I have to take a picture of this. Oh, Charlotte, get over yourself. I work here and earn my own money, unlike you, a spoiled brat forever. That's no way to talk to your customers. Where's the manager? I want to file a complaint. He's out to lunch. So, can I take your order? It was the most dreadful day of my life. But the next day when I went to school, everyone called me Waiter Girl, since Charlotte posted my picture on Instagram. And during recess, while Cassidy and I were minding our own business, Charlotte started being so annoying with her stupid minions. We've noticed that you two bring lunches to school these days. Should we open up a charity fund dedicated to the richest in the school? Oh, let me rephrase. The poor, smelly girls of the school. Shut up, Chat Roulette. Cassidy got up angrily clenching her fist, and I calmed her down. Don't worry about her, Cassidy. She's just a jealous girl who has no goals. At least my goal is not to be a waiter. Yeah, your goal is probably to be a brainless peanut all your life, since you get big fat zeros on all your tests. Charlotte eventually left us alone, but then after school, Dad picked us up in a run-down car, and Charlotte got the entire school to come and watch us get in it. Oh my gosh, where did your dad buy this junk from? At that point, I had had enough of Charlotte's farty face. So I pounced on her and she couldn't even fight back, so I let her go. Just leave me and my family alone. Our financial life is none of your business. Dad was shocked when we got home, and he told us that his contract at work was about to end. So he sold his Land Rover and got us a scrappy car. Life was getting even worse for us. I put on my waiter clothes and got out of the house to work an extra shift. While I was at the restaurant, I found my manager watching MSA. Wow, you like MSA? Yeah, is that a problem? No problem. I was just surprised.
There was a guy who came looking for you. He left his number.
When I called the number, a part of me was hoping it was Gregory calling to say he was sorry and he wanted to give us all our money back, but it wasn't. Hello? You were looking for me at the restaurant?
Yes, our investors liked your pitch that you suddenly decided to blurt out while you were serving our table. We have an offer for you if you could put all those ideas on paper.
Yes, I can. I left my extra shift, went home, and started putting ideas together for new devices. I didn't want to say anything to my family yet. I just wanted to get the offer first. The next day, I met with those business people again, and I was blown out of my mind when they told me I was going to get $100,000. I was on cloud 9. I immediately signed the contract, and they even asked me to stay in contact if I had any other ideas. I couldn't believe this was actually happening, and when I showed my family the check, we celebrated all night. Meryl, you just saved our lives. Does this mean we can get our chef back? Because I'm getting really tired of eating baked beans every day. Not just yet. Dad needs to first work his magic on the trading platform, and then maybe. I was so happy to see my family relaxed again. Cassidy wanted us to go shopping the next day since all of our heels were starting to lose their texture. 2 pairs and that's it, right? We need to use all this money wisely. Yes, I know. But what if I see a 3rd pair that I like? Cassidy, just before we could head off to the mall, Dad screamed from the living room.
Meryl, you have to see this.
When I went to check what he was talking about, the news was on and Gregory was handcuffed and sentenced to prison for the next 20 years for being one of the biggest fraudsters in the city. And the parents that he said were his parents were just actors. I felt so relieved, and Dad eventually got a call from the credit card company with good news. All his money would be returned. Soon after that, I completed school, got my degree in computer science, and became the next richest person in our city. And then one day, I even had my own business meeting at that classy restaurant. Can I take your order? Charlotte, you work here now? Yes, so can I take your order? I didn't laugh or insult her because there's really nothing wrong with being a waitress. We all have to start somewhere if we want to make it. Hi, I'm Janelle. I live in Pennsylvania with my single dad and older brother. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my brother Mason and I were total besties. He was only a year older than me, so we always had tons in common. We could play board games and kickball without going easy on each other. And at night, Mason and I would talk for hours in bed. Dad was kind of confused by how we were with each other.
Kids, you know you guys can fight every once in a while like a normal brother and sister, right?
But Mason and I were inseparable. There was just one problem. Dad totally favored me over Mason. He went to all of my school plays and sports games in elementary school and was the loudest cheerleader in the crowd.
Watch out, everybody. That's my girl there.
But for some reason, Dad was always picking on my brother. Apparently, every little thing Mason did was wrong.
Don't put syrup on your eggs. Eat breakfast like a normal person. Cut it out with the video games. A boy like you should be playing more sports. Build a little more muscle.
Mason was really skinny and small. People often thought I was way older than him. He would always come to me whenever Dad would upset him. Why does Dad hate me so much? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you. You're perfect. Dad's just weird. But halfway through 8th grade, I got a taste of what Mason was going through. I had a huge growth spurt, and suddenly, I was taller than all the boys and girls in my class. Everyone started acting like I was some alien.
Have you ever bumped your head on the ceiling?
What? That's not even possible. I can barely see past her chin. But Mason always came to my rescue when kids were annoying me.
Who cares if Janelle's tall? She looks older and prettier than all of you.
But deep down, I think Mason was relieved that my life wasn't perfect at school. At least we were more equal that way, because at home, Dad seemed to love me even more now because I was so tall.
Tall people can get anything they want. She could be a supermodel or a basketball player. Endless possibilities.
But then one day in 8th grade, a girl made a comment that made Mason snap in half. Her name was Alyssa, and she was new in my class. Alyssa was also a child gymnast who'd competed all across the country. Janelle, are you this kid's babysitter? How come he's always with you at school?
Janelle isn't my babysitter. She's my sister. And I'm 14 for your information. I'm a year older than her.
Mason stormed off, his eyes on fire. I hated being called Mason's babysitter too, but why did he care so much? That night, I noticed Mason scribbling away in a notebook after dinner, not looking up once while we watched TV together. Mason, what are you writing?
Nothing. Don't look.
But I couldn't stop wondering what Mason was hiding from me, and if he was okay. So after he was asleep, I crept into his room and reached for his notebook, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Mason had written tons of love poems for Alyssa. They were beautiful. I had to convince him to show them to her. Alyssa needed to know how sweet my brother was. But the next day, I found him in a corner of the playground, wrestling a bunch of guys while some kids cheered from the sides. Mason, what are you doing?
We're having a wrestling match.
Suddenly, I spotted Alyssa among the crowd. Was this how Mason was trying to impress her? And he was just getting his butt beaten.
Hey, Mason, how about you wrestle your sister?
Yeah, come on, Mason. Let's wrestle. Mason didn't look too happy about it, but I planned to make him win. 10 seconds into the match, he suddenly tripped over my shoe. He fell face first onto the ground, and it looked like I'd won instantly.
How does it feel to lose to your own sister, dude? He literally fights like a girl.
Mason turned bright red. He dusted himself off and glared at me.
What's wrong with you? How could you humiliate me like that?
I was gonna let you win, but you tripped. Mason walked away angrily to pick up his backpack, but I got to it first and pulled out his notebook.
What do you think you're doing? Give that back.
Look, I know it was wrong, but I read your notebook, okay? And I know you were just trying to impress Alyssa back there. If you really want to do that, do it with this.
How dare you read that? And you don't know what you're talking about.
I was just worried about you. You can be mad at me later, but come on. Just tell Alyssa you love her. She has to see these poems. Suddenly, someone snatched the notebook from my hand, and I turned around to see it was one of Alyssa's friends. And she was also standing right behind us with her mouth half open.
Oh, we've got a lover boy here. Her eyes are so deep, I find myself drowning. What is this lameness?
Mason snatched the notebook from him, and he gave me a look of hatred as he fought back angry tears and ran away. I felt terrible. This is not how I'd meant for things to go. It took Mason a week to even look at me. He forgave me eventually, but after that day, things changed between us. We didn't talk or hang out much anymore. Instead, I became best friends with Alyssa. She never mentioned the playground incident, but I was still hoping I could somehow set her up with Mason one day. We started hanging out all the time, and one day she even took me to her gymnastics practice. I was standing on the side when suddenly Alyssa's coach pointed to me.
Hey, you. Are you also a gymnastics student?
Me?
No. You have the perfect build for it. We have some extra costumes if you want to try out.
Please, Janelle? It'll be so fun having you in my practice. I decided to give it a go, and it turned out I was really flexible. My tall, skinny frame, which I'd always hated, was actually perfect for a gymnast. Oh my God, you totally have what it takes. Janelle, you should train with me. And from that day on, I took up gymnastics training, and when I was good enough, I joined Alyssa's team. And of course, Dad was now obsessed with my newfound talent. He decided to become my manager and did everything in his power to connect me with agents and institutions that would help me get to the top.
You need to compete in every national competition, Janelle. Who knows? In a few years, we'll be in the Olympics. I'm gonna make you a star, honey.
Mason, on the other hand, decided to take on playwriting. Every day, he'd lock himself in his room and write for hours. Most of the time, we barely saw him. Eventually, he decided to apply to a fancy college for creative writing, and he got in. I was so proud of him, but unfortunately, Dad wasn't as supportive as his dreams as mine.
You want to be a writer? Might as well live in my basement for the rest of your life. I'm not paying for any hippie writing school.
But this is my dream, Dad.
To be useless is your dream? Look at Janelle. She's just entering into a competition with Alyssa, and it has a prize of $50,000. She's already going places, and you're just asking me for money for a stupid profession.
This is a huge opportunity for Mason. You have to help him out, Dad.
He's got to figure it out for himself. I couldn't care less.
And he just walked away. Mason, don't worry. I have a plan. If I win this competition, I can pay for your school.
Whatever, Janelle. It doesn't matter. I don't matter. Dad has always made that very clear.
You matter to me. But Mason just walked away and locked himself in his bedroom. I slipped him notes underneath his door, but he refused to talk to me. I had to get that $50,000. I trained every morning with Alyssa until the day of the competition. Dad decided at some point he was going to coach me as well as manage me. And he went crazy.
4 a.m. tomorrow, ladies. Last one to arrive runs 10 laps around the gym.
Please, do something. I know it sucks, but I have to get that money for Mason. Let's go, come on. On the day of the competition, I waited by the gymnastic bars while Alyssa did her routine. This was it. Come on, Alyssa, you can do it. But just as I yelled, Alyssa slipped from the top bar and fell on her arm. Everyone was gathered around Alyssa as I ran forward and tried to squeeze my way to her. But suddenly, Dad pulled me away.
Listen, honey, the medical team is looking after her. She'll be fine. The competition is still going on. You need to focus.
But Dad, I have to see if Alyssa is okay.
I'll do that. Don't you worry about a thing. Now go.
My team had lost tons of points because of Alyssa's fall, but when I did my routine, I earned them all back. We actually ended up winning. I stood on the stage with my team and received a medal and the cash prize. Mason could go to school now, but I couldn't stop thinking about Alyssa and I ran off to visit her at the hospital right after the competition. But when I arrived, Alyssa was already there with another visitor, my brother. Mason, what are you doing here? He came to check on me right after I broke my arm. Mason's been with me all day. Alyssa, you know I would have come for you too if I didn't have to perform. Just then, Mason saw the medal around my neck.
You won? You didn't come to visit your best friend because you wanted to win?
What? No, I wanted to win for all of us. You want to know why I fell, Janelle? The doctor said it was because of exhaustion. I've been competing all my life, but you and your dad pushed me so hard because all you two care about is winning at any cost. You're the reason I got hurt. But I never wanted this to happen to you. I was just trying to help Mason, but I guess I went too far. I left the hospital and ran as fast as I could to the gym. The lights were out and it was empty. I sat alone next to the bars and cried until my head hurt. Then suddenly my phone rang and it was Dad.
How's my star winner?
Your star winner is horrible. Alyssa broke her arm, and it's all my fault. I put too much pressure on her.
But look how you shone, darling. Alyssa caused you stress, and you performed better than ever in that situation.
Are you kidding me? You're the reason I was stressed. You wanted me to win so bad so you could have some trophy daughter to brag about. And if I didn't win, Mason couldn't go to school. I know his dreams mean nothing to you, but they mean everything to me. I hung up the phone before Dad could answer. I ran back to the hospital to talk to Alyssa. I know you're mad at me, but I really want to apologize to you. It's okay, Janelle. I'm sorry I got mad before. I know your dad was the one pressuring you and that you were really just trying to help Mason.
Really?
Yep, really. Also, Mason gave me a few presents when he was here with me at the hospital. I looked down to see pages from Mason's notebook, all those poems he'd written for Alyssa ages ago. Mason told me he was really mad at you that day. You shouldn't have read his poems. But I guess your advice stuck with him, and he finally decided to show them to me. And I'm so glad he did. I reached over Alyssa's bed and hugged her. And you guessed it, Mason finally won Alyssa over, and they were an item. And just a month later, Alyssa was fully recovered and back doing gymnastics. But I still had to take care of some unfinished business. Dad, just so you know, I'm not talking to you until you apologize for everything.
Settle down, honey. I'll make it up to you.
How about giving Mason money for school? That's how you can make it up to me.
Why? You're already doing that. You're the dad. You're supposed to be paying for my college, not Janelle. I'm not paying for that hippie school. End of story. I'm not talking to you then. Don't be a drama queen. Your sister doesn't whine like you do.
Dad, if you can't support Mason's dreams, I'm not talking to you either. Mason and I both distanced ourselves from Dad, and I paid for Mason's college. While he was becoming a professional writer, I traveled all across America competing in gymnastic tournaments. But one day, I received a surprising email from Mason's university. It said that he hadn't been attending classes for weeks and hadn't been responding to any of their emails either. That was strange. I spoke to him every other day, but when I asked him, he gave me some really shocking news.
Janelle, Dad's really sick. I've been really busy taking care of him, so I couldn't go to university. I didn't want to worry you, but I think you should come and see him.
I flew home that night and went straight to Dad's place. I found him in bed, looking really weak. Dad, what happened? Are you okay?
Oh, Janelle, you're here. And yeah, I'm okay. I'm so happy to see you. Mason has been taking real good care of me.
He really has, Dad. He's missed some really important stuff at universities just so he could be with you.
No, I just did what I had to do. He's my dad. You know, Mason, I've been thinking about some things for a while, and I'm really sorry I was so hard on you. I was only trying to push you to be the best, but I didn't have to. You were always a great kid.
Thanks for apologizing, Dad. It really means a lot to me. And me too. I'm so glad you finally see how great Mason is, Dad.
You two always looked out for each other, didn't you? I love you kids.
We love you too, Dad. And Janelle, I know I don't say it as much as I used to, but you're my best friend, and I love you. I love you too. Hi, my name is Amira, and I live in Pakistan with my big joint family. Please like and subscribe. My grandmother was the richest woman in the entire city and owned more than half of it. And both my mom and my aunt always stayed close to Grandma, serving her and praising her, thinking she'd give them all her money. But soon after me and my cousin Hina were born, Grandma announced she was going to give all her assets to the most deserving granddaughter. Crazy, right? My family went completely nuts at the news, and this started a never-ending competition between my mom and my aunt. Come on, sweetie. You can read this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say it.
Oh, goo.
Ugh, not a goo. 1, 2, 3. Yep, Mom would teach me how to read and write when I was just 1, so Grandma would think I'm a genius and pick me as her heir. But my aunt was doing no less. She started teaching Hina how to dance when she was just 2. Come on, you can pick up the beat. What are you doing? Teaching her to dance. But she can't even walk properly. For God's sake, leave the kids alone. Grandma would try to keep us safe from Mom's and Aunt's experiments, and despite their crazy competitiveness, Hina and I would play together all day long and loved each other to bits. Then once, when I was 8 years old, Mom put me into swimming classes to make me strong and graceful, but then something unpredictable happened. Soon after I got into the water, all of my body started to itch like crazy, and within minutes it was covered with rashes and hives.
Mommy, it's burning!
Suddenly, all of the other kids started screaming.
Oh God, it's a water demon! Get out of here!
Mom came rushing to me and got me out of the water. Then she immediately took me to the hospital, where the doctors ran several tests on me and declared, "Your daughter has aquagenic urticaria. That means she's allergic to water. It's a rare condition, and there's no cure for it yet, but there are precautions." What? Water allergy? Is that even a real thing? Now what's next? Air allergy too? And she can't breathe? Mom went ballistic on the doctors and started smashing anything she could get her hands on. She was scary, and I was all freaked out. What was going to happen to me? I ran to her and hugged her. Mommy, please, calm down. But she wouldn't accept the fact that her only hope of becoming a billionaire was flawed now. We can't let anyone know about this, especially Hina and your witch aunt. Don't ever go near her again.
But Mom, she's like my sister. We play together every day.
Yeah, but not anymore. What if they discover your secret? I can't risk it. Mom sounded crazy and made me promise not to tell a single soul. Later, when we reached home, Hina came running to me, but Mom pulled me away and scolded her. "Don't come any closer to my daughter. Stay away from her." Suddenly, Hina had tears in her eyes, but Mom just pulled me into my room. She was being so awful. Later at night, I sneaked into Hina's room through the window, but she pushed me away, saying, "Go away, Amira.
You and your mom are horrible, and my mom told me to stay away from you too.
What? No! I tried to explain to her, but she shut me out completely and didn't talk to me ever again. And over time, she turned into a completely different person. At school, she'd pick on the other kids and compete with me in every single thing, all because of Grandma's money. Once in the 6th grade, there was a musical competition and both me and Hina were participating, but she ran onto the stage during my performance and pushed me aside.
Hey, loser. What, are you trying to make us sleep? Get out of here and watch this.
She grabbed the guitar and almost burst all of our ears. Of course, I won the competition and she came in last. But when I reached home with my trophy, I saw my sitar was trashed. Why are you doing this? Have you gone crazy? This one win means nothing, Amira. I'll never let you win again. My grandma's money is mine. This was it. This madness had to stop. I didn't want any money after losing the people I loved. I went straight to Grandma and told her, "This has to stop, Grandma. I don't want any money."
Oh, sweetie, it's just a healthy competition. I'm sure by the time you're grown-ups, you'll be the best versions of yourselves.
Well, years passed by, but that never happened. In fact, the competition between us grew even crazier. But thanks to my meds, my allergies stayed in check. Otherwise, Hina would have made my life miserable. One day in the 8th grade, I was walking into my drawing class when I accidentally slipped, and all the paints in my hand landed on Hina's clothes. OMG! How dare you! This is a white cashmere coat. I'm so sorry. But before I could finish, she grabbed a jar of water and threw it right into my face. Oh my God! I pushed her aside to run to the bathroom, but she just fell into the mud our teacher had kept for pottery classes, and everyone burst out laughing. You are so dead, moron. I started running towards the washroom and she came after me. As soon as I got in, I locked the washroom from the inside and immediately took out my medicine from my pocket and gulped it down. But still, it was too late. I had red hives all over my face. Suddenly, I heard a guy's voice. Whoa, that's a first. I freaked out and let out a scream when he held my hand and hushed me. Easy. I should be the one screaming. What are you even doing here? What am I doing here? What are you doing in the girls' room? But he just looked at me with a weird expression. And that's when it hit me. I entered the boys' washroom in a rush. And suddenly, I realized that this guy won't stop staring at my face. Yeah, I know, I'm a freak. You can stop staring now. What? No, I'm just thinking. That must hurt a lot. Wow, no one ever put it that way. Normally, people would freak out and scream, but he looked at me so calmly. I told him how I was trying to save my butt from my evil cousin's sister, Hina. So he safely let me out through the windows and I ran back home. But I knew Hina wasn't going to let me off that easy. Up next, we had a big sports fest coming in the school and everyone was practicing in the field, including Hina. When she saw me coming, she ganged up on me with her minions. Oh, look, here comes the witch who vanished into the boys' washroom yesterday. How did you do it? Did you flush yourself out, Harry Potter? Get away from me, Hina, if you don't want to get hurt. I pushed her aside and went ahead with my practice. But later when we were playing, I was about to take the winning shot when someone pushed me hard and I fell to the ground. You witch, you pushed me on purpose. Well, duh. Of course I pushed you on purpose. So you get your lesson, moron. And you better watch out because it might be a car next time you fall in front of. Saying that, she went away, but I was trembling with pain. Suddenly a guy came forward and picked me up in his arms. And I was super shocked to see it was the same guy who saved me the other day. He took me to the nurse's room and I thanked him for everything. Turns out his name was Ryan and he was a math genius. He even invited me for a movie later that evening. This was gonna be awesome. After that, Ryan and I started hanging out together in school and soon we became the bestest of friends. But the news reached Tina and she went all bonkers on me. So, you're gonna compete for me with everything now, even the guy I like? What? What are you talking about? Get off me! Oh, don't act all innocent. Do you think I don't know you're eyeing Ryan for his money? What the heck is she talking about? I pushed her aside and told her off. You are crazy. Ryan is my friend, and I didn't even know he was rich. I don't care about money. Oh, then how about you tell Grandma you don't want any of it right now? Ugh, she was insane. I pushed her out of my room and slammed the door shut. But what I saw at school the next day shocked me to my bones. Hina was on her knees with a bouquet in her hand, proposing to Rayan. What? But Rayan turned her down in front of everyone. I'm so sorry, Hina, but I'm not interested in you. And before he could even finish, Hina threw the bouquet at his face and then pushed me aside, saying, I'm never gonna let you win, Amira. Never. God, she was growing crazier by the day. Later that night, as I was peacefully sleeping, I heard a knock on my window. When I went ahead and opened it, I was shocked to see Rayan there. Rayan, what are you doing here? You called for me, remember? You sent me this message? He showed me a message. Rayan, please come and save me. My parents are going to marry me off to an old man. That was sent from my number, but I never texted him that. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash and the door of my room blew open, and all of my family was standing there.
Oh my God, a boy in your room? This is an unforgivable sin. You have ruined the honor of the entire family. You ungrateful brat. How are we going to get into heaven now?
Auntie, what are you saying? I didn't... Yeah, Mom. And I even heard at school that Amira is pregnant.
Enough. No one says a word anymore. Everyone, out of this room now, including you, boy.
Grandma looked super furious, and even Mom glared at me angrily. And soon after everyone left, I burst into tears and my allergy came back. I was looking for my medicine all over when suddenly Hina barged into my room again. How was the payback, jerk? I told you, you could never be happy after taking away what's mine. But then she looked at my face and went all crazy. OMG, what's that on your face? You look like a monster. Just as I reached out for my allergy medicine on the table, she leapt forward first and grabbed it. Oh, so you're an allergy monster. Wow. And no one knows about it? Now you wait and watch how I'm gonna take everything that's mine, Amira. You're gonna beg me to hide this. OMG, I was scared about everyone finding out, but I wasn't gonna let Hina bully me for who I was. I grabbed the medicine from her and I slapped her hard in the face. You're such a shallow person, Hina. You've just been stooping lower and lower for money. And you know what? I'm gonna tell everyone about my condition before you do, and then you can have all your money and everything you want. But you won't be able to change one fact, that you're a pathetic loser. I stormed out of the room to go and tell my grandma about my condition, but I was shocked to see her standing right outside the door. And before I could even say anything, she hugged me. Oh, my child, I'm so sorry you had to live like that amongst your own family because of my stupid plans. I thought they'd compete and work harder to be better people, but instead their greed turned them into animals, and you had to suffer because of that. Please forgive me, my baby. But Hina went ballistic. Whatever, Granny. And then she grabbed a jar of water and came charging towards me. There's no way I'm gonna let you get any of this, witch. I'm gonna kill you. Thankfully, Grandma stopped her in time and asked her to leave the house, and Mom jumped right in. Yeah, throw her and her mom out of the house. They are pure evil. And so are you, Mom. What? What do you mean? We were never like this, Mom. Hina and I were like real sisters, but you guys, your greed turned us on each other. If anyone should leave this house, it's you greedy people. Amira is right. You all are to leave this house. And the only one who's going to stay with me is my granddaughter, Amira. She deserves all my money. And we hugged. Growing up, my twin brother Mikhail and I were raised by our single dad. And boy, were we living the high life. We lived in a mansion straight out of a fairy tale with every luxury imaginable. We always had the coolest toys, the best clothes, super fancy meals, and the most awesome birthday parties ever. And you know what made it all possible? My dad's super cool job at Lewis Industries. He had a high position there and worked his butt off to give us the best life ever. Everything was perfect until one day in high school, Dad hit us with some shocking news. We were completely broke. Turns out Dad's boss, Mr. Lewis, fired him unjustly and even seized whatever Dad owned. Dad, we'll get through this, right?
I don't know, honey. I don't know. That man destroyed me. He took every last cent I had. Mr. Lewis is a fraud, and he blamed me and fired me. This is so unfair, and I'm so sorry I can't give you the life you deserve anymore.
Seeing Dad's tears made my heart shatter, and then suddenly, I felt rage surge through my veins. I wanted revenge. I vowed to make Mr. Lewis pay for causing us so much pain, and also take back what he stole from us. That night, we moved into a small apartment, and things were never the same again. Hey guys, I'm Armani. Before I continue with my crazy story, please like and subscribe to MSA. The next day, news of Dad's misfortune spread far and wide, and everyone now looked at us with pity.
Aren't you that millionaire's daughter? Oh, poor you, going through so much. Here, the bread and eggs are on us. You don't need to pay, sweetheart.
I totally hated how everyone was pitying us, and Mikhail felt the same way. He was determined to start some business to help Dad with the bills. Then, something mind-blowing happened. He got offered a scholarship to the swankiest school ever, where he'd applied before Dad got fired. But now, Mikhail was unsure about it. You're not sure? Mikhail, studying at this school could open up doors for you in the future, for all of us.
Yeah, but Dad needs me right now. We have our business planned out, and I'm just taking a year off from studies. Besides, I found out that Mr. Lewis's son, Peter, is also in that school. I don't want to be there.
Seriously? The son of that cheater who drained us dry? This could actually be the perfect opportunity to get revenge.
Come on, Armani. Revenge is never the solution. Karma will handle Mr. Lewis. We need to focus on getting our life back on track.
Was he serious? There was no way I was gonna pass up this chance to make Mr. Lewis pay. I came up with an idea. Join the school in Mikhail's place. At first, he was totally against it, but I lied about how much I wanted to study in a great school, and this was the only opportunity I'd have since Dad had no money.
Aren't you forgetting one tiny detail? It's an all-boys school.
No sweat, Mikhail. I'll just pretend to be a dude. Teach me the way of the bros, please. And then, mission dudification began. First up, Mikhail taught me bro vocabulary.
Every sentence should have dude or bro or man.
Then he taught me the bro walk, which was kind of funny to be honest. Then came the fist bumps, and at last, the dude dress code. After a week of training and a wig, I transformed into Mikhail from Armani, and I was so ready for this school and meeting this Peter. On my first day of school, I thought it would be a piece of cake. I mean, all I would have to do was walk and talk like a boy. But soon, my throat was hurting from making my voice deep, and my waist was hurting from sucking in my breath and doing that stupid dude walk. And then I had to pee. I rushed to the restroom, but to my horror, it was a dirty urinal toilet staring back at me. Yuck! Boys are gross! I was searching the school for a better bathroom when suddenly I heard some yelling. I followed the voices to see what was happening, and I spotted a guy on the bleachers getting picked on by some meanies.
Hey man, I don't want any trouble. Look, I've got a Snickers bar. How about we all share it and share our feelings? We could start with you, Josh. You can talk about your anger issues. This is a safe space. Are you for real, you dumb loser? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You want to test that theory? You're a good-for-nothing idiot with a bad haircut, and the only girl who will ever love you is your granny. Oh God, ouch. That hurts so bad. You might as well just have punched me in the stomach.
I can do that. Stop that, dude. Leave him alone, man. Or else what, newbie? I'm gonna show the principal this video of you bullying a student. Yup, I got it all here, bro. Josh glared at me, then pushed Peter away and gestured to the other guys, and they all left.
Thank you for standing up to Josh, but I had it under control.
Yeah, I could see that. Man,
I'm Peter. Peter Lewis. What's your name?
Wait, as in Mr. Lewis's son, Peter Lewis? Our Mikhail, bro.
Our Mikhail, bro. What an interesting name.
No, just Mikhail. I gotta go pee. I have to find a clean bathroom.
Say no more and follow me.
Peter led me to the teacher's bathroom, which was as clean as a whistle. Throughout the day, Peter and I ended up hanging out together, and as we got talking during recess, I realized Peter was a sweet and simple guy. The day seemed to be going well, until we had swimming class.
All right, boys, time to change into your swim trunks so we can dive right in.
What the fudge? I had to come up with a good excuse to skip the lesson, and my mind was racing as the teacher caught sight of me.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Come on, get changed.
I'm allergic to water. I was diagnosed with aquagenic urticaria. Yeah, it's been pretty hard for me. Fortunately, everyone bought the lie. Well, everyone except Josh, who sneaked up behind me after swim class.
Aquagenic urticaria? Really? I'll do my research, and we'll know if you're really allergic to water, or you're just a weirdo who likes to be the center of attention everywhere. You've got the rest of your life to be as dull as you wish. Why not take today off and do something better with your life?
Everyone roared with laughter as Josh fumed and stormed off angrily.
Hey, would you like to hang out over the weekend at my place? My dad's away on a business trip, and I have no close friends.
Well, now you have me, bro. Peter shared his number and address with me. This was perfect. I knew from Dad that Mr. Lewis had a home office, and if I could sneak in, maybe I could find some evidence and prove Mr. Lewis was the fraud Dad said he was. The next morning, I showed up at Peter's mansion and was blown away. It was ginormous. It even had 2 Olympic-sized pools and 7 freaking jacuzzis. Peter gave me a tour of his massive house, showed me every single room except 2.
Why aren't we going into those 2 rooms? One's Dad's office and the other, it's just private. Come on, let me show you the kitchen.
Of course, his uneasiness only made me more intrigued. Later, as we were having snacks, I excused myself to the bathroom and snuck into one of the 2 rooms, hoping it was the office. But just as I entered and turned on the lights, someone grabbed my shoulder.
Mikhail, the bathroom's the other way. Why are you here? I just got lost.
I was terrible at lying, but Peter believed me instantly.
Oh, no problem. Well, since you're here already, I want to show you something that I've never shown anyone. Also, because I've never had a friend over before.
He then pulled out a mysterious box from under the dusty bed.
Things haven't been the same since Mom left us. She was my favorite person and my best friend. Dad thought putting all her stuff in this room would make us forget, but it's the opposite. It's been really tough, Mikhail.
Seeing Peter vulnerable made my heart go out to him. Now you have me. I'll always be here for you.
Thanks, bro.
When I got home, I kept thinking about my revenge plan. No matter what, I didn't want to hurt Peter. He was really growing on me, but I had to stand up for my dad too. It wasn't Peter's fault his dad was a jerk, and I hoped once he learned about his dad's dirty deeds, he'd hate him too. In the following days, Peter and I really bonded, and I couldn't help but notice how naive he was.
OMG, Bella Porch messaged me. Dude, she's asking me to send her $5,000 because she's stranded on some island. We have to help her. She's my favorite TikTok star.
What?
I mean, bro, seriously? Look closely. It's a fake account. Man, oh, you're right. I'm such a dummy. For a second, I was on cloud 9 that Bella messaged me. You know, I adore her. She's so cute and...
As Peter went on and on about Bella Porch, I found myself feeling weirdly jealous. It was then I realized I kinda had a crush on Peter. One time, as Peter was on the ground playing football, I couldn't help thinking that he looked kinda, well, hot. Suddenly, an annoying voice interrupted me.
Why are you looking at him like you're in love with him? Haven't you learned to mind your own business? Oh, Mikhail, I did some digging, and boy was I shocked. It all adds up now.
And then he showed me some pictures of me. That's my sister Armani, you dumbhead. We're twins. See this picture? Now get a life, bro. And delete my sister's pictures from your phone before I break your face. Phew, that was close. But then during recess, Josh joined us and placed a whole box of Snickers in front of Peter.
Hey bro, I wanted to talk to you. I've been in therapy and I've realized you were right. I needed to deal with my anger issues and I really need to apologize for the way I've behaved with you. I'm trying to change and I'm really sorry.
Yeah, right. But Peter totally fell for it.
Aw, thanks Josh. That means a lot and I only wish you well. Forgiven and forgotten. Oh, by the way, I'm throwing a party this weekend to showcase some of my new artwork. You guys should come.
A party was the perfect opportunity to break into Mr. Lewis's office because Peter would be busy. I just had to keep an eye out for this Josh. And once I had the evidence, I'd come out with the whole truth to Peter. So, when nobody was watching at the party, I sneaked into the office, desperate to find something incriminating. But moments later, the door swung open and Peter entered.
Got lost again?
Yeah, your place is like a maze, man.
I know, right? Come on, let me show you out.
Just as I was walking out with Peter, someone from behind grabbed my wig and pulled it hard. I turned around to see it was Josh, and my long hair had come undone.
See? I told you so. Now do I get the $1,000?
What?
Yeah, I told him you're a girl, and I did some more digging on you. You and your brother are the kids of that millionaire who's poor now, the one who used to work for Peter's dad. I didn't believe Josh, but it looks like I'm always an idiot. Serves me right for trusting anyone, and I don't know why you deceived me, and I don't even want to find out. Maybe you also came to do what your dad did.
Peter, you don't know everything. Let me explain.
All I know is that you pretended to be my friend, and you lied to me. Please just leave.
Peter.
Guards, escort her out of here.
With my head hung low, I made my way back home. And the next morning, I was horrified to find my face all over social media. Apparently, Josh had uploaded a clip from the party, and everyone had something negative to say about me. When Mikhail learned what I'd done, he was also unhappy. He had told me not to seek revenge, but I'd ignored his advice. Naturally, through all of this, I guess Mikhail, was also kicked out of school. I just shut myself up in my room, and Dad came to talk to me one night. I just broke down and ended up telling him about my crazy plan and how far I'd gone.
Oh, honey, I feel so terrible about this, and I should have told you sooner. The thing is, I made an awful mistake at Mr. Lewis's company. I allowed my greed to get the better of me, so I stole some money. I know it was wrong, and I'm really ashamed of myself. I got caught, and naturally Mr. Lewis fired me. I lied about him. He isn't a fraud. He's actually a kind man who could have sent me to jail, but he spared me, and he didn't take my money from me. I just never saved anything. I didn't have the courage to tell you kids the truth, and I'm so sorry.
Seriously, Dad? Like, how could you? OMG, you're the one who's a fraud. I can't do this right now. Mikhail was equally stunned to learn the truth about Dad. We both stopped talking to him for weeks, but one day, as Mikhail and I were watching MSA, Dad came to us in tears.
I know I'm asking a lot here, but I can't bear the silent treatment. You're both my world, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you. I'm really sorry for what I brought on this family.
Dad, you realized your mistake. That's what matters the most. We'll get through this together, all three of us. After finally knowing the truth, I felt even worse for deceiving Peter. I tried calling him to apologize, but he never picked up, so I wrote everything out in a letter to mail it to him. Hey Peter, I'm writing this letter to say sorry for all the sorry, Armani. A few weeks later, Mikhail dropped the best news ever. He and Dad were finally ready to start the business in a new town. I was excited about the fresh start, but I couldn't ignore the sadness I felt at the idea of being so far from Peter. A night before our flight, I was up in my room when I heard voices. I'd love that. Let's go. Hi everyone, my name is Hope. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Also, we've just dropped some exclusive MSA merch. We're talking stylish bottles and notebooks that are total must-haves. Click the link in the description and see for yourself. That winter, when I was in 5th grade, the world turned all white with snow. Our classroom was cozy. But one day, the principal brought in a new girl named Maya. She seemed shy and wore old clothes. Our teacher, Miss Albert, asked us to welcome her, but most of us stayed quiet. Maya sat next to me, smiled, but I moved away. My best friends were Kendra and Sophie. We whispered secrets and giggled together. Maya tried to join us once with her toys, but we said no. As days passed, we whispered and laughed about Maya's old clothes and strange toys. We didn't want to play with her. As spring arrived, Maya wore a pretty dress, but it looked like someone else's. We called her Never Knew and laughed again. One day, she jumped rope alone, not looking at us. This time, she didn't ask us if we wanted to play with her. She jumped and jumped and jumped until we went back inside. Then one day, Maya didn't come to school. In class that morning, we talked about kindness. Miss Albert placed a big bowl on her desk and filled it with water. We all gathered around and watched her drop a small stone into it. Tiny waves spread out from the stone.
This is what kindness is like. Every little act we do sends ripples into the world.
Then, Miss Albert let each of us drop a stone in while sharing our kind deeds. Joseph had helped his grandmother. Kendra changed her baby brother's diaper. And even Andrew, the bully, had done something nice by carrying the teacher's books upstairs. I stood there, holding Miss Albert's rock, but I couldn't think of anything to share. I passed the stone on. Maya didn't come to school the next day or the day after that. Every morning, I walked to school slowly, hoping today would be the day Maya returned and smiled at me. I promised myself this would be the day I smiled back. Each kindness, Mrs. Albert had said, makes the whole world a little bit better. But Maya never came back to school. Miss Albert told us she had to move away. I walked home alone, thinking of the smiles I never shared, the kindness I never gave. I threw stones into the pond, watching the ripples. It was like the chances days of being kind to Maya were gone forever. That day, as I walked home alone from school, I noticed a boy standing on the corner, looking lost and confused. Hey, are you okay?
I think I'm lost. I can't find my way home.
I thought about what Miss Albert had taught us about kindness, so I decided to help. You know what? You can come with me to my house, and we'll figure it out from there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
He followed me, and as we walked, we started chatting. I'm Hope, by the way.
I'm Jake. Nice to meet you, Hope.
He looked poor, and I thought my wealthy family would be thrilled to help someone in need. Well, not exactly. Jake and I entered the house while my parents were in the middle of an argument. They stopped immediately when they saw us.
Hope, who is this?
So, remember when I said I wanted to start being kind? Well, I found this boy who seemed lost, and I thought we could help him find his way home.
Are you out of your mind? What if he's a serial killer or someone dangerous?
He's 12, Mom, and since you're overreacting, I'll take him to my room. Come on, Jake, let's go. I took his hand and led him upstairs to my bedroom. Mom was such a narcissist. Even though I was young, I could see right through her. Like this one time when I was 6, I was excited for Take Your Child to Work Day. I thought Mom would show me off at her big office, but nope. She was too busy shining like a star with her work friends. I tried to keep up with her, but she didn't even look at me. It was like I was invisible. Then at lunch, while I was alone munching on a cheese sandwich, I overheard her. Her boss said she was great at her job, and she told him,
kids would just get in my way.
Ouch, that stung. I was sitting right there, and she acted like I didn't exist. It hit me hard. To Mom, her job was everything, and me, I just didn't fit into her perfect picture. And from that day on, I didn't look at her the same way. If she wasn't gonna act like my mom, I wasn't gonna treat her like one. But in my bedroom, Jake had a point.
Not to be rude, but aren't you being a bit mean to your mom, even though you're trying to be kinder?
Well, zip it, or I'll beat you in the next game. Now, pass me the PlayStation controller. Game on! And just like that, Jake and I hit it off. He was new in town and didn't have much. That's why he was lost that day. Mom didn't like us hanging out, but I didn't let that bother me. Life was more fun with Jake, and I felt like I was really becoming nicer. A few weeks later, I asked Dad if Jake could join my private school. Dad always called me his little princess and would do anything for me. So, he said yes. Well, my best friends Kendra and Sophie hadn't changed one bit. They were still pretty mean. I kept Jake a secret from them for the last few months. Jake and I agreed to act like strangers at school until I figured things out and felt brave enough to be his friend openly. The day Jake started at school, Kendra and Sophie surprised me.
Look at that hottie over there. He looks poor, but God, I'd pay him to be my boyfriend. Yeah, let's pay him together. We can share him.
So, when Maya joined us last year, we didn't want to hang out with her because she didn't have much money. But now you're all excited about a guy just because he's good looking?
Oh my God, why are you so obsessed with this Maya girl? Listen, Sophie, let's hire some private investigator to find this Maya for our friend, and she can just shut up about it.
Ha, you're hilarious. But seriously, just leave Jake out of your games.
Wait, how do you know his name?
I overheard a teacher say it, but really, just leave him be.
You know, Hope, since you're so insistent, now I really want to talk to him. Let's go, Sophie.
Great, just what I needed. They went to him and said,
Hey there, Jake. You're new here, right? Yeah, we thought you looked interesting. Want to hang out with us?
Jake seemed to be taken aback, but agreed to chat with them. For the next few days, Kendra and Sophie became interested in Jake. They wanted him to be their friend, but they had a different plan in mind. They offered him money to run errands and do things for them. I tried to warn Jake that he was worth more than being used like that, but he didn't listen. He said,
If you want me to stop helping them, you'll have to tell them that we're friends.
I didn't know what to say to that. I wasn't ready to ruin my image by having a poor friend, especially because Kendra and Sophie wouldn't stop laughing at me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
With those words, Jake distanced himself from me and grew closer to Kendra and Sophie. They started giving him more money, and he became somewhat distant. I missed my friend. Then one day, I saw Jake holding their coats and acting like a servant. I'd had enough. I approached him and dragged him aside. Why are you acting like this? Don't you have any dignity? You want money? Fine, I'll give you money. Just stop hanging out with them.
Well, I don't mind helping the prettiest and most popular girls in school. Everyone now respects me and thinks I'm cool. And also, I don't know why, but you act like you're better than them.
Well, I am.
You'd rather see them treating me like this than standing up for your friend because you're too ashamed to have someone like me as a friend. How does that make you better than them? At least they're nice to their parents, while you're rude to your mom and take advantage of your sweet dad. You never show him any love.
Tears welled up in my eyes, but I couldn't speak, so I just stormed off. To make things worse, that night, my mom came to my room and said,
Hey, Hope, I wanted to let you know that I've decided to divorce your dad. I've packed my things and I'm leaving in the morning. I came to ask
if you wanted to come and live with me, although I already know what you'll say.
Yeah, since you already know, please leave and close the door behind you.
Mom left, and I buried my head in the pillow, letting out a frustrated scream. But I refused to let my tears fall. I took a deep breath and decided I was gonna take matters into my own hands. Tomorrow, I was gonna teach all these jerks a lesson. The moment I saw Jake the next morning, I said, I'm gonna ask my dad to stop paying for your school if you don't stop hanging out with Kendra and Sophie. How about that?
Yeah, cool. I'll ask Kendra and Sophie to help. They'd love to. Now please go away. I have some things to do.
Yeah, like licking Kendra's shoes, for example. Suddenly, Jake looked at me with angry eyes and a stern expression. He held my shoulders and pushed me back slightly.
Listen, Hope, you need to understand that you're acting like a bully, even if you don't see it. Threatening your friend to do things that only benefit you is selfish and wrong. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but for now, please don't talk to me. Whenever you see me, just look the other way. I hope you have a good life, Hope.
And with that, he walked away. I stood there in shock, then rushed to the bathroom to let out my feelings. When I got there, I found Kendra and Sophie laughing and chatting. In a moment of frustration, I said, listen, you two, you need to stop treating Jake like he's here to do your commands.
Whoa, calm down, girl. We don't treat him like that at all. He's just a nice guy who offers to help.
But you pay him.
Yeah, so what? If you have a friend who has less money than you and could use some help, why not?
Oh, come on. We all know you're not exactly the nicest people.
Yeah, we're not denying that, but at least we're not ashamed to be seen with a less fortunate friend in public, unlike you.
How did you even know that Jake was my friend?
Well, it's pretty obvious that you care about Jake. We even think you have a crush on him. Yeah, just be nice to the person you like. I know it can be hard for you, but look at us. We can do it.
If being nice to a friend means treating them like a servant, then I'll pass on that kind of advice from people like you. With that, I left the bathroom. Weeks passed, and I stopped talking to Jake, Kendra, Sophie, and my mom. Although Mom hadn't stopped messaging me and inviting me to her house, I ignored her. One day, I woke up super sick and couldn't go to school for 4 days. No one asked about me or missed me. I felt very sad and vulnerable. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I had to talk to someone, and I knew exactly who that someone would be. I went to Miss Albert's house. She looked surprised to see me. I told her everything. I don't get it. I wanted to be kind. I helped a person in need, but they chose to be with someone mean, and when I tried to warn them, they told me to buzz off. And now the mean people are the ones who are giving me advice to be a kind person. How exactly did that happen?
Honey, you helped a person in need, and it's a good thing. But you want to help them on your own terms only, and this isn't how kindness works. Sometimes you have to go out of your way to help others.
True. It basically implied that I was ashamed of Jake, and now he chose to be with some mean girls.
Remember that there's goodness in everyone, even if you think they aren't nice. We're human beings. We have goodness and evilness, and the best of us are the ones who can control their evilness when it's most called for.
I hugged Miss Albert tightly and left. The next morning, I entered the classroom and excused my teacher to say something. I just want to say I'm sorry to Jake. He's a good guy, and I'm honored to be his friend. The whole class fell silent, surprised by my confession. Jake smiled warmly at me, and I could see the relief in his eyes.
Your mom's been texting me and asking me about you. She doesn't know we weren't talking, obviously. Want to go to her place after school? I'd love to go with you.
I smiled and nodded my head.
I stopped to look over my shoulder to make sure no one was following me. Then I started making my way down the corridor again. It was getting rather dark now, so I switched on my torchlight. I shone the light on the door at the end. Room 217. I pushed the door and it creaked open. And that's when it caught my eye. A small china box with my name on it. Next to it was a note that said, Claire, I knew you would be here. Don't open the box now. Only after 4 days of meeting Skylar. What? And who was Skylar? I decided to go ahead and open the box. But just then I heard a small scuffling sound that made me jump out of my skin. I had to get out of here! In my hurry to leave, I tripped over the carpet and crashed straight into a tea table, knocking it over. Just as I started to cry, the door flew open and someone picked me up. Dad! Claire, are you okay? Seriously, we've had the entire hotel staff looking for you. Again! I told you this part is getting renovated and it's off limits. I tried to tell my dad that I needed to get back, but he dragged me away and made sure the door was locked. I need to get back there very soon. Hi, I'm Claire, and I've lived in hotels all my life. Dad is a famous hotelier who buys old hotels and converts them into luxury 5-star ones. These hotels have been the places for all my biggest adventures and all the scrapes I've landed in. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. My life was perfect until the day I saw that box. I didn't know what to do. The only person I thought of talking to was my old annoying sister, Hanny. All she cared about was makeup and fashion. She had a son and was now pregnant again. And no, she wasn't married. She was engaged to an arrogant billionaire, and her wedding was in 4 days. I found her doing her makeup in her room. She looked angry when she saw me come in. I'm busy here. I just have one question. Do you know someone called... Just then, a young good-looking man walked out of her bathroom. Hey, who's that? Ugh, that's my makeup artist. His name is Skylar. What do you want now? Oh, I didn't expect Skylar to look like this. Hi, Skylar. I'm Claire. I have something very important to ask you. He doesn't speak English. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you can leave now. I felt more confused now. When I was about to leave, Hanny's son, Sam, ran to me.
Can you be my mommy?
Why, honey? What's wrong?
Mommy is always busy. She doesn't have time for me.
I felt sorry for this little guy, but I had a mission to take care of. I kissed his forehead and promised him that we would spend some time together later. But now, what am I going to do with this non-English speaking Skylar? It was time for dinner, and all the guests were leaving their rooms. I decided to sneak into Dad's office. He had the key to room 217. I would just steal it and find out what was inside the box. I stood in front of my dad's office door and tried to open it, but it was locked. I knocked several times and called out to him. Dad, open the door, it's urgent! May I help you? And who are you? I'm your father's new assistant. I got hired today. You can call me Skylar. What? Oh, well, it made more sense that he might be the Skylar I was looking for and not that makeup artist. Hi, I'm Claire, and I have a question for you. Yes, ma'am. I know who you are. I was told I'm not allowed to have any personal conversations with you, and I think now it's time for you to go to bed. Excuse me? That's your father's order. You're going to start school tomorrow, ma'am. What was he talking about? I never went to school. I had been homeschooled my entire life, and the best teachers came to the hotel for me. With all due respect, Skylar, I suggest you move aside, now. He looked calm, and then he whispered something in his wrist. From the pirate Skylar to the diamond doves. Come now. What the? And then in no time, 2 maids showed up from nowhere and dragged me away. I yelled at them to stop, and I tried to break free. But man, they were strong. While they were taking me away, Skylar said, My apologies, ma'am. It's your father's orders. When I got to my room, I knew there was no point in running away, because there were cameras everywhere. And I would see me and send these crazy women again. I decided that if Dad was going to send me to this school, I would disguise myself and sneak out of there. And then I'd come back into the hotel to get that box. Next morning, I woke up to find the school's uniform on the couch. I put it on and put my disguise in my bag when the maids from yesterday entered the room. I can't travel by car in the morning. It makes me nauseous. Please order a helicopter for me. No need to travel, ma'am. The school is here in the hotel. What? They told me to follow them. When we stepped out of my room, they walked over to the opposite room and opened the door. This is your school, ma'am. I had never seen such a huge room in my entire life. There was only one desk with a chair in front of the teacher's desk. I turned around and yelled at the maids. This is not a school. I'm leaving. They stopped me. No, ma'am, you can't leave. Your father wants you to stay here till the afternoon. Afternoon? That's like 9 hours. But I knew there was no point in fighting. Dad wouldn't allow me to leave. I didn't understand. He was always the sweet, perfect parent. Was this a new way to discipline me or something? I walked towards the desk and sat behind it. The teacher smelled weird and had a creepy smile on his face. Hi, you must be Claire. I'm your new teacher, Mr. Skylar. I gasped. Was there any more Skylars for me to meet in this crazy hotel? I decided not to ask him about the box right away and see how things would go from there. He started with math. He looked straight into my eyes and said, There are 200 rooms in this hotel with children in them, and 16 rooms with newly married couples in them, and 1 room that is still getting renovated. How many rooms do we have in total? I thought for a second. The answer was 217, and then it hit me. That room with the box in it was room 217. Did he give me this word problem on purpose? The answer is 217. With a creepy smile on his face, he nodded. How many boxes does room 217 have? Oh, he did know about the box. I was about to tell him what I'd found in that room when the door of the room flew open and Sam entered the room crying. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Sam ran to me and hugged me tight, and the 2 maids ran after him. I held him and yelled at the maids to leave. Ma'am, he can't be here. Listen, all of you. This boy is not leaving this room unless I leave with him. So you better shut up and leave us alone, or else. The teacher didn't say anything, and the maids left. Sam looked at me with tears in his eyes. It's Hanny. She is mad. He always called his mom by her first name. And did he say she was mad? Hanny turns into a monster when she gets angry. The entire hotel staff gets scared when they hear her scream.
Jeremy is mad too. He is gone.
Jeremy was Hanny's fiancé. I felt like she had never loved him. I didn't understand why she wanted to marry him when they fought so much. Suddenly, Hanny barged in, looking super furious. Behind her, Skylar the assistant was running. Ma'am, I think you should calm down. And I think you should shut up. And I think I should leave you guys alone, the teacher said and left. She leaned towards me and whispered, I don't know what you're up to, but whatever it is, keep Sam out of it. And she grabbed Sam's arm to take him away.
I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with Claire.
Fine. And she left the room glaring at me. What was this crazy woman talking about? What did she think I was doing? I felt very confused and lost. I let out a loud sigh when Sam looked at me with his adorable eyes.
Don't be upset. I know Hanny loves you. She always say that.
Pfft. Yeah, right. I took his hand and left the stupid room and went to mine. 2 days passed and I wasn't able to find anything more about the box or the right Skylar. And since no one wanted to help, I knew just how to get Dad's stupid assistant to tell me something that might help me understand what was going on. I waited for the right moment, and as soon as I saw he was alone, I dragged him into my room. There's something I have to tell you. Yes, ma'am. I hate it when you call me ma'am. Call me Claire. As soon as I'd cornered him, I kissed him. To my surprise, though, not only did I find myself enjoying the kiss very much, but he kissed me back for a second. Just then the door opened and Sam came in. I immediately pushed Skylar away and he ran outside. I can't tell you anything, ma'am. It's your father's orders. God, Sam! I decided to take him to Hanny and tell her everything. She should help me. When we got there, the door was slightly open. I was about to enter the room when I heard Hanny talking to someone. You need to leave this hotel, Skylar. I know, Hanny, I know. I don't know what to do now. I sneaked to see that she was talking to the makeup artist. Wait a second. She said he didn't speak English. I opened the door. Oh, I can see that he speaks English better than me. What are you doing here? Giving you your son back. You should take care of him, you know. You're his mother, in case you forgot. Hanny was about to say something when she stopped. I could see she was hurt by what I'd said. Then the makeup artist left the room quickly. I gave Sam to Hanny and ran after the makeup artist. Darn, he had disappeared. Then I saw Jeremy coming towards Hanny's room. He opened the door and started yelling at her. Is Sam back now? You're such a worthless, good-for-nothing woman. I heard Hanny crying. I would have punched him in the face if it was me. Such a jerk. But for now, I had to do something about that box. I felt so helpless, though. Dad's office was always locked, and no one was willing to help me. And I had no idea who the right Skylar was. Oh, God, help me. The next day, I woke up even earlier than the crazy maids did and went to school. The creepy hot teacher was already there, writing something down in a notebook. He quickly closed it when he saw me. Good morning, ma'am. Just tell me what's in that box, dude. Ma'am, yes, about the box. Just then, the 2 maids barged in. Ma'am, you're not supposed to be here. Tonight is your sister's wedding, and your father said you need to get ready. I don't care about her stupid wedding. Just leave or I... But before I could finish my sentence, the maids held me by my arms and dragged me away. As I was leaving, the teacher said, Don't worry. We will solve the box riddle tomorrow. It's on page 5. I expect you to do your homework. What riddle? What box? What homework? I'm talking about something else! This dumb teacher knew nothing. The maids shut the door and took me to my room. There, I found the makeup artist. What are you doing here? Why did Hanny say you should leave? Oh, she was worried about my immigration status and that I would be sent away. That's why she didn't want me talking to anyone, and told you I didn't speak English, so no one would snitch on me. Okay, so he wasn't the right Skylar either. This left me with only one Skylar, the assistant. I knew it was him. My gut feeling was right. The moment I was done getting ready for the wedding, I ran to look for the assistant. I found him talking to one of the maids, and he tried to run away when he saw me. Please, I can't do this, ma'am. I tried to think of something really fast, so I lied and said, Sam is stuck in my bathroom. I need your help before anyone finds out he's missing. I could see the serious look on his face. Yes, ma'am. And we both went to my room. I locked the door behind me. Give me the key to room 217, now! He looked shocked and confused. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Don't ma'am me, you idiot. Just give me the key. It's in my dad's office. Ma'am, please calm down. I have no idea what's going on. But since you want this so badly, I can open your dad's office for you. And it's a big risk, ma'am, but I will do it for you. I couldn't believe my ears. Finally! Someone was helping me. I kissed him and took his hand, and we both ran to Dad's office. He opened the door for me and waited outside. I walked towards my dad's desk when I heard some noise. I froze. Who's there? There was no reply. I gathered my courage and continued walking, when suddenly a young man got up from under the desk. I yelled, "Oh my God!" "Calm down, please." "Who are you?" "I'm Skylar." Oh man, this was too much. I couldn't take more Skylars this week. What are you doing here? "I'm Hanny's friend. I was supposed to arrive 4 days ago, but my flight got delayed. I need to get you into room 217. You know about the box?" "Yes, but I don't know what's inside it. I can't explain much right now. You're the only person allowed to open that box." "Why? Who said that?" "Your sister." Then he gave me the key and told me to hurry before it was too late. I was confused. I opened room 217 and went straight to the box. I opened it and I found a letter there. I started reading it and... Oh my God! I needed to leave this place now. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and what was worse, my phone wasn't with me. I kept kicking and pushing against the door. After 2 hours, someone opened it, and it was Skylar, the assistant. "The wedding started and I didn't see you around. I checked the cameras and found out you were here. And I also know who locked you in." "Me too." I gave him a kiss on the cheek and thanked him. I ran to the ballroom as fast as I could. It was in the same hotel. I screamed when I entered the ballroom. "I object! I object! This wedding can't happen!" The room fell silent and everyone stared at me. Then Dad came running to me. "What's wrong, honey?" "Dad, Hanny is not happy. She can't marry Jeremy. He is a psycho who never loved or respected her. She's scared, Dad." Jeremy was furious. "That's impossible. These are all lies. Tell them, Hanny." Hanny started crying, and then Jeremy started shaking her by the shoulders, screaming at her to say something. Dad ran to him and pushed him away. "You can't talk to my daughter like that." And then to Hanny, he said, "Honey, why didn't you say something?" "Dad, I was scared. I'm sorry, Claire, for the way I treated you. I was just frustrated at everyone and everything. It was a toxic relationship. I was lost and angry. And..." Then Hanny's friend, Skylar, showed up and went to hug her. "Oh, who is that? It's him, huh? He is Sam's father. I knew you were such a..." Then Dad lunged at Jeremy and punched him in the face. 2 security men came running in and dragged Jeremy away. I felt sorry for Hanny, and things between me and her got better and we became closer. She got back with Skylar, her ex-boyfriend, and she gave birth to an adorable baby boy. And guess what she named him? Oh no, not Skylar. Just Liam.
My story animated will give $1,000 to someone who subscribes in the next 7 days. So tell your sister, your brother, your mom, or your friends that if they subscribe, they may win $1,000.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the walls. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new.
Hi, I'm Amelia from Germany. Please like and subscribe. I live in a trailer shed in Berlin because my parents didn't make any money. I mean, I had food, a mattress, and running water, but that was basically it. My parents tried to get me toys and presents once in a while, even though it didn't go too well. I have a present for you, sweetie. They were giving away free books at the library.
Thanks, but you do realize almost all the pages are missing, right? Mom, I have an idea. What if I get a job and then we become billionaires?
You're in the 3rd grade, Amelia. I don't think that's possible.
How could I argue with that? But a few months later, things took an insane turn. Mom had to work all weekend, so Dad decided to take me on a camping trip, just us.
And get bitten by 100 bugs? No thanks. I have enough mosquitoes in my room at night.
But Dad insisted. He borrowed a neighbor's van and we drove for 8 hours straight. God, it was crazy. Finally, we stopped at our destination, and I couldn't believe my eyes. We were standing in front of a palace.
I'd like you to meet your grandfather.
Just then, an old man came out and I was super confused. Then at dinner, my grandpa dropped a bombshell on me.
I wanted your father to marry a rich woman, but instead he marries someone who can't even buy her daughter a proper bed. I told him I'd only share my riches if he'd divorce her for someone else.
Actually, Amelia, I brought you here because I'm leaving your mom. I can't live in poverty any longer. We're moving in with my father, and you're going to have a new stepmom soon.
You can forget about me living with you. What, you were just gonna kidnap me and never tell Mom what happened to us? I don't ever want to see you. I don't even want to look at you. You're dead to me. How could Dad do something so sick? I had Mom pick me up after that, and when she found out what Dad was actually up to, she was horrified. I didn't see him again after that, and Mom told me everything. His parents never accepted me, so he cut them off. I never thought he would leave me. I'll never fall in love again with any man. That's okay, Mom. You don't need to marry anyone, and I don't want another mean dad. We can do this, just the two of us. It turned out we did make it on our own. After a couple of years, Mom finally found a new job that paid more, and we were able to move into a house. Everything was great. I was getting good grades in school, and I had tons of friends. But most importantly, I'd made a life-changing decision. I refused to talk to any guy around me. After what had happened with my dad and grandpa, I was convinced all guys were pigs. If a boy even sat next to me in class, I'd move 3 chairs down, and everyone thought I was crazy for it. Amelia's like an alien, as if she's never even seen a boy in her life. Maybe she thinks she's too good to talk to any guy at our school. Well, I didn't care what they said about me. I had created a boy-free life for myself, and I was loving it until one day my whole world came crashing down. In 10th grade, 2 twin brothers entered our school in a limo. They were dreamy billionaire heartthrobs named Dennis and Leon. All the girls were fawning over them except me. Then suddenly, as I walked down the hall, Leon pointed his finger at me.
You. I want this young lady to be my school guide for the day. You'll escort me to all my classes, fetch me my test answer sheets from the teacher's lounge, and of course, hey, you can't ask her to do all that. She's a girl. She should have someone escorting her. Show some respect.
Okay, first of all, girls don't need anyone to escort them. And secondly, I don't talk to boys ever. Ask any kid in school. And I really don't talk to snooty guys who expect me to be their slave. I started to walk away when Dennis grabbed my arm gently.
Wait, please. I'm sorry about my brother. He can be kind of a brat. He's the spoiled one in the family. My parents give him everything. Let me make it up to you. I'll buy you coffee. You seem like a really nice girl. We can be friends and get to know each other.
Oh, dear God. I tried pushing Dennis away, but he wouldn't give up. He followed me around all day like a puppy, desperate to be my friend. It was kind of convenient having someone carry all of my textbooks, but I didn't want to take advantage of him. Dennis wasn't as awful as I thought, at least not like Leon. While Dennis followed me around, Leon acted like a total arrogant jerk.
Your dress has a stain on it. Don't you have a washing machine at home?
I'm really not interested in your opinion. And in math class, he forced me to give up my seat.
I need to sit at the front of the class near the chalkboard. Otherwise, I can't concentrate.
When I said no, he whistled and 2 of his bodyguards came charging at me. Where did they come from? They were about to pick me up when something inside me just snapped. I turned around to push them away, but when I did, I banged my head against the wall and I totally blacked out. Some hours later, I opened my eyes to find I was in the nurse's office with Dennis by my side holding an ice pack to my forehead.
You had kind of a scare back in the hall, and I wanted to make sure you were okay.
Okay, thanks. but you've known me for 2 freaking days. Why are you all over me?
I'm not trying to be creepy or anything. It just made me so mad when I saw how Leon acted towards you. My brother's evil, and I don't want him hurting anyone else the way he hurt me.
Before I could answer, Dennis told me all about Leon and all the horrible things he'd done to people. Apparently, Leon pulled all kinds of nasty pranks on Dennis, like leaving poisonous spiders in his underwear. But Dennis was most angry about Leon stealing his girlfriend last year.
He knew I loved her. I found him making out with her behind the school on her 6th-month anniversary.
I wasn't sure if it was because my head hurt or I felt lonely, but I enjoyed Dennis's company. After that day, I decided it wouldn't be a crime to hang out with him, so we became friends. Leon kept calling us boyfriend and girlfriend, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. He was just an annoying tease, and I had to put up with it. Then one day, Leon and Dennis decided to throw a huge party, and Dennis really wanted me to go. Fine, but only because I've never been to a rich person party before.
Oh, you'll have a blast. And if Leon tries to bug us, we'll glue his butt to a chair.
I laughed and was surprised how much I was looking forward to the party. I had lots of fun when I arrived, dancing to music, watching a movie in their private theater. Then towards the end of the night, the boys decided to play Truth or Dare. When it was my turn, Dennis dared me to jump into the pool with my clothes on.
Sorry, what? You can't jump in our pool.
Actually, I can, because that's the rule of the game. I marched outside to the pool with the other kids, but as I stood at the edge of the pool, Leon grabbed my hand.
You are not jumping in that pool. We had a chemical leak yesterday, and Dennis knows it. That psycho is trying to kill you.
Don't touch me.
Just shut up, dude, and let Amelia jump in.
God, this guy was a piece of work. He just didn't want me to have fun. Then suddenly, Leon picked up a rock and threw it in the pool. And that's when I saw green bubbles surrounding it. There was a chemical leak. Did that mean?
See, I told you. Dennis is trying to hurt you, Amelia. He's been up to no good for a while, and I kept quiet. But this is just too much. How about you continue to keep quiet, jerk?
What were they talking about? Then suddenly, Leon punched Dennis and he fell to the ground. Leon, stop!
Amelia, I have to talk to you.
Just give us space for a second, will you? Leon finally agreed and left me with Dennis. You tried to throw me in a pool filled with acid? That makes no sense. Why would you do something like that?
My brother and I can't have you around. That's all you need to know. I don't owe you an explanation.
Wait, what? As if I want to associate with you, psycho? I could have you locked up in jail. I kicked him as hard as I could and left him there. My God, he was wicked. I couldn't believe I'd ever trusted him. And what did Dennis mean when he said he couldn't have me around? God, I had so many questions. The next day at school, I tried to keep myself focused on schoolwork. I spent all of lunch in the library. But while I was looking through my textbook, someone's hands covered my eyes.
3 guesses who?
Oh, you again. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? This is all so confusing.
Long story short, our families are enemies. My grandma owns half of Germany, and apparently your grandpa does too. They've been threatening and blackmailing each other for years. So Dennis has been out to get you. That's why he followed you around. And I was trying to be loyal to my family, which is why I was a jerk to you at first. But I should have put a stop to it all earlier. I'm really sorry.
You know my grandpa? All of this happened because of a war between his family and yours?
Yep, it's taken over our whole lives. Our parents were barely around when we were kids. It hurt me a lot, but I got over it. Dennis didn't, though. He especially hates your family. He thinks it's their fault that our parents neglected him. Dennis kinda turned into a psycho in general. Once, he put poisonous spiders in my underwear, and then another time, he stole my girlfriend just to piss me off.
Wait a second. Leon was saying the exact same things about Dennis that Dennis had said about Leon. Dennis really had been the culprit the whole time? God, what a mess! I slept for 14 hours after that day. Leon called me the next day and told me his parents had sent Dennis to juvie.
He set all my mom's dresses on fire when they got into a fight. That was kind of the last straw. I hope you're feeling better, Amelia. I was worried about you. Maybe we could get to know each other a little better?
That's really sweet, Leon. And I'm glad Dennis is out of the picture. But I'm better off not having any men in my life. All they've ever done is hurt me. Still, thanks for saving my life. I hung up the phone, but Leon didn't give up on me that quickly. He kept sending me funny memes and cheer-up messages. He also sent me links to his favorite MSA videos, which I loved, but I never replied to him. Then one day, something wild happened. I was brushing my teeth when my phone rang, and it was my dad. I spit my toothpaste all over the bathroom mirror.
Amelia, tell your friend to back off if he doesn't want to get seriously hurt.
Hey, Dad. Great to hear from you too after 6 years. Also, I don't know what you're talking about.
Your friend, Leon. Why would you be friends with our rivals anyway? He kept texting me to check up on you and be a better dad. Who does he think he is? And when I didn't reply, he turned up at the house. I had to get him thrown out by guards. But next time, I'll do worse.
Dad hung up without even saying goodbye. I immediately video called Leon to find him with a bandage on his head. Leon, you idiot! Why did you go to my dad's place? Did they hurt you?
Hey, no, I'm fine. Just hit my head when the guards threw me out. It was foolish, but I was just trying to make up for Dennis, and you deserve to have someone look out for you.
It was stupid, but I was so touched by what Leon did for me. Maybe not all men were out to hurt me after all. I really started warming up to Leon after that, and we talked often. And on my 16th birthday, I heard a knock at the door. It was Leon, and he was standing there with an envelope. I opened it to find concert tickets for my favorite band. Wow, this is amazing! But you didn't have to get me a present, Leon. You've been a really good friend.
There's 2 tickets in there. You obviously don't want to go alone. No chance I could ever be more than a good friend?
I really can't promise that, dude. But you never know what the future will hold for us. Hi, I'm Belle from France. Please like and subscribe. I'd lived in an orphanage ever since I could remember, but I was always curious about my parents, and I'd annoy the warden with my questions.
Are you an evil witch who took me from my parents because my hair has magic powers? Tell me now, or else. I heard about a girl whose parents were astronauts and they got stuck on the moon. Do you think my parents are there too?
Are you skipping class again? Why are you such a nuisance?
There you are, Belle. So sorry, ma'am. I'll just take her away. Miss Vivian was our teacher and my best friend at the orphanage. She couldn't have children of her own, and she was really attached to me. And I adored her. She could always get me to study by promising me to help me with my singing later. I don't really need school because I'm going to be a famous singer one day.
Yeah, but there's no harm in having some options, right?
My life at the orphanage was good, but when I turned 15, things took a wild turn. Miss V had told me about a talent show she'd applied to on my behalf, and I'd gotten an audition next week. But when my chance came, my nerves took over and I messed it up completely. Miss V tried consoling me, but I was just really disappointed with myself. As we were walking back home, I suddenly saw a masked guy running my way, with a lady yelling behind him. He took my bag. Please, stop him. Without another thought, I grabbed a trash can and threw it in the thief's way, making him trip over it. I snatched the bag from him before he managed to run away. As the woman came closer, my jaw dropped. She was a singer named Madeline, and I was a huge fan. OMG, Madeline, is it really you? I just love... No, don't touch me. You touched trash just now. Then she took her bag from me and walked off to her car without even saying thank you. Hey, you're so rude. Just because you're a celebrity, you think you can treat people like garbage? Some of the people watching us had started recording on their phones and booing Madeline. No, wait, I wasn't going to drive away. Sweetie, I'm sorry. I was just shaken because of that thief. Please, come in. I'll drop you wherever you want. I knew she was just being nice because of the angry mob, but she kept insisting. So I agreed, and she took us back to the orphanage. But the next morning when I went downstairs, I was surprised to see some kids gathered around Madeline. And she said she needed to talk to me privately. Hey, Belle, I have something to tell you. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just can't shake off my gut feeling. You see, 15 years ago, I had a daughter, but my career was just kicking off. So after birth, I left her at the hospital.
What?
I regretted the decision and tried looking for my baby, but I couldn't find her. And when I saw you yesterday, I noticed your green eyes, and we have the same hair color. I think you're my daughter. I know it sounds crazy, but would you agree to a DNA test?"
I was stunned, and I didn't believe it, but I gave Madeline a hair sample, and the next day, she returned with the DNA forms that confirmed we were a 100% match. Madeline, the famous singer, was my mom, and she wanted to readopt me. My head was just spinning, and Miss V made things worse.
Belle, are you seriously thinking about going with that woman? She was so rude to you the day before, and now suddenly she's your loving mom? Something about her is off. I can feel it.
Come on, she was stressed that day, and the DNA test shows she's my mom. I've always wondered who my parents are, and now I get the chance to know one of them, to have a family. I'm just supposed to let that go?
I thought I was your family, and I can't let you go with her. I won't.
You can't stop me, Miss V. This is hard for me too, but you're just being paranoid. Miss Vivian's eyes teared up, and she just walked off. Well, if she couldn't be happy for me, then fine. And I left with Madeline soon after.
I couldn't help overhearing that woman, and she was being so weird and possessive about you. It's not normal. It's also not normal for a mom to abandon her child for her career. I may have agreed to come with you, but I haven't forgiven you yet. And Miss V loves me. Sweetie, I understand your anger, and I have a lot of making up to do. You want to be a singer, right? I will start by making that happen. Also, if Miss Vivian loves you, she should be happy you're getting a better life.
I felt troubled, but then forgot everything when we reached Madeline's mansion. It was bigger than a mall.
My assistant Juliet will show you to your room, and then I have an amazing spa day planned for us.
Juliet wouldn't make eye contact with me, and after taking me to my room, she walked off without a word. Rude. But I couldn't help being excited that I was gonna live like royalty. I was hoping to get to know Madeline more, but the spa day was more of a makeover day. And the next thing I knew, I was being whisked off to a TV interview. Madeline, I'm not ready for this. I've never been on camera, and I need time to process everything.
What's there to process, love? You're the daughter of a star, and you need to believe it. And I just can't wait for the world to see my angel. Also, could you please call me Mom?
The next few weeks were a blur of interviews and events, and we were constantly surrounded by paparazzi. Madeline would always get so emotional, and people just loved the story of how we'd been reunited after all these years. But I still didn't know much about my mom. We hardly got the chance to be alone, and she hadn't even heard me sing yet. Late one night, I went down to the kitchen when I heard loud voices from Madeline's studio in the basement.
Juliet, you don't sound good on this song at all.
Well, I'm sorry, but I had a cold that day.
We're just gonna have to record it again.
And when I heard Juliet singing, I nearly had a stroke. That was Madeline's voice. Just then, Madeline spotted me, and she asked me to come in.
I guess there's no point in trying to hide anything now. Belle, you've discovered the family secret.
Wait, Juliet's been the voice behind all your songs?
Yes. She wanted a steady job, and I wanted to be famous, but wasn't as talented. So we struck a deal at the start of my career. It worked out splendidly.
So you've been taking the credit for her talent and fooling all your fans? That's just wrong.
Excuse me, I didn't ask for your opinion. Okay, so I'm not completely honest with my fans, but either way, I still entertain millions. You're too naive to understand all this, and you're certainly not allowed to tell anyone. Do you hear me?
Maybe Miss V was right about her. If she could lie about such a big thing, who knew what else she was lying about?
Honey, I want to apologize for the way I spoke to you, and I got you the latest iPhone.
This doesn't make up for it. I've always admired you as a singer, and now I find out it's all fake, and no one will ever know it's Juliet.
Belle, do you know what it's like to really want something, but everyone tells you you can't have it? I always dreamed of being a singer, but my family said I wasn't good enough, and I just wanted to show them. Juliet willingly signed the contract, and I've always paid her generously. I'm not trying to hurt anybody.
I guess. As long as you're paying Juliet well and treating her nicely, I can keep your secret.
That's my girl. And no interviews tomorrow. We'll have a movie night. Just you and me. The next evening, while we were watching a movie, I turned to Madeline. Do you have some skin cream? My birthmark is really itchy. Madeline pulled out a jar from her drawer, but when I asked her to put it on, she looked confused. Why can't you put it on yourself? Because I can't reach it? You do know my birthmark is on my back, right? Of course I know. It's just been a long time, honey. But yes, it's on your back. Lift your shirt, please. Actually, it's on my thigh, and it's the size of Africa. The only way you'd forget that is if you never knew it in the first place. What's gotten into you? Madeline, I know you're not my mom. You've lied about everything. So I really don't have to believe that DNA test either. Okay, I'm not your mom. You caught me. But listen, you did all this for publicity, didn't you? Just so you could tell the world about your long-lost daughter and capture everyone's interest and sell albums? You're a monster. Please, let me explain. I did do it for publicity because it's so hard to stay on top in this industry. But I do love you and I want to have you around. If I did something that helps me and also gives an orphan an amazing life, why is that a bad thing? I'm not your charity case to show off and use to make money. It's late now, but tomorrow morning, I'm going back to the orphanage. I won't lie to anyone about being your daughter. I stormed off to my room before Madeline could say more. She was unbelievable. But the next morning, when I went down with my bags, I saw a doctor leaving Madeline's room, and I found out that she had a high fever. I was sure she was faking that too, but the doctor confirmed that she was down with a bad infection. Belle, please, come here. Listen, I'm sorry. Please, don't go. Not like this. Madeline, just get some rest, okay? I'm here. I didn't want to stay, but I just couldn't leave her when she was so sick. The paparazzi were gonna find out when I went back to the orphanage, so I'd let her deal with all that media frenzy once she was better. But I couldn't help calling Miss Vivian, and hearing her voice, I broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry. You were right about Madeline. Her whole life is a lie, and she pulled me into it. And maybe I never really believed she was my mom, but I wanted to. I don't blame you, Belle. And I was being selfish too, because it was hard to let you go. I can't wait to see you soon. I stayed by Madeline's side till she recovered completely. But as I was packing my stuff again, Madeline walked into my room. Belle, don't leave me, please. You're only saying that because you're worried about your reputation once the truth comes out. Sorry, I can't help you anymore. Then let me make you an offer you can't refuse. I want to feature a duet by you and Juliet on my album releasing next week. And then I'll launch your solo career. The publicity we've received helps us both. With me, you can become a pop star overnight. You'll never get a chance like this again. Trust me. Here Madeline was, handing me my dreams on a silver platter. And it was true. Once I got back to the orphanage, people would forget me soon, and I'd struggle to be a singer. I couldn't really trust her. But Madeline called me and Juliet to the studio the very next day to record a song together. It was the most thrilling experience, and she was blown away by my talent. You have the voice of an angel, darling. You're really gonna go places. The album was released, and it exploded. The duet people thought Madeline and I sang together shot straight to #1 on the charts, and it was all you could hear everywhere. One day, when Madeline and I were at an album signing event, I spotted Miss V in the line and ran to her. Miss V, how've you been? I've been meaning to call. But you got busy becoming a star, right? I'm happy that your dreams are coming true, but are you sure this is how you want it? What do you mean? You said Madeline's whole life was a lie, and now yours is too. You're part of her secret, and you're faking being her daughter. This lie will just grow deeper, and then you'll have to give it up forever. Are you okay doing that? I stood there speechless. I just came to tell you that I got a job in another city, and I'm leaving next month. I wanted to wish you luck and say goodbye. I hope you'll do the right thing, Belle. I know you have that in you. I was bummed out for days after that meeting, and I just couldn't shake off her words. Soon after, Juliet came down with a bad throat infection. It turned out to be laryngitis, and she recovered in a couple of weeks. But the doctor said she could no longer sing. And Madeline went ballistic. What? No, you're fine now. You can speak, right? Why can't you sing? The doctor said straining her vocal cords could damage them forever. but she has to try. I'll take you anywhere to get you treated. Madeline, I've served you for 15 years. I think I'm done, okay? Done. You're done? Have you forgotten our deal and what I can do? What are you talking about? My mother worked as a maid in Madeline's family home, and my brother stole all their precious heirlooms. He'd already sold them by the time he got caught, and he was gonna end up in prison for years. But Madeline kept him out, as long as I agreed to be her singing voice. I've been repaying her debt all this time, but I'm just tired now. Juliet, if the robbery happened 15 years ago, she can't charge your brother for that crime anymore. You don't know what you're talking about. And why are you complaining, Juliet? You were just a maid and I've done so much for you. Just stop. You're a terrible person who'll always find a way to justify every selfish act. Juliet is done with you, and so am I. And so is your career because you have no talent. And the family you wanted to impress so badly? Well, I don't see them around either. Enjoy the rest of your sad, lonely life with your money, because that's what you did everything for. Juliet and I left Madeline for good, and I couldn't get fast enough to the orphanage. Miss V was leaving that day, and I hoped I wasn't too late. I caught her just as she was putting her bags in a cab. Belle? What are you— I did the right thing, Miss V. And wherever you're going, I'm coming with you. I won't take no for an answer. I would like nothing more, love, but what about your career? I'll tell everyone the truth, and then we'll figure it out. I actually have talent, remember? I want to do things the right way, even if it's harder.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away.
My love, please, don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul. And most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up.
It's rotten tuna, isn't it?
I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy! Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out, but just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez, can I ever catch a freaking break? Hey, what's up? My name is Leon, and I'm a famous teen actor with a super gorgeous girlfriend and the most passionate fangirls ever. It might sound like every teenage guy's dream, but to me, it was the worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet, but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging on to me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. It would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it. I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine. But you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noel. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting?
You can steal my boyfriend and be some big shot designer, huh? Not on my clock. I just lost it. I leapt forward and gave Tanya a much-deserved slap. How dare you? Just then, Mom stepped in, looking like an angry lioness. Zip it, Amy. I've had enough. I've put up with everything, but I will not put up with you or your dumb brat hurting my daughter. And you can do whatever, but one thing is certain. My daughter will be something big one day, and you'll just be jealous morons. That day, Mom and I left that crazy house. I had to go straight to the interview without my portfolio, and I was feeling so nervous. But just minutes before I started, I spotted Josh running to me, and behind him was his mom. "Oh, Josh, you're back. What are you doing here? We went to your aunt's house, and you weren't there. I knew you had an interview today, and I needed to show you something." He then showed me an Instagram page, and what shook me was that all the models were wearing dresses I had designed and Mom had stitched. What? These are my designs. Yes, and your aunt was selling them and claiming them as hers. The moment you showed me your designs, I figured she was up to no good. My missing design book and all the dresses she made Mom stitch. It made sense. That witch was making us work without a penny or any credit. Josh's mom went inside where the interview panel was waiting, and she told them how her brand was using my work. The panel was pretty impressed seeing my work on her Instagram page, and I got in. Josh's mom cut all business ties with Aunt Amy and even hired my mom. I heard Aunt was in a great deal of debt and had to sell almost everything, including her house. Well, she deserved it. I got into fashion designing school with Josh and graduated with flying colors. He asked me to marry him soon after, and of course I said yes. By the time I was 25, I became one of the top fashion designers in my country. And when my work was showcased at Paris Fashion Week, I was my own showstopper. I could never be what I am today without my first inspiration and my best friend. I don't know if you know this, but ever since I was a kid, the person I've wanted to be the most is you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I love you.
It all went down the day after Thanksgiving. I was really looking forward to my leftover turkey sandwich when this newspaper slapped me in the face and I dropped it. My stomach churned. 1, 'cause my lunch was now dirt, and 2, I just caught a faceful of Ryland's grin. The unstoppable superstar I can't escape. Ugh, I hated him. And then my day just got a whole lot worse.
It's for my granddaughter. Which one do you think she'll like more? The silver jacket Rylan or the gold jacket Rylan?
They look the same to me.
They are not the same, dear. The golden one makes his eyes look more blue, and the silver makes his hair look glossier. And if you see closely...
Oh my god, they're just stupid figurines! He's not gonna jump up and do a private concert in your cart! Just then my boss started calling me and I rushed back to work. In the evening, I headed to an ice cream parlor to catch a break. But blocking my way was a life-size cutout of Rylan. Get out of my way!
Ma'am, are you okay?
Does this thing really need to be right at the entrance?
Yes, it's part of the Ryan Pierce Summer Sweets campaign. We get a bonus if we sell enough triple scoop sundaes.
I don't care if this gets you a golden ticket to Willy Wonka's factory. Get this thing out of my face!
The lady's scaring me!
I grabbed the cutout and stomped on it. The store manager tried to stop me, but I was so furious I couldn't stop. And before I knew it, I was booked for vandalism. Hi, I'm Eva, and I hate Rylan Pierce. But can you really blame me? Rylan and I grew up in the same tiny town. For me, music was an escape when things at home got heavy. Dad was always losing jobs, and Mom never had the education to get one. My sister Sky and I started working young just to keep the fridge full. But for Rylan, music meant everything. He wanted the spotlight, the stage, the world.
One day, I'm gonna be rich enough to leave this town and make music that actually makes people feel something.
And what, leave me behind?
No way, you're my inspiration, Eva. I'm taking you with me.
But right after high school, Rylan started singing at this little cafe downtown and got spotted by a music label. He moved to LA with his mom. And for a while, we stayed in touch. But then he just cut me off. He didn't answer my calls, never replied to my texts. And one night, I saw him on TV, surrounded by girls, smiling without a care in the world. It was obvious he'd forgotten all about me. So eventually, I gave up going after him. We were best friends, and I always thought we could be more, but clearly I was wrong. That was 3 years back, and now he's a superstar with his face splashed across every billboard on Earth. And every time I see him, I'm reminded of his betrayal. Like today. The police let me off with a warning, and I asked Sky to come pick me up.
So, what happened?
I just wanted to have ice cream, but this giant Rylan cutout was in my face. So I gently pushed it aside.
You shredded it to pieces and traumatized a 5-year-old. And this is not even the first time you've reacted like this. You go feral every time you hear Rylan's name. You have a playlist called Songs I'd Sing If Rylan Didn't Leave Me. You're still in love with him.
No, I was never in love with him. I just liked him. A teeny, tiny, microscopic, okay, a medium-sized amount.
You cried enough to sink the Titanic when he left. Look, all I'm saying is you clearly have some unresolved trauma with Rylan. And if you don't start unpacking that, you'll turn into one of those vicious cat ladies who scream at people for laughing.
I tried to close Rylan's chapter and get on with my life. I left my hometown and moved to New York with Sky. I got a haircut, even went on dates, and most of them sucked. But to be fair, it wasn't entirely their fault things didn't work out.
So I'm studying to be a zoologist.
Ah, perfect. As a zookeeper, do you think you could get me a snake? I've been thinking about keeping one as a pet. I'll name him Rylan. Cool, right?
This band makes such good music!
But you know who doesn't make good music? Rylan Pierce. I have this theory that if you remove the background music, he sounds like a dying dolphin. Also, I think he uses auto-tune. Somehow, every conversation circled back to Rylan, which obviously put my dates off. So eventually, I just gave up on love and threw myself into work. I worked for this magazine, where I mostly follow my boss around at fancy events, and I was doing a pretty good job, until one afternoon, everything changed. My boss had opened a golf club, and I was managing the launch event for the magazine when I saw someone familiar. Rylan? I thought I was hallucinating, but my boss had invited celebrities to play a few rounds of golf, so it wasn't totally impossible. So I ditched the interview and decided to follow him. I trailed him around the corner and saw him walk into the men's changing room. I waited outside, but when he didn't come out after 5 minutes, I threw all my common sense to the trash and went in.
Ah!
Oh my God! It is you! My brain flatlined, and all the angry speeches I'd rehearsed for 5 years flew out the window. It felt like an out-of-body experience, like the betrayed version of me was frozen in place, and the part that still loved Rylan broke free and threw her arms around him.
What are you doing?
I swear, I thought I was gonna kick you in the face the next time I saw you, but I'm just so happy right now. I've missed you so much. Suddenly, 2 strong hands gripped me and pulled me off Rylan. Guys, I know you're doing your job, but I know him. Tell them, Rylan.
Tell them what? I have no idea who you are.
What? Of course you know. I'm Eva.
You're not gonna stop, are you? Here, take this and get out.
He turned to leave, but I grabbed his arm. Rylan, it's me, Eva. Why are you pretending not to know me? What kind of sick game are you playing?
Get off me, you psycho!
His security dragged me out as I kicked and screamed, and then they threw me out of the venue. If that wasn't humiliating enough, my boss fired me for creating a nuisance. I lost my job, my dignity, and my emotional stability all in one day. And I was devastated. I spent years imagining this moment, where I'd yell, he'd apologize, maybe laugh, maybe cry. I never thought he'd just look through me like I was a complete stranger.
That's because he is a jerk. And now that you've hit rock bottom, you can only go up from here.
Or I could keep digging till I enter another dimension and get away from my miserable life. Sky tried to cheer me up, but I couldn't stop thinking, why would Rylan pretend not to remember me? I spent the whole night digging for answers. And sure, Rylan mentioned his hometown in his interviews, but nothing about school, friends, or any childhood memories. Even other people were confused. That's so weird. No one forgets high school unless they want to. What if Rylan Pierce is just a stage name for this guy, and the real dude's locked in a basement somewhere? Most of these theories made no sense. But after the way he acted at the golf club, I knew something was up. And as luck would have it, his team was apparently hiring an assistant for him. Bingo! I applied under a fake name, told Sky I was off on vacation, and booked a flight to LA. If Rylan wasn't gonna let me get close to him as Eva, I had to go in as a completely different person and find out what had happened in the last 5 years. So I dyed my hair and changed my eye color. But when I got to the interview, the place was crawling with applicants, mostly girls with Rylan's face slapped across their t-shirts. I was the only one who didn't look like a deranged fan. And that's exactly what got me in.
I was beginning to wonder if anyone normal's gonna show up. Most of these girls are hoping Rylan will walk in and sign their forehead.
Yeah, I noticed he's not around.
He hates interviews, or anything public. The last time he was out at this golf event, and he got ambushed by this crazy fan. Anyway, your resume's strong and you don't look like an idiot obsessed with Rylan. So I guess, welcome to the team, Leah.
Yep, they really had no idea. By the end of the day, Rylan's team showed me the ropes and gave me a not-so-short list of things I had to do for Rylan. I managed to cover most of it, but the next morning when he walked in, I was still wildly unprepared.
So you're the new assistant.
Yes, I'm Leah, a huge fan.
Shocker. What's my day looking like?
Since when had this boy become so rude? Over the next week, I bent over backwards to make Rylan's life easier. Color-coded his schedule, fetched his dry cleaning, chased him across studios. But he barely looked at me. Except, of course, when he needed to bark orders.
This is the wrong shade of black. I said onyx, not raven.
They're literally identical.
Oh, really? I must be blind then.
I didn't mean...
Give me the right t-shirt now. I'm already late for the interview. God, that's awful. How difficult is it to get one iced latte right? Am I asking for the moon here? Fix it!
He'd made it his life's personal mission to offend everyone around him. And I was so busy trying not to set him off, I barely had time to breathe, let alone dig into the mystery I came here to solve. But one night, I spotted him in the media room watching a movie, and I decided to ask some questions, pretending they were an interview for a magazine. But as I got closer, I realized he was sleeping. I leaned in just to confirm. When suddenly, he grabbed my wrist and pinned me to the couch.
What are you doing?
I was just checking if you were alive. You're a really quiet breather.
Why are you here?
I just had to ask you about this interview for a teen magazine.
And this couldn't wait until morning?
Yes, but then I thought, maybe not. Rylan finally let me go, and I sat up straight.
Don't ever do that again. I could have hurt you.
It's totally my fault. I'm very sorry. Wait, you're watching Frozen? Rylan fumbled with the remote and shut off the TV. I wasn't judging. I love Frozen too. Everyone thinks it's for kids, but it's really about breaking free of expectations.
Get to the point.
Right. Okay, so could you tell me a bit about the town you grew up in?
It was a small town, nothing special.
And high school? Were you popular? Did you have any friends? Or maybe best friends?
Nope.
Nope to all 4 questions?
Who cares about all this?
Your fans do? They want to know more about you and your life. More personal stuff, like, first crushes, or maybe you could talk about that scar on your arm?
How do you know about that?
I froze. That scar happened when Rylan fell off his bike in middle school, but I wasn't supposed to remember that. Not as Leah. Oh, I saw it once, at the pool. You were swimming.
You were watching me swim?
Yeah, but not in a creepy way. I was just there, hovering in the background, in case you needed something. Rylan got closer, and I stopped breathing.
That sounds both suspicious and creepy, and I don't like either. You got any more questions?
Yeah. Have you liked and subscribed to MSA? It's this really cool channel on YouTube. He practically threw me out of there. But hey, I bet he's gonna do it later. And you better do it too. After that bombed spectacularly, I was pretty sure Rylan was onto me. I caught him watching me intensely a few times, and someone from the team casually mentioned he'd asked for my background. I needed to fix things. So when his manager said he had a big concert in Korea coming, I figured it was my chance to get in his good books. I was doing his bookings when I found a crazy deal on a 5-star hotel. But just as I punched the card details, the screen went blank. And minutes later, Rylan burst in.
Who used my card to make an online booking?
I did, but I don't think it went through. My laptop sort of died on me.
Oh, it went through. To hackers. Half my account's been drained. Thank God I caught it early and froze the card. What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I swear it was a mistake. There was this massive discount on a really good 5-star hotel, and I thought...
You got my card hacked for a discount? I'm Rylan Pierce. I don't need discounts. Man, this has got to be the dumbest thing I've heard.
Okay, yes, I messed up, but I can fix this.
No, just pack your things and leave. You're fired!
His words hit like a punch to the gut, and that night, I cried into my pillow like a total wreck. This was my one chance to be around Rylan again, and I blew it. Still, if I was getting kicked out, I figured I might as well go out swinging and remind him who I was. I had nothing to lose, and he'd already fired me. But the next morning, when I walked up to his room, I heard him yelling on the phone.
You could threaten me all you want, but if you lay a hand on her, are you listening to me?
And then he hung up and hurled the phone at the wall. And then he saw me.
Oh, so now you're eavesdropping too?
I wasn't trying to listen, but are you okay?
That's none of your business. Get out!
Why are you so rude, dude? I know I've made a mistake, but you're not exactly boss of the year either. You're rude, mean, and you act like everyone around you is beneath you. I don't know what your deal is, but I'm not your punching bag. But Rylan's eyes were locked on the window like I wasn't even there. Look at me when I'm talking to you.
Oh God, I need to leave.
Oh, no, you don't get to leave. Not until I'm done talking.
Dang it, I don't have time for this!
He grabbed my hand, yanked open the door, and dragged me into the hallway. I scrambled to keep up as he charged down the stairs, straight into a basement that looked like something out of The Conjuring. Where are we going?
Just keep moving.
Where? It looks like we're headed into a dungeon. I don't have a good feeling about this. At least tell me what's happening. Just then, Rylan kicked open a side door and led me outside to a motorbike.
Hop on.
On that? No way! That thing's barely got a seat. Just then, I heard shouting. I turned around and saw these men in suits running toward us. One of them fired a warning shot. It hit the metal door frame behind us. Oh my God! Why are they firing at us?
Just get on the freaking bike!
I hopped on and he hit the gas. The bike shot forward and I screamed like a dying goat.
I'm too young to die! I don't even know how to file my own taxes! I still lie to my dentist about flossing! Why am I on this bike? Ah!
We swerved into the street, narrowly missing a trash truck, a street vendor, and a dog. Just as I thought we'd lost them, a car came out of nowhere behind us. Before I could even sit up, two men in dark clothes grabbed me. A strong-smelling napkin was held to my face, and everything went dark. I woke up in the middle of this abandoned amusement park, tied to a pole, with two weird-looking men staring at me.
Oh, look, she's up. I thought we broke you, little birdie.
Yeah, little birdie, 'cause you look fly.
Can I just get a little bit of space? We talked about this before. I will come in, I'll talk to the hostage, while you stand in a corner and look intimidatable.
Sorry to interrupt, but intimidatable is not a word.
You see what you did? She's correcting my grammar now. You made me look like idiot.
An idiot.
Shut up! You're tied to a pole. Be scared, ask us why you're here, who we are, etc., etc.
Why, it's obvious you've kidnapped me. But if this is for ransom, you should know that I'm really broke. The only thing I can offer is a handful of skincare samples and maybe a healing crystal my mom picked up on Black Friday. I doubt that's what you're after. So please, be a gentleman and let me go.
I don't think so.
I turned around and saw this guy. Tall, broad, with eyes so cold, it made my bones shiver.
Hi there. I'm Charles Luciano, but most people call me Lucky.
Lucky?
It's misleading, I know. Sounds harmless, even charming. But if you've heard my name, it means things have already gone very wrong for you. Now, where is Rylan?
I have no idea. He literally threw me on the pavement and zoomed away. If you find him, tell him that was a jerk move.
I find that particularly hard to believe, because you guys left his house together. And if my information is correct, you were best friends with him in high school, right, Eva?
How do you know that?
Oh, I know a lot more. Like your sister Sky. I also know where your parents live, what they do, what time they leave the house, every day. You're not that hard to track.
I gulped hard as Lucky inched closer.
You look scared. Good. That means you understand the situation. So, let's try this again. Where is Rylan?
Look, I swear I don't know where Rylan is right now. I came here because that fart face forgot me, and I just wanted answers. And I can tell you his schedule, what he likes in his coffee, but beyond that, I'm useless.
Oh no, you're very useful. People like Rylan always show up when something they care about starts to bleed. Lock her down.
His men grabbed me by the arms and threw me into some grimy maintenance room. And one of them jabbed me with something. Ow! What was that?
Just something to help you sleep.
When suddenly, someone tapped on the window.
Oh my god, it's the ghost of Prince Harry!
It's me, Rylan, you lunatic.
Rylan? I don't know any Rylan.
You don't recognize me?
You should see your face.
That doesn't feel nice, right?
Right?
He popped the lock on the window and climbed through like an action hero.
I don't know what's wrong with you, but we gotta hurry. Can you climb through that window?
Which one? I can see like 5?
Did you hit your head or something?
No, my head is fine. But my butt? Not so much. I think it's the injection these people gave me. I feel like a microwaved rubber duck. Very melty.
Oh, great. They tranquilized you.
Drank a what?
Tranquilized. You know what? Let's just not talk about that right now. Can you run?
I can run to the end of the world for you, Rylan. Oh, wait. I have a better idea. I picked up a broom and started kicking it wildly.
What are you doing?
I'm seeing if this has magic. You know, like Harry Potter. Maybe we could fly out of here. That would be awesome. But Rylan just rolled his eyes and quickly stacked a makeshift ladder from crates and buckets. Somehow, I managed to crawl onto the crates while Rylan pushed from behind. With one final shove, I tumbled out the window and landed in a bush. Rylan climbed out behind me, swept me off my feet, and we sneaked out of the amusement park. What kind of kidnappers were these? Trash security.
Shouldn't you be happy you're not tied to a pole?
I am happy you're here. I held on to Rylan tight. He was close. So close I could feel his heartbeat. And his abs. Which, if I'm being honest, were to die for. I don't remember much after that, but I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. Then I looked around and saw I was in an unknown room, an unknown house. I panicked and ran downstairs and saw Rylan making pancakes. What is this creepy place?
It's my friend's house. You look like someone ran you over with a lawnmower.
Jeez, Rylan, slow down on the compliments. And please, tell me why I was kidnapped by a bunch of weirdos. And who the heck is Lucky? And that's when Rylan told me the whole story.
3 years ago, I signed a record deal with Lucky. Everything was great, but then things started getting shady. Lucky controlled my money, who I could talk to, or where I could perform. It just didn't sit right with me. And that's when I found out that he was taking my money and running shady businesses in my name.
What kind of businesses?
Smuggling tech in the name of concert equipment, and then funneling black money through my account. So if things go bad, I take the fall and he goes scot-free.
Oh my god, that's awful.
Yeah, I didn't want to be a part of it. So I told Lucky I was done, but he threatened to sue me for breach of contract. I had enough evidence to take him down, so Mom and I decided to run. But before we could get away, I got in a car accident. I was apparently in a coma for a while, and when I woke up, I lost my memory.
Wait, what? Coma? And what do you mean you lost your memory?
I remembered my name, my mom, I can't bring him down till I know Mom's safe.
And now that you're here, what if he harms your mom?
He won't. The Korea concert is his biggest money consignment yet. If he harms my mom, he loses leverage. And if I don't go, he loses money. It's a big loss for him.
As I listened to Rylan's story, I started to grasp everything he'd been through. The manipulation, losing his mom and his memory. But what really hit me was realizing he really didn't remember me. Every moment we'd spent together, had just been wiped clean from his life. And before I knew it, I was fighting tears.
You're upset because we used to be friends, right? Ava?
Wait, what? Do you remember me?
I don't. I'm really sorry. I put a tracker on you when we escaped, just in case we got separated, and followed you to the amusement park. There, I overheard Lucky say you were my best friend in high school and that your name was Ava. I guess it just makes sense. I've been a total jerk to you and you still stuck around, so it's obvious I meant something to you.
Well, yeah. You were my best friend. We spent some of our best times together. So when I saw you at the golf event and you acted like I was a stranger to you, it tore me up.
So that's why you look so familiar.
Yeah. I just wanted to know why you refused to recognize me. So I pretended to be someone else and came here looking for answers. And now I'll help you find your mom.
No, I'm not putting you in more danger than I already have.
Rylan, I spent 3 years angry at you for shutting me out without knowing what you were really going through. That scumbag Lucky pulled you in, and when you tried to get away, he staged the accident that stole your memory, and now he's using your mom as leverage to keep you under his thumb? We need to put an end to this. So let me help you. Maybe then I can finally let go of the past. And also, I need payback for whatever the heck he injected me with. Rylan smiled at me, and then we got right to business. He said the only 2 places that Lucky could have some information on his mom was in his main office or his home office. He'd already been to the main one and didn't find anything, and his home office was locked behind a fingerprint scanner.
Lucky's having an art exhibition at his place tonight. We'll go in as waiters, so it's easy for us to get a glass, a spoon, or anything with his fingerprints. Security would be too busy managing VIPs to notice a couple of background staff. Here, take this.
Ew! Whose teeth are these?
Yours, it's part of your disguise. And this mole, too.
Okay, but why do I need to look like the second cousin of the ugliest person on Earth?
Because ugly girls are invisible to Lucky. Trust me. You don't want to look pretty around him. He's a total creep.
Yeah, I kind of got that feeling. But wait, did you just say that I'm pretty?
I thought that was obvious.
He said it so casually, like he hadn't just kicked my heart into Olympic-level backflips. Not that I had time to process it, because an hour later, we had to leave for Lucky's mansion. The place was packed, but our disguises were foolproof. Yet somehow, I was still nervous.
Would you just leave that thing alone?
I can't help it. It's so itchy. Can we drop this, please?
No. Now remember the plan. You take his fingerprints and come straight to me. I'll wait for you on the 2nd floor behind the 3rd pillar.
Wait, 3rd from the left or the right?
There's only one way up, unless you're Spider-Man and you can climb walls.
Right, sorry. Just nervous. Suddenly, his hands were on my shoulders.
We can still back out if you want, Ava.
Nope, I'm doing this. But I could use a little help. Can you sing Baby Shark for me? It always calms me down.
Now?
Yes, please.
Ugh, fine. Baby shark doo.
Ryan started flapping his arms like a deranged penguin, and I laughed so hard I nearly doubled over. That was epic. Also, I was just kidding. But thanks for the distraction.
Glad I could help. Now let's get this show on the road.
Rylan slipped inside the house, and I took a deep breath and made my move. The party was in full swing, and Lucky stood in a corner, chatting with some people. Just then, I spotted a waiter passing by. Hi, sorry, your fly's open. He looked down. I snatched the tray from his hands.
Give that back!
He grabbed one end of the tray, but I held on. And when he didn't let go, I kicked him in the shin and sent him limping. And then slowly made my way to Lucky. May I interest you in some amuse bouche, sir?
What?
Mouse bouche? Oh, your glass is empty. Let me just get that refilled. I plucked the glass from his hand and turned to walk away.
Stop.
I froze. Oh my God, did he recognize me? But then Lucky just walked up to me and smiled. I was ready to bolt.
It's amuse-bouche, not Maus-Bouch.
Of course. My German's a little slippery.
It's French.
You're so sophisticated. I'll get you your drink, sir. And before he could say another word, I ran upstairs to Rylan.
Where's your mole?
I don't know. Probably lost it somewhere in that fight with the waiter.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Kinda cool. Okay, let's go.
Rylan led me down the hallway to the office, and I gave him the glass. He pulled out a strip of tape and pressed it carefully over the spot where Lucky had touched it. Then he placed the tape over the scanner, and it worked! But before we went in, Rylan pulled something from his pocket and handed it over.
Take this tracker and put it in Lucky's car. If this goes sideways, I want at least one of us free to keep the plan alive. I'll text you the license plate. Now get out of here.
Rylan!
No arguments, just go.
I nodded and slipped out of the house. I found Lucky's car and put the tracker under the rear bumper. I was on my way back to the house when suddenly I saw Lucky's men dragging Rylan toward the car. He spotted me too and signaled me to hide. I wanted to pounce on Lucky and kick him in his smug face, but I knew the plan mattered more. So I stayed hidden, and the next morning, I found out that Rylan had left for Korea. If I wanted to know where they were keeping his mom, I had to act fast. So I spent the next few hours tracking Lucky's car. Most of it was boring rich guy stuff. Studio lots, hotel rooftops, a gaming center. But then he went to an old lighthouse on a cliff. It had been abandoned years ago. What was he doing here? I pushed through the door and walked into a hallway. And then I heard voices and followed them. I stopped outside a half-open door and spotted Lucky inside talking to some men.
Is Rylan gonna behave now?
Oh, he'll behave. If he doesn't, his mommy becomes collateral damage. And frankly, I'm done babysitting that spoiled star boy. After this concert is over, I'll destroy his career, his name, everything.
And the girl?
She's just a stupid girl in love with Rylan. I'll handle her too. Now, let's discuss the details of the shipment, shall we?
Well, this stupid girl in love is about to poop on your plan. I pulled out my phone, but just as I clicked record, the flash went off.
What was that?
I bolted as Lucky's men poured out of the room after me. The staircase curled around me as I ran up, desperately trying to find an escape, and the guards pounding right behind me. Just when I thought I was out of options, someone grabbed me and yanked me inside a closet. Mrs. Pierce? Shh, not now. We waited in silence until the stairs cleared, and then Mrs. Pierce led me to a tiny room tucked under the staircase. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I came here for you. I'm Eva. You remember me?
Of course I do. You always clogged my toilets when you came.
You had really bad plumbing. But we'll talk about that later. Right now, we need to leave. I grabbed her arm, but she pulled away. Please, Mrs. Pierce, if we don't go, Rylan will get into a lot of trouble. And if I do, Rylan might die. She told me that when Rylan first got his contract with Lucky's label, she suspected Lucky was bad news. I tried to get Rylan to step away sooner, but he was really enjoying his fame, and I didn't want to take that from him. But eventually, he saw the truth for himself and tried to leave, but then the accident happened. You should have contacted me, Mrs. Pierce. I could have helped you.
Lucky made it very clear. He wanted me to stay away, or Rylan would suffer. I was too scared to reach out to anyone. I always felt like he was keeping tabs on me. But somehow, Rylan found me. And when he called, I couldn't just lie to him. So I told him everything. And Lucky found out. And now he's got me trapped in this dingy place.
Well, Rylan's been collecting proof to pin Lucky down, but he can't do anything till he knows you're safe. So please, you need to come with me before things really get out of hand. Somehow, I convinced Mrs. Pierce, and we slipped out of the room quietly. But when we looked down, the guards were still patrolling. So she took me to the top floor, opened this heavy metal door, and the wind slapped me in the face.
Hurry, we need to climb down this maintenance ladder.
You can't be serious.
It's the only way, honey.
Yeah, the only way to heaven. And Rylan will kill me if anything happens to you. Although, I might die anyway.
Oh, don't worry about me. Back in my day, I was a trapeze artist.
This is nothing for me. Yeah, well, I failed gym class, so I'm not so sure. But as I said my last prayers, I grabbed the first rung. The wind nearly knocked me off, but somehow I balanced myself, and we made it to the bottom. I let out an excited whoop, and just then, a bunch of guards spotted us. Before I could even think, Mrs. Pierce grabbed my hand and started running to the edge of the cliff. Are we seriously gonna do what I'm thinking we're gonna do? It's the only... Do not finish that sentence! Take a deep breath and tuck in your knees. We'll jump in on 3. 1, 2... And we crashed in the water. The current was strong, but she held on to me and we swam to the shore. Then we hitchhiked, stopped at a payphone, and I dialed Ryland's number. But it went to voicemail. So I dropped him a message that his mom was safe with me and prayed that he would receive it. It's been almost a month since Ryland went live on stage and exposed everything. How Lucky manipulated him, used his name for illegal deals, and kept his mom hidden to control him. And once he came back from Korea, he handed over every piece of evidence he had to the police and got Lucky's butt thrown in jail. As for me, I came back home. Sky gave me the earful of the century and grounded me like we were 12 again, which I didn't mind. I was exhausted. The only downside was that the news really blew up in the media, and since Ryland was caught in the middle of this mess, he'd gone radio silent. Again.
Wow, your aim's incredible. Not one on the board. Anyway, someone's here to see you.
I rushed downstairs and saw Ryland standing at our front gate. I quickly yanked him inside. Are you insane? If someone spots you, this place will turn into a stampede.
Nice to see you too.
I thought you were laying low.
Yeah, well, I got tired of hiding. Also, I haven't thanked you properly for helping my mom. But I heard the escape plan was mostly hers, and you were just crying for your life.
Excuse me? I literally risked my life to get your mom out. I may have caused a tiny scene when she asked me to climb down the lighthouse and then jump off a cliff. But anyone would get freaked out by that.
Okay. I'd love to get to know you all over again.
Are you sure? 'Cause that's gonna take a while.
Oh, I got plenty.
The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you'll steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him, and then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron.
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chimchus.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh. I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes, and that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now, please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've gotta be kidding me!
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger, but soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the Toilet Princess. Grabber Queen, Duchess of Poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
You guys stop. You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called a doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I only have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I'm completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard, James, talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic. They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders' dinner with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with them, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into 1,000,000 pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to to every god that no alarms would go off. I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the ninja turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
Why do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. Hi, my name is Chinami, and I moved to America all the way from Japan when I was 12 years old. The first thing I noticed about being here was just how big everything was. The houses, the food portions, the cars, everything was huge in America, and I loved it. I ate as much food as I could at every restaurant I went to with my mom and always asked for seconds, which left her totally embarrassed, but I didn't care. I didn't even want to move here, and I had to break up with my boyfriend before we left because I wouldn't see him again for so long. We both cried a lot. So that's why I figured I would have as much fun as I could in America since I didn't really have a choice about moving. As you may have guessed, some of the kids at school were horrible because I looked different and couldn't speak English very well at first. But I didn't let their awful hazing make me feel bad. I was confident and knew who I was, so I always walked with my head held up and didn't let anything anyone said or did make a difference in how I felt about myself. The bullies were not used to this approach at all. It just left them confused and scratching their heads. I guess they never met anyone quite like me before. Good. So eventually, they just left me alone. One day, my mom asked why I had no friends at school, and I told her they were all jerks. I don't believe that. I'm sure a lot of them are exactly what you say, but there must be some nice ones too. I love how independent you are, but everyone needs a friend. The truth is, my mom knew something I was trying to hide, which was, as comfortable as I was with myself, I was terrified of making friends or dating anyone new. In Japan, we had moved at least 6 times because of my mom's job. Each time we went to a new town or city, I had to say goodbye to one of my best friends or boyfriends. My heart broke every time it happened, and I always asked my mom if we could just stay in one place for at least a couple of years so I could have some real friends, but she said she couldn't guarantee that. So I decided to only rely on myself, but the truth was, I was getting pretty bored and lonely hanging out with only myself and my cat all the time. But still, I couldn't do it. I was too scared. I ate lunch alone, walked home alone, and spent every weekend playing video games or dressing my cat up in fun costumes. Until one day when I was in 8th grade, a boy called Max came to my lunch table and sat across from me. He started talking as if we knew each other our whole lives, and I didn't even have time to be scared like I had been with everyone else because, well, he just didn't give me a choice. I told Mom I wouldn't talk to Max anymore in case we had to move, but she told me this time we would be living here for a long time, so I may as well try to find a real friend. From then on, Max and I were best friends. He helped me to learn English and I taught him some Japanese, but he was terrible at it. I know what you're thinking. We're gonna fall in love because we're such good friends, but nope, we just stayed friends. Even as we grew up and went to high school, neither of us had feelings for each other. Thank God too, because he was my biggest helper when it came to boys, which is ironic since he was constantly getting broken up with. I tried to warn him about the girls he was dating. They were all shallow and absent-minded, but he didn't care. As long as he had a pretty girl beside him, he felt like he was on top of the world. But of course, they would always break his heart and leave him for someone else, which only made him more sad and want to date prettier girls to prove that he wasn't, as he put it, a total loser. And the cycle would begin all over again. You really deserve better, Max.
Not according to the girls I date. They always leave me for someone stronger or smarter.
Because they don't care about anything other than how popular they are. You're kind and fun and really thoughtful. Why don't you date someone like that?
Look who's talking. You don't date anyone.
What do you mean? I go on dates all the time.
Yeah, one date. And then, no matter how cool they are, you stop talking to them. So many really cool guys want to at least try to be your boyfriend, and you never give them a chance.
Like who?
There was George with the gelled hair and nifty vest, Tom who asked you to the dance, and Pete who, well, doesn't have a lot going for him, but he's really nice.
What's so wrong with being single anyway?
What's wrong with dating around?
You only do it because you're insecure.
And you're only single because you're scared. It's a miracle we even became friends. All you ever want to do is be alone with your stupid cat. If you're not careful, you're gonna miss out on a lot of great things in life. And what if you meet the one and don't give him a chance?
Well, if it's up to you to meet the girl of your dreams, you'll probably pass her up for someone with an expensive car and a pretty face who doesn't even know where Japan is. You know it's happened before. All of a sudden, he stopped talking and just stared off. I thought maybe I really insulted him or something, but then he smiled and said,
"You're right. What if we switched lifestyles for a month just to see what happens?"
Switch lifestyles?
Yeah, you go out with one of those nice guys who likes you for at least 3 dates, and I'll ask out someone who knows where Japan is, and maybe who won't dump me for the football captain for once.
Date someone for 3 dates? That's practically a relationship. I can't do that. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe, my palms got sweaty, and I got nauseous.
Well, what do you say?
But before he had a chance to ask again, I ran out of the cafeteria and hid in the bathroom. I avoided him all day after that and ran home so fast he could never catch up. I guess I was even more afraid than I realized. Mom saw how frazzled I was when I got home and asked,
"Honey, what's wrong?"
"Max wants me to date someone nice and be happy." What a jerk. I know. I was kidding. Oh, well, I don't need a boyfriend anyway.
Well, there we agree. You're not even allowed to have one.
What? Since when?
When you were little, it was okay, but now you have to focus on your schoolwork, so no boys.
You're the reason I can't get close to anyone, and now you won't even let me if I want?
You have too much to do to prepare for college. Sorry, honey.
I ran to Max's house right away and told him I was in.
What changed? You freaked out earlier.
My mom said I couldn't.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So, you aren't too scared anymore?
You mean, what if I fall in love only to have to move again and maybe it just doesn't work out and I'm left broken and hollow and sad and crying like every other time I ever got close to anyone?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I just won't fall in love. And you? You're gonna be able to date a normal girl who doesn't look like a supermodel?
Hey, I'm not shallow like that. I just date them because it makes me feel good about myself. But I know, you don't have to tell me. That's not a good reason to be with someone.
Then why do you do it?
Because if I date a girl I actually like and she breaks up with me, it won't be because she wants to be more popular. It'll be because I really wasn't good enough for her. I don't know if I can take that.
Well, I won't do it if you won't.
You have to. You can't be scared your whole life.
And you can't be insecure your whole life and just date girls who don't even care about you.
Fine, but we both have to do it.
Okay. We shook hands and made it official. As scared as I was, at least I knew I wasn't alone. Now, all I had to do was find someone I liked, but didn't like enough to actually fall in love with. I stalked the halls trying to find the perfect guy who wouldn't be boring or too full of himself, but also wasn't very cute or smart or caring. This was a lot harder than I expected. I liked Peter, who played basketball and was very confident, but that made him way too attractive, so I kept looking. Eventually, I found Sean, my neighbor who was quiet, respectful, but he didn't play any sports or do any plays. He had only one friend, and I think he got mostly C's in class. He was perfect. Not too confident, not too smart. He was just average. Hi, Sean. Do you want to take me on a date? Cool. Come to my house tonight at 7 and pick me up. At home that night, I got dressed and ready and just paced the house waiting for him. But by 7:30, he still hadn't shown up. Hey, you were supposed to pick me up.
No, I wasn't. I never agreed to date you.
Wait, what? He didn't want to date me? My whole life, I never met a boy who didn't want to date me. Except for the bullies, of course. Are you a bully?
No, I just don't want to date anyone. I'm happy as I am.
Really? Me too.
So why do you want to date me?
I'm just trying to get over my fears.
Oh, so you're just using me.
OMG, I was using him. How could I do that? I'm so sorry. You're right. I'll go away forever now. I left thinking about what a jerk I was for doing that.
I have to go to the store if you want to come.
We walked and talked, and it didn't feel like a date at all. Only two new friends hanging out. I couldn't believe how smart he was and how comfortable he was talking to me, who he barely knew. We ended up getting dinner and ice cream, and he even paid. I guess it became more like a date than we realized. That night, I realized I had been so judgmental, thinking he wasn't confident just because he didn't play sports or act all cool. He was just being himself. And even though he was very smart, he only got C's because he wasn't that interested in school. Then I realized I really liked him. And oh no, maybe I was falling in love. Max, we have to call it off. I went on one date with Sean and I'm already falling for him.
Okay, good. Because I asked out Ariana, but then I realized I loved how she's so kind and nice and smart and caring, and I just can't handle being rejected by someone like that, so I stood her up.
You did what? That's so mean. She's the nicest girl in school.
I know. I feel terrible, but I just can't. I'm too scared of what it could do to me if she doesn't like me or we break up.
I guess I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I really like him, and now I'm too scared to even talk to him. He could totally break my heart with only a few words.
Okay, so we agree. We will end this here.
Agreed. We shook hands again. After school, I tried to avoid Sean while Max avoided Ariana. We snuck out with our heads down in the halls as classes were dismissed, trying to blend in. And as we turned the corner, there they were, both Sean and Ariana. He was smiling at me, but Ariana was glaring at Max. She marched up to him, almost knocking Sean out of the way, and planted herself right in front of Max. Just because I'm nice doesn't mean you can do that to me. I was ready and waiting and deserve respect. What do you have to say, huh? Oh, so when you ask me out, you're all smooth, but when you get confronted, you're all like, I don't know. Don't talk to me again.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was just scared because you're so nice and so great and everyone loves you. And if we went out and you didn't like me, I would feel so worthless. But you're right. It was so wrong, and I'm a coward for not talking to you about it and trying to avoid you. I'm so sorry, Ariana.
Say more about how great I am.
Everyone knows you're the nicest girl in school, and it's true. You're always doing things for other people. But you also don't take any disrespect from anyone, and I love that. The truth is, since we were little, I liked you, but I just didn't have the courage to tell you because if you didn't like me, I couldn't handle it. So I date girls who are shallow and not nice at all because they're so different from you, and when they break up with me, it doesn't hurt as much because they're not you.
Wow, I had no idea he felt that way about her, or about anyone. Ariana kissed him right there in front of everyone and left together. Then Sean came up to me. My turn to be honest. Hi, I'm sorry, but I was going to avoid you too. I know now I was just scared.
Of me?
Of myself, and how I don't think I'm strong enough to handle it if I fall in love with you and it doesn't work out.
How do you think people become strong? They take risks, and when they get hurt, they learn and grow. I can't promise we'll be happy forever, but I can tell you I like you and I had fun, and I think that's enough to try.
He took my hand and we left together. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe Sean and I will be together forever, or maybe I'll have to move again and lose the only guy I ever really loved. And maybe Ariana will end things with Max and break his heart. But what I do know is that just because some things end doesn't mean they weren't important and that it didn't mean anything. I can't control what happens. only how I feel and what I choose to do with it. And I will never again let fear stop me from doing what I want or being with someone I love, because whatever happens, this is my life, and I will choose to live it. Hi guys, my name is Maya and I'm from Jordan. I have 2 sisters who are a couple of years older than me. They both have blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, while my eyes are black like my curly hair. My sisters thought they were prettier than me, and they made sure I never forgot that. Once when I was in kindergarten, I came home to show everyone the family tree I'd made. My oldest sister, Layla, the meanest girl on earth, snatched the card from me and said,
Aw, you drew this?
I can't deny it's beautiful, but I think you missed something. And with that, she colored my face with a black crayon.
See? Now it looks better.
She threw the card at me and left laughing with my other sister, Selma. I cried, but Mom hugged me tight. Oh, Maya, ignore your sisters. They're jealous of your beauty. Mom always cheered me up, but I realized she was lying when I was 8 and some guests came to visit. One of the women said to my mom, "Your daughters are pretty, but this youngest one is quite unlucky. I doubt she'll ever get married. Oh well, she can take care of you and your husband in your old age." I think Maya is special in her own way. And then Selma spoke up.
Mom, she is ugly. Just face it. Stop being stupid and shut up already. Don't talk to Mom like that, you witch.
I pounced on her and bit her arm so hard it swelled up. She had to put on a bandage for a week. As if my sisters weren't awful enough, Dad was a jerk too. He didn't love Mom at all. He was only with her because she was rich. He thought I was ugly too and always blamed Mom for giving me her genes. Since I was Mom's favorite, she did her best to make up for the rest of my terrible family. When I was only in the 7th grade, I had a big closet full of the fanciest clothes and makeup brands. I liked that, but what I really wanted the most was to join an international school in the capital city. Mom said we'd move, but my sisters threw a huge tantrum when they found out.
Why would we leave our amazing lives and friends and go live somewhere else? It's not our fault that Mia is ugly and no one likes her here. Mom, Mia is worthless. She would be more useful if we used her as our broom. Her ugly curly hair is perfect for that.
The 2 witches started laughing like maniacs. Just then, Dad walked in and shouted,
"Listen, woman, if you decide to move out, you can consider yourself divorced."
Mom, that's amazing. Mom smiled at me and decided to leave. And Dad did divorce Mom. My sisters had no choice but to come with us. And now, they hated me even more. My birthday usually fell on the first day of school and Mom would always throw a huge party. But this time, I told her that I didn't want to celebrate my birthday anymore. Why would someone celebrate losing a year of their life? To celebrate getting older? That's just weird. Baby, why are you saying this? I see celebrating a birthday as being grateful for living another year. Listen, why don't we just celebrate it at school? I'll give all the kids fancy presents and they'll like you from the first day. No, Mom, I don't want to buy anyone's love. I just want people to love me for who I am. Well, the new school wasn't a lot better than home. On my first day, I met a girl named Noor. She was a redhead and her beauty was unique. When I entered the classroom, she stared at me from head to toe, then said, "Ooh, attention everyone. We have a new baby here, but we all know our classroom only has pretty girls with fair faces and light hair. What are we going to do with this ugly duckling?" The room fell silent and everyone was staring at me. Suddenly, I just snapped and started screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! You and everyone here, just shut up! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! You shallow people!" Everyone looked shocked and they started whispering. Just then, my sister showed up from behind me.
"Oh, excuse her. She's our sister, but she has some issues. We are so sorry for her bad manners."
With that, they pushed me aside and introduced themselves to Noor and started taking selfies with her. Ugh, these horrible creatures. It was obvious that this Noor ruled the school, and I knew after my outburst, she wouldn't leave me alone. But to my surprise, she did leave me alone. I was the invisible girl, No one dared to talk to me or sit next to me because they knew Noor would be mad. Things went on like that for weeks, until one day a couple of boys sat next to me at lunch.
Hey, listen, I'm speaking on behalf of all the boys in the school. We all think you're very pretty.
What? Are you making fun of me?
Why would we? Those big black eyes, this long curly hair, and that tanned, flawless skin? God, I really wish Noor wasn't around. You're so pretty, Maya.
Oh, so you're man enough to confess your feelings, but only when Noor isn't around. You're like scared mice in front of her. Just go away and leave me alone.
Told you. She's not only pretty, she's brave too, and always speaks her mind. Man, I think I'm falling in love.
Just then, Noor passed by and the boys ran off like little baby rabbits. Later that day, when I walked past the bathroom, I heard some girls scream whispering and cursing. I opened the door and found Noor and Layla pushing another small girl who was screaming in fright. I immediately pushed Noor aside. What are you doing? Stop this. Oh, look who's here. And what are you gonna do about it? Touch her again and I will hurt you. Oh, really, Robin Hood? Watch this. And then she pushed the small girl again. I was about to attack her when Layla jumped in and the two pinned me against the wall. Just leave before you regret coming to this school. They let me go and I ran away, straight to the principal's office. If they thought I'd let them get away with being bullies, they were so wrong. And I was so happy when Noor and Layla got suspended for 2 weeks. Layla and I didn't talk at home, and I didn't tell Mom about anything. One day during lunch, the cute boy from the other day came to me and announced in front of everyone,
I think you're right. I can't be scared forever. I like you, Maya. Can we be friends?
Just then Noor came running to us screaming, heck no! Suddenly she attacked me and then she ripped my t-shirt so that everyone could see the burn scars on my stomach. I got these scars when I was 3 and I'd never told a soul about them. Everyone, just look at her. She's a freak. Why would you want to be with someone like her when you could have a perfect girl like me? The boys were staring at my stomach, speechless, and so was everyone else. I was shocked. Of course, only my sisters could have told Noor about my scars. Angry tears started rolling down my cheeks. Oh, look at this crybaby. Not only do you have an ugly face, it's just that everything is so ugly about you. Just stay home and say goodbye to high school. And you, say goodbye to your shiny, smooth, red hair. And with that, I jumped on her and started tearing her hair out. She started screaming and crying until some of the students and teachers pulled me away. The principal demanded that I come to her office, but I pushed her away and ran out of the school. Mom was furious when she heard the whole thing. She said she wanted to come to the school. I said no and tried to convince her to stay home. But the next day, Mom turned up at school. The moment she saw Noor, she started walking towards her angrily to shout at her. But just then, Layla pushed Mom away and she fell on the ground. Don't you dare touch my friend. Instead of coming to school to embarrass yourself, stay home and discipline your little Maya. She's a monster, not a sister. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped on Layla to attack her. Suddenly, Selma came running too, and I knew I was about to get my butt kicked. But to my shock, she slapped Layla and pushed her away from me. Then she helped Mom get up, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Did Selma just defend me and Mom? That's enough, Layla. I would never choose a stranger over my family, especially a jerk like Noor. She promised to keep Maya's scars a secret, and look what she did yesterday. And that's why I'm ending my stupid friendship with her and you, Layla. Layla looked furious. She took Noor's hand and they both stormed off. Later that evening, I barged into Layla and Selma's room to get something off my chest. I just came here to say, you two have mocked me and bullied me all my life, but to tell my biggest secret to someone like Noor and let her humiliate me in front of everyone, that's really low, even for you. And I'm done with you guys for good. But Maya, I'm on your side. I'm not dumb, Selma. I only know you defended me and Mom because you probably got into some dumb fight with Layla and wanted to tease her. Just then, Selma started to cry and got down on her knees. I swear I've changed. Maya, I've been a mean, jealous jerk. I've always envied you for your beauty and even more for your amazing personality. You're confident, brave, smart, funny, and kind. You're amazing, my little sister. You're amazing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Selma was jealous of my beauty? I helped her get up and hugged her tight. And for the first time, she said, I love you, Maya. I truly do. I'm sorry about all the pain I caused you. Please forgive me. It's all right now. I forgive you. And I love you too. Ew, I think I'm gonna barf. I still think you're ugly, Maya, and I don't regret telling Noor anything. I'd choose my gorgeous BFF over you two losers any day. I can't even share a room with you anymore, Selma. You disgust me. And with that, she picked up her things and moved to the attic. Some weeks later, Layla had to make a presentation on Earth Day in front of the whole school, including some important guests like the Minister of Education. When it was her turn, she went onto the stage confidently and turned on the slideshow. But to my horror, I saw pictures of me on the screen with terrible things written about how dark and ugly I was.
Layla, what is this nonsense?
She looked as shocked as I felt. I swear, sir, I have no idea. This is not the slideshow I made. Suddenly, I spotted Noor in a corner laughing her head off. Of course it was her. Sir, I'm her sister, and I know she didn't do that. She wouldn't. It's that girl, Noor. Shut up, Maya. Who asked you to defend me? No, babe. She's right. I just hate her, and you're just so dumb, and made it so easy for me to ruin your sister. I'm the queen of this school, and no one can replace me. And imagine if it was a dark, ugly girl like her.
That's enough. I will not tolerate this awful behavior anymore. Noor, Layla, you're both expelled.
Just then, the minister rose from his seat.
Not only expelled, I'll make sure that you only get enrolled in a strict Catholic school so you can learn some manners and discipline. You're such a disgrace to this school. Bullying people for how they look? Everyone is beautiful in their own way.
The whole auditorium started to applaud as the two stormed off. By the time we got home, Mom told us that Layla had packed her bags and moved back with Dad. I think Layla and Noor got what they deserved. I won't let anyone manipulate me like they did anymore. I'm beautiful and strong, just as I am. Hey friends, I'm Greta from New York. Please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll get your dream gift on your coming birthday. I was born in a small town to a single mom who always celebrated my interests and made sure I felt valued. Since I was a little girl, I've always loved singing and performing. And Mom always supported me. When I was 8, I participated in my school's talent show with a singing act. I was so excited, but when I got on stage, the nerves hit me and I started shaking like a tree in the wind. And when I looked out into the audience and saw my mom smiling up at me, I knew I could face my fears and give a great performance. Don't worry, honey. You've got this. Phew. Okay. La 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 la. Yeah, I used to get some stage fright when I was younger. I loved singing more than anything in the world, but sometimes my nerves got the best of me. All of that went away after my friends told me how good I was.
You're like so talented.
Really?
Totally. I wish I could sing like you.
With my mom and friends supporting me, I felt unstoppable. So when all that was taken away, it was, well, difficult. When I was 13, I got the opportunity to audition for a prestigious performing arts high school called Cole House. I came in prepared with my very favorite song, La 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 La.
Incredible! Superbly performed!
It had been my dream ever since I was 8 to attend, so I was thrilled when they offered me a spot the following fall semester. Cole House was all the way in New York City. I'd only ever been there once to see the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway, so the idea of going there to live was intimidating. It was a boarding school, so I would be away from home for the first time in my life. My home friends wouldn't be joining me. They were all staying back to start regular high school in our hometown, but they were so excited for me.
Go get 'em, Greta. We can't wait for you to take NYC by storm.
It would also be the first time my mom and I lived apart. Though I hated the idea of being away from her, I knew I needed to follow my dreams. And of course, my mom was super supportive. I'm so proud of you, honey. She dropped me off at the train station and waved goodbye.
See you in a few months, my Broadway star.
As soon as I stepped foot in Manhattan, all sorts of doubts started creeping in. What if I don't make any friends? I'm not a good enough singer for performing arts high school. Maybe I should just go back home. My fears just got bigger and louder when I stepped foot in my new school. It was gorgeous, with high vaulted ceilings and brightly painted classrooms. Just as I was looking up at the beautiful stained glass windows, I was suddenly shoved to the ground by a pretty girl. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. How rude. Could she tell I was out of place here? I didn't have too much time to think about it because my first class started in 2 minutes. I ran down the hallway just in time for the bell to ring and sat down in the last open chair right across from the girl who shoved me. Just my luck.
I see you've met Lena. She's a pill.
A boy sitting right next to me with curly hair and a cute smile put out his hand.
Hi, I'm Daryl.
I'm Greta. Nice to meet you.
You must be new here.
Was it so obvious? It was like I had a sign on my forehead screaming, "New girl." Daryl must have noticed my concern.
I just haven't seen you around here. I would have noticed a pretty girl like you.
I hoped he couldn't tell I was blushing. Yeah, I just moved here from Skaneateles.
Never heard of it.
It's a tiny town. I really love it there, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to go to school here.
Coal House is pretty incredible. And this is my favorite class. Mrs. Larimer is the bomb.
Just then, a tall woman with a long braid and huge green glasses entered the room.
Hello, class. I see some familiar faces. I see some shiny new faces. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mrs. Larimer, and this is Singing for the Stage.
I looked around the classroom and saw a lot of smiling, eager faces. It seemed like a lot of people really liked Mrs. Larimer.
I hear we have a new student in school this year. Class, let's give a big Coal House welcome to Greta. Hi, Greta.
Nice to meet you. Just then, Lena chimed in. Can't wait to hear you sing. I felt like she was taunting me, like she felt she was better than me. What was this girl's problem? Before I could think about it too much, Mrs. Larimer was addressing the class. Who's ready to present their audition cut? All of a sudden, every student reached into their backpack and pulled out binders full of sheet music. I looked down into my backpack. There was nothing but a pencil box, a notebook, and a bagged lunch in there. Did you not bring your music book? I couldn't believe Lena was calling me out in front of all these people. I just wanted to blend into the brightly colored wallpaper.
Don't worry, it's your first day. No one expects you to be ready to perform.
Greta, it's your first day, so we'll give you some time to settle and you can perform for us next week. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer. I shot a look at Lena so she would get the picture to just leave me alone. She caught my eye and smiled. What? Why would she tease me and then smile? What kind of mind games was she playing? Still holding my gaze, Lena's hand shot up in the air. I'm ready, Mrs. Larimer.
Great. Lena, you have the floor.
Lena gave the pianist her sheet music and started singing. I wanted to hate it, but she had an unmistakably gorgeous voice. When she finished singing, the class applauded.
Great job, Lena. I can tell you've been keeping up with your vocal exercises this summer.
Mrs. Larimer gave Lena some constructive criticism, but I was distracted. I felt like screaming, yeah, she has a beautiful voice, but that doesn't give her an excuse to be rude. But I just kept it bottled up inside, sitting politely.
Who would like to go next?
I wondered how anyone could feel confident following such a great performance. I would certainly be intimidated singing after Lena. I was wary of her, but there was no denying that she was a beautiful singer. Before I had too long to think about it, Daryl was standing up from his chair.
I'll go, Mrs. Larimer.
Daryl handed his sheet music to the pianist and sang a little bit to relay the tempo of his song. Even just hearing that much, I could tell Daryl was good. Really good. The pianist nodded and Daryl took his place in the center of the classroom. He looked at me and winked. I swear I turned bright red. Did everyone see that? Lena looked back at me scowling. Daryl began his song. It was incredible. He sang with such confidence. The vibrations of his voice pulsated, making it feel like the room itself was breathing. I looked around and I could tell everyone else was enjoying themselves as well. Everyone, that is, except Lena.
Well done, Daryl. That song really suits you. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer.
Mrs. Larimer gave Daryl some adjustments and had him sing parts of the song over again. If this is what my new school was going to be like, just listening to cute boys sing, I had nothing to be worried about. I was starting to like it here. That evening, I was settling into my new bedroom in the dorms. As I was rounding the corner with some of my favorite snacks from the corner store, I heard a familiar voice. Hi, Greta. I couldn't believe it. Lena was my next-door neighbor. I was gonna have to share a wall with her for the entire school year. I could feel my blood boiling under my skin. Hi, Lena. Is this your first time in NYC? She was smirking. What, did she think she was better than me just because she lived here longer than I did? I had to take a deep breath to control myself. No, actually, I came here to see Phantom of the Opera years ago. Oh, I love Phantom. I've seen it like 7 times. Okay, now she was bragging. Whatever, there was no reason to get worked up. I was just gonna remove myself from the situation. That's really cool for you, Lena. And then I shut my bedroom door and ate a whole bag of my favorite snack, Crispy Crisps. The following week, when I got into the singing for the stage class, I made sure to bring my very own music book with me. I was ready to finally perform for my new classmates.
Greta, over here.
I looked over to see Daryl beckoning me towards him. He had saved the seat next to him with his backpack. Wow, cute, talented, and thoughtful. This guy seemed too good to be true. Lena looked at Daryl from across the room and rolled her eyes. I plopped down in the seat Daryl saved for me and looked back at Lena. What was her problem with me?
Don't let Lena give you a hard time. This is kinda awkward, but she and I actually used to date.
I was shocked, but I tried not to let Daryl notice. How could such a lovely guy date such a cruel girl? As if he could read my mind, Daryl responded.
Yeah, I know. She was actually really nice when we started dating. And she has such a gorgeous voice. We loved singing duets together. But things didn't work out, and now it seems like she's taking it out on you. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I appreciate you telling me. I had so many more questions for Daryl, but before I got a chance to ask any of them, Mrs. Larimer came into the room.
Okay, class, let's get ready to sing. Greta, have you had time to prepare your audition cut?
I was ready. I had been practicing all weekend, but now I felt so nervous. I clutched my music binder to my chest, willing myself to disappear behind it. Break a leg, Greta. My vision blurred until all I could see was Lena's stupid, smug face smirking up at me. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 8 years old again. My voice caught in my throat, and I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I wished my mom was here to give me a reassuring smile. I longed for words of support from my home friends. I searched for Daryl among the sea of unfamiliar classmates, hoping he would provide me with some fortitude. He had been so sweet to me this past week. He was the only person who seemed interested in being my friend. But when I scanned the room, I was shocked to see Daryl whispering into another girl's ear. Oh, Daryl, you're so funny. She was giggling and looking up at me. Was I being paranoid, or were they making fun of me? Tears started building a fortress in my eyes, and my throat clamped down in a desperate attempt to keep them from tumbling down my cheeks. With all the straining to keep myself from crying, there was no way I would be able to sing a single note. I ran out of the classroom before my body betrayed me and I let anyone see me cry. I ran down the hallway and slipped into the bathroom stall. I was finally alone. Leaning against the cool door, I let the sobs escape. Greta, is that you? Lena's unmistakable lilt seeped under the stall door. What the heck was she doing here? Did she just want to rub it in? How I came all the way to NYC and couldn't even sing in a singing class? I felt like my brain was a volcano and lava was about to seep out of my ears. Lena, leave me alone. Haven't you already done enough? What are you talking about? I know, I'm a failure. You don't need to tell me. You're not a failure. You know, my first time in singing for the stage, I got so nervous I sang my whole song off key. What? Was Lena trying to console me? Why are you telling me this? Because I like you, and I don't want you to feel embarrassed. You like me? Then why have you been tormenting me all week? Tormenting you? What are you talking about? You tripped me on my first day. I didn't mean to trip you. I'm nearsighted and my glasses haven't come in yet. I didn't see you until I ran into you. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, well, what about when you talked down to me in the dorms? I just wanted to get to know you. You seemed so cool, and I was new last semester, so I know how scary it can be to make new friends. I didn't mean to make you feel belittled. I'm sorry. But Daryl said you didn't like me because you and him used to date. Ah, that's so like Daryl. He pursued me last semester when I was the new student. I was so excited to make a new friend, and then it got romantic. But as soon as another new girl started here, he broke up with me. It's like he only has eyes for new girls. I just try to ignore him, but it's difficult because he has so many friends. And I just know he's telling them his own story about why we broke up. I was remembering my first week with a whole new perspective. Suddenly, every mean thing Lena did to me was a misunderstanding or a kind gesture. I felt so foolish to have believed Daryl. I emerged from behind the bathroom stall and looked at Lena with new eyes. She looked so apologetic. I embraced her in a big hug, and before I knew it, we were both laughing at how silly the past week had been. Do you think you're ready to get back to class? Yeah, actually. When we got back to Mrs. Larimer's classroom, I could tell Daryl had been talking about me. Suddenly, his smile wasn't sweet, but a cruel smirk.
Hi, Greta. I'm glad to see you back in class. Are you ready for your song?
Seeing Daryl, I felt that familiar feeling of dread wash over me, but Lena leapt forward and gave me a bear hug. And finally, I felt at home at my new school.
Hi everyone, I'm Alina, the enchanting enigma. Want to see a magic trick? Choose a card. Ready? Hocus pocus. Is this your card? Are you sure? Well, I should keep working on that one. Let's begin. But before I continue, make sure to like and subscribe. I grew up in one of the most beautiful places on earth, Norway. I loved everything about my home. The natural beauty, the epic history, even the grumpy shopkeeper at the corner store. But the best part was the northern lights. Every year, starting around September, shimmery curtains of light appeared in the sky like a giant kaleidoscope. With my family, we went to see them every night, making bonfires, toasting marshmallows, and telling Viking stories. Those are my most cherished memories. I say memories because those times ended abruptly. Your father and I are getting a divorce. I'm in love with my business partner Hans, and we're moving to Argentina. That wasn't even the worst part. Astrid, you're coming with me. You're too young to be without your mother. But Mom, I want to stay with Alina. It's not up for discussion. Pack your things right now. Growing up, my little sister Astrid idolized me. She was 2 years younger and thought everything I did was amazing, especially my magic tricks. For my next trick, I'll make a piece of gold appear out of thin air. Wow. Okay, technically it was a chocolate candy with gold foil, but Astrid still loved it. She was my biggest fan, even when I didn't believe in myself. So I was devastated about her leaving, but Mom's mind was made up. And just like that, she left me with my dad and my big brother Frederick. Of course I love them, but let's just say they are...
Vikings?
Not the word I have in mind. Immature? They spent all their time playing Vikings like children.
Check out the spoils of our last hunting trip, sis.
Frederick, shut up. You bought that from a grocery store. You're not a real Viking.
Tell that to the village we just razed to the ground. Good one, son.
Still, I always had fun with them. I even went to some Viking battle reenactments. It was better than staying home alone. We still went camping under the northern lights from time to time, but it wasn't the same without Astrid. I wish Astrid was here too.
Me too.
Fast forward 9 years later. I was a senior in high school, and after a lot of training, I finally started getting magic shows. At first, I'd put on shows in backyards for my classmates' birthday parties. For my first trick, I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my... Uh-oh. Bunny, where are you? Oops. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong, but eventually I got really good. And every time I looked out at the audience, a part of me was hoping to see Astrid sitting there clapping and laughing like she did when we were kids. She was still all the way across the world. She grew up to be a full hippie, completely in love with nature. For the first 2 years, we talked every single day, even despite the time difference. Did you watch the last MSA video? Of course, it was amazing. She is my new favorite main character, at least until tomorrow. But then we started talking only once a week, then once a month. Over time, Astrid grew colder and colder until one day she snapped. First, I was pulling this really long handkerchief from my mouth. Suddenly, a kid from the audience grabbed the end. Before we knew it, we were both rolling up in it, turning into a giant handkerchief burrito on stage. And oh God, can you stop talking about that? There are bigger problems in this world. Who cares about stupid magic anyway? Then she hung up. Rude. I tried calling back a million times, but Astrid ghosted me. Well, she was a teenager after all. They all have mood swings, right? But when a few months passed since Astrid had gone radio silent, I started getting worried. I called my mother and Hans, but neither was helpful. She can't come to the phone right now. She's playing football. Isn't it like midnight there? Yeah, I'm so late. Oh, good night.
Oh, that Elena. Right. Your sister's not home. Bye.
But with no other choice, I got a plane ticket to pay them a surprise visit. I only sent Astrid a DM so she knew I was coming, but again, there was no reply. Okay, guys, see you when I get back. Try not to burn the house down.
I can't promise that. I'm still saying don't go. out. It's okay. Have a safe flight, kiddo.
When I got to the airport, I didn't even have time to step into the security line before I had the shock of a lifetime. Hey sis, excuse me? Who are you? Astrid? You look so different. What are you doing here? I was just about to go see you. I know. I read your text when I took back my phone in the middle of my escape. Luckily, they didn't know how to work Instagram, so they hadn't read it. Escape? Who is they? What's going on? I need you to hide me. Nobody can know I'm here, not even Dad and Frederick. Before I could ask any of the million questions I had, Astrid took us outside and put us in a cab. What's with all the secrecy? Did you rob a bank or something? Of course not, sis. Why would you ever say such a thing? Astrid kept looking nervously at the taxi driver. A few minutes later, he dropped us and Astrid pulled me into an alleyway. Tell me what you know. About why you're here? Nothing. I called you nonstop for months. Tell me what's going on before I call Mom. No, don't call her. Mom changed a lot after we moved. She does whatever Hans says, and he's a monster. Like a real one. Months ago, he took my phone and kept me locked in my room. Are you for real? I can't tell you more than this for now. The first thing I did after escaping was get a ticket here. I need you. You're my last hope, sis. Astrid's story was disturbing. I had to help her. She was my baby sister. So we went to the mall to give her a makeover. New clothes, new hair color, different lenses. But I didn't know if her disguise would fool anyone. You really think Dad's not gonna recognize his own daughter? I don't think so. He hasn't seen me in person since I was 7. Plus, Dad and Frederick aren't exactly geniuses. No offense. I was a little offended, but she wasn't wrong. As we got home, I almost fainted from the smell. There was trash everywhere, food smeared on the walls.
Alina, you're back! Dad, Alina's back! Thank Thor!
What the heck happened here? I've only been gone a few hours.
I told you we'd be lost without you. Who's your friend?
Dad looked at Astrid in confusion.
You remind me of someone.
Probably some international superstar or model. I get that a lot. Frederick, Dad, this is Ruby. Love your place.
Thanks, Ruby. You're a gem. Good one, Dad.
I rolled my eyes and pulled Astrid upstairs. Then my phone rang. It's Mom. Please, sis, you can't tell her I'm here. I picked up the phone, and when Mom asked me if I'd heard from Astrid, I denied it. Your sister is in serious trouble. Please tell me if you hear from her. Before I could say anything, she snatched the phone from my hand. Dear customer, your coverage is currently out of range. Please try again later. I felt weird, but I shrugged it off, and later I talked to my dad about Ruby staying with us for a little while. Dad was so happy I hadn't gone to Argentina that he agreed right away. Thanks, Alina, you're a lifesaver. Hey, I can book some magic show for tomorrow. You know, I'm a really big hit here, so you can come. Actually, I wanted to check out this new environmental facility nearby. Oh, okay, I guess we can do that. When we got there, it was just like a normal, boring factory site. But then Astrid broke a window, opened its latch, and started crawling in. What are you doing? Breaking in? Hush! Either come with me or shut up and stay here quietly. Feeling totally weirded out, I reluctantly followed her as she moved down the corridors. When she reached the office, she started going through the drawers and took several documents. Astrid, this is illegal! Don't worry, I know the owner. Then she grabbed some spray paint from her bag and started painting the walls. She wrote something in really big, sloppy letters. Dentures? It says destroyers. Oh, right. Oh, what? Just then, sirens wailed in the distance. Run! I thought you said you knew the owner. I do. He's my arch nemesis. What? I never said we were friends. We raced out of there as fast as we could and make it home without being caught. Why would you do something like that? Will you tell me what's going on? Can't. And don't be so uptight, sis. It was just a little fun. Thankfully, the next few days were less crazy. Astrid still avoided coming to my magic shows. She was really busy with her plan, but every time I asked about it, she would change the subject or run off who knows where. I decided to find out the truth, so I started going through her things. In her purse, there were some huge piles of cash. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe she subscribed to MSA and won their amazing weekly prize of $10,000, right? What? You haven't subscribed yet? What are you waiting for? Remember that this only works on YouTube, not on other low-end platforms such as TikTok. As soon as Astrid came back, I confronted her. Astrid, where did all this money come from? Oh, that. I saved up a bunch from working at a restaurant in Buenos Aires. Then she started a long and passionate speech about the environment. I was angry and confused, but also a little proud of her. She had so much passion and knowledge. She kept talking until we both fell asleep. In fact, I think she kept talking even in her sleep. The next morning, my dad was scrambling around the house searching for something.
My savings! I kept all my cash in random cereal boxes, but it's all gone now!
I told you to open a bank account. Then it hit me. Oh no. Astrid. I ran upstairs to confront her. You need to give that money back. What are you talking about? You stole Dad's money. What? No, I didn't. You're just mad because I didn't go to your stupid magic show. I'm sorry. I'm just too busy saving the world. She stormed out of the room. She was out of control. First, she'd almost gotten us arrested, and now she was stealing from our dad and even calling my magic stupid after everything I did for her. I'd had enough. Knowing she wasn't telling me the whole truth, I called Mom right away. You did the right thing calling me, sweetie. Astrid needs help before she ends up in prison. I went to school, but when I came back, all of Astrid's bags were gone. Then Frederick appeared dragging a wooden boat into the kitchen.
Check it out, sis. A real Viking boat.
That's a canoe, Frederick.
Frederick, how did you pay for that boat? I found a bunch of money in a box of Cocoa Puffs. So cool.
Oh no, so it wasn't Astrid who'd taken the money. What if she was telling the truth all along? My sister had come home for the first time in years, and I totally betrayed her. I needed to find her. I called her over and over, but again, no response. Then I decided to tell Dad the truth. When he found out that Ruby was Astrid, his face lit up again. A part of him already knew. Still, the rest of the news wasn't that good. Just as we were about to jump into our car to look for Astrid, an all-black car with a chauffeur pulled into our driveway. Out of it came Mom, Hans, and a huge bodyguard.
Where is she? Mom?
We need to find your sister right away.
She stole my money from me, and she vandalized my construction project. I knew you helped her, Alina. If you don't help me find her, you are gonna end up in jail, just like your idiot sister. Don't you dare talk to my child like that!
Dad tackled Hans, but then the huge bodyguard came for us. Frederick let out a Viking war cry and lunged at him. Soon our front yard became the scene of a fierce battle. But don't panic, we have a weapon up our sleeve, my magic. As Dad and Frederick were trying to beat the bodyguard, I decided to catch Hans. So I grabbed my magician coat and hat, and with a wave, cards flew straight at Hans's face like little arrows. Then I threw my rabbit at Hans, who is quite a fierce little biter. Then I pulled out my handkerchief, magically turned it into a rope, and then managed to tie up Hans with it. Just then, help arrived. But it wasn't the regular police, it was some kind of secret service. And they immediately arrested Hans and Mom. Turns out their new factory that Astrid had broken into was located in a zone and used certain chemicals that could lead to an environmental disaster. They had falsified the safety tests and all the permits. When Astrid found out, she tried to go public, and that's why they were keeping her locked in her room. After escaping, she came here to collect more evidence before presenting the story to the authorities, who quickly located the people responsible. Yep, my mom and Hans. However, Astrid was still nowhere to be found. She was gone. About a year later, I had my biggest magic show yet, and I nailed it. Towards the end of it, I dedicated the show to Astrid. My sister is my favorite person in the world, and I miss her. Wherever she is, I hope she knows how proud of her I am, because she grew up to be this amazing, brave person. And after the show, I went to my favorite viewing spot to see the Northern Lights, since it was the season for them. I kind of felt closer to Astrid in this spot too, because if you think about it, maybe the lights wouldn't be here if she hadn't fought for the environment. It was like I could hear her there. Alina! Alina! Like she was right there with me. Alina, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Wait, Astrid? I looked around and she was really there. I leapt up and hugged her. Oh my god, you're here! I decided I should check out that magician that everybody keeps talking about. I thought magic was so stupid and not real. I used to think that till I heard that magic kicked Hans's butt. Since then, it's my second favorite thing, right after nature. We both laughed for a second, then we apologized to each other and hugged. Remember guys, siblings should stick together. That is the first rule of families. I called Dad and Frederick to join us. So after all these years, we were finally seeing the Northern Lights as a family again, and that was the most magical moment ever.